Yo, man.
All right then. All right then. A little bit quicker than we normal. Than
You
normal.
know, it's like, oh, 30 seconds only.
You understand? That was pretty quick. Hey everybody,
I,
how's it
I,
going?
yeah, I even got time to send out my message.
You understand? Yeah. So
Yeah, man.
be a little relaxed. This isn't a living room. This is just a good little
Yeah.
election chill. We can be checking and see what's going on. Give you a little hello if you're out there. Let us know that you're there.
Yeah, we might be here for a while tonight.
You got that one right, boy. You got that one right.
So let's wait and see.
Give us a
Um,
little hello if you're there and you're watching. Yeah, this should be an interesting night. I didn't even know what to expect tonight. I prepared for the only thing that I am prepared for tonight is a Democratic Liberal Party win. I am prepared for that.
that would knock you off your chair.
If I see a Democratic Liberal Party win, I would be the listen. I ain't even know what we do.
Well, boy, stranger things have happened. I
Hey Lorraine, how
expect
you
them
doing?
I expect them to have some gains, but I certainly and I expect some surprises as I've been
But
saying all the way through.
but that's
But
what I'm saying. The only thing that was surprised me tonight is a Democratic Liberal Party win. That's the only surprise I would have. In other words, I would not be surprised at another 30 nil. I would.
I would actually be surprised at that. I would
You'll be
be.
surprised at 30
Yeah,
nil.
I would be surprised at
I
that.
I kind of wouldn't be. It all depends on the profile, who out there, that kind of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised. Hey Ingrid, how you doing? Good. Thanks for joining us,
Hi,
guys. Do
Ingrid.
us a
Good
favor
evening.
and hit share. This is gonna be a relaxed setting. If you come here expecting to see CBC or one of them things, that is not what you're gonna find. We just chilling out. If you haven't joined us before, you're on the We Global platform. Normally, we have a show called the Living Room that we have on Sundays. This is not a living room show. This is Mark and me, um, just chilling out, following what's going on in Barbados. And what we're gonna be doing is hopping around all the different news houses in Barbados that will be streaming stuff online, listening into some of the reflections that people are having, giving our own reflections as well, because there's so much that you could take away from this election season. This unexpected. Well, is it unexpected? Was it unexpected? I don't know
I
if it
think
was
so.
unexpected.
I think it was. Well, I think coming when it did. I think for many people it was unexpected. I think people expected an election this year, but I think this
Hey, certainly.
probably was January wasn't on people's cards. I don't think.
But right. So we expected an election this year. Probably people would say in Q1 this year too, but probably not this early. So it's the unexpected expected election, so to speak.
Yeah.
Um, so it was interesting. Hey Van, how's it going? Thanks for tagging Kim.
Hi Kim, when you come in, give us a shout.
Yeah, so it's one of them unexpected expected elections that happen, and again, I will not be surprised at anything that happened tonight, except if it was a Democratic Labour Party win. A Democratic Labour Party win would have me. Hey, I don't. Man, I would eat this microphone in front of me if
You
I
take the
see a
rest of the week
Democrat.
off.
Man, see, week off. Listen, I would swim to Barbados now if that's the
What?
case. Well, that's how unexpected that would get me if we
Well,
had a Democratic.
guys in the chat. Well, let's ask that question. There might be a few Bajans who've joined us in the chat. And good evening and welcome to you.
Hey,
What
Deborah.
what would be your biggest surprise in this result tonight? Let us know.
Man,
Tell
I
us.
think
Tell us.
I think everybody will be surprised just like me on that one. But you guys let me know. Give us a shout out if you're there. Let us know where you are. Let us know where you are right now. You could be anywhere across the region or extra regionally as well. Let us know where you guys are. Hey Katie, see you in there. Welcome Katie,
Hey,
one
good
of our
night, Katie.
regulars.
Good to see you, man.
Good to
Doing all
see
right?
you there. Katie, let us know what Trinity's think about this thing that going on in Barbados, man. Let me know what people thinking in Trinidad and Tobago. But yeah,
Yeah.
wherever you are, just let us know where you are. Give us a quick hello. Tell us where you are in the world, listening, watching. Maybe even tell us why you think this is an important election for not just Barbados, but for the
Yeah.
Caribbean. When I
Yeah.
listen to a lot of people talking, they say this is actually an important Caribbean election, which is
Yeah.
interesting to hear people talk about.
It is because I think this is a real important moment for Barbados.
Hey, see?
We always go back to that point about Barbados being an idea that we heard from one of the
Hey,
leaders
Sonia.
in the previous show. And I think, what tone is set from this point, and how this goes forward, and even the holding of this election, as controversial as it has been. Look, it's
Hey,
come,
Vicky.
it's gone, it's largely passed off as a pretty safe affair. There's a lot of
Hey,
noise
Marie.
around it in terms of people not too happy about isolation, and there's a lot of discussion around that. But I think
Mm.
the nation is coming out of it, and setting a trend, hopefully continuing to set a trend across the region, as small as we are. And I know some of our regional friends might say, well, Barbados is just a dot, right? but
Well,
but
they're not lying.
it is true. It is true. Well, we setting the trend. Setting the trend.
Hey, Patricia. Hey, thanks for watching in Toronto, Vincy.
Mm-hmm.
I would venture to say everybody know already. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, apart from Barbados, sorry, my Trini people, my favorite place to visit in the
Why?
Caribbean
Why? I
is
hear you
St.
say this
Vincent.
a couple of times. Why is it that you think that St. Vincent has this that draws you in?
St. Vincent,
Yeah.
man, I've been to St. Vincent a couple of times. I just love the place, man. I like the people. I like the food. I like the chill. I know we say that we chill out in Barbados as well, but I feel Vincent people even more chiller than we. The scenery. The only thing I don't like in St. Vincent is driving in a bus.
You've had a lot of that.
That thing is scaring my life. Seriously, seriously. That thing, I don't like that. That's about the only thing that I don't like. But
Good.
other than that, I
Hmm.
like everything.
Beautiful place, man. Good night, Lisa Holmes. Good to
Oh,
see
look,
you.
Kim come
You
in. Look,
keeping
hey,
well?
Kim, thanks for
Kim.
joining us.
Good night, man. Somebody tag you in. Welcome.
Yeah, you know, I understand that. Hey, Atiba, they're from Grenada. How you doing? Welcome,
Mm.
welcome, welcome. Thanks.
Yeah, man. So let us know what you guys are thinking. What are
Hey,
your
Lisa, good friend
expectations
Lisa there, friend
of this evening?
there
Yeah, just
in.
give her a shout out,
How
man.
you doing, Lisa?
I think there's an edge of expectation
You
around how
think so?
this. I think so. I know you think that this is gonna be a clean sweep, another third, a 60 love.
No, I didn't say it gonna be a clean sweep. I
I
just
don't
would not
agree.
be surprised if it is. That's the honest truth.
I
I
I
don't.
I would honestly be very surprised if we sitting here.
Oh Lord, look how Patricia can get me in trouble. I don't know.
I take that on quick. Take that on quick.
Hey, I'm real. How you doing? Is it Vincent?
That is funny.
Yeah, somebody to hear that I like St. Vincent bad.
No,
I
all of us. Yeah.
like. um,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. This election, this was an interesting election. Everybody asked me, a lot of people asked me, why
Mhm.
this election get called. I'll be honest, I don't know why this election get called. There's a lot of rumors. There's some that say it get called because it was actually a bit of a revolt within the Barbados Labour Party. And rumor has it, and listen, as I would say, we are not a news broadcast, so we could talk what we like on we on platform. But because the news broadcasts and stuff in Barbados, they're rare from this one alone. I don't think anybody mentioned a thing about this. But the rumor have it in Barbados that there's a bit of a revolt within the Barbados Labour Party. I
You,
don't know,
you you
as I
think
said.
there was any merits to it? I mean, you don't know, but you might have your sources. I don't know.
Yeah, you want to get me in trouble. Um, my sources tell me that yes, there was something
Hmm.
going on within the Barbados Labour Party.
Hmm.
You could argue it is true when you see some certain people missing off the platforms across election time.
Yep.
Um, it was said as well that it was such a revolt that it was happening the next day actually. So the day that the election was called on the 27th, I understand on the 28th that there was going to be a potential march up to the president to withdraw support for the prime minister.
Well,
That is what is said. I don't know. Allegedly, let me put that in there because the fastest thing Beijing people like to do is call a lawyer.
yeah,
You know,
yeah. Some are probably on the contact list. All know scrolling through,
you understand? Allegedly,
but I ain't quick.
that is one of the reasons.
But to be honest, I would probably agree that there's some merits
Hey,
to those
sister.
sentiments, even though because what make it make sense, man. Make the whole calling of this in the period that it was called, and the whole snap, make it make some sense. It just didn't feel as though it was a properly coordinated and thought out strategy. So there had to be a driver behind the scene of what is actually pushing this towards this particular call. So I suppose there might be some that will come out in the future though. That is one that will definitely come out
That
in
is
the
one that can
wash.
come out in somebody memoirs or in
Oh yes.
somebody rum shop talks and what's not, and somebody eventually tell me what's going on there.
But sooner than we think too.
The thing though that was so that's one of the theories. Of course, the thing that got me though was the speech that was made when the election was called.
Oh yeah, we watched that, and I think we were quite alarmed when
Which
we
to
were
me was
listening
one
to
of the worst speeches that me and Monty ever give, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And many people would argue that that speech was given not under duress, but clearly under stress, and that's why it came out the way how it came out.
And that probably gives a little bit of credence to the previous point you were making. Perhaps there was some unforeseen pressure that might have been driving that. Don't know, but maybe.
Exactly. So to preempt that, that's why you had the calling election. But then the way how you say, well, it's the division in the country, and almost to say Bajans wouldn't make me do this because of a bad behavior. And I was like, what stupidness you talking?
I don't think
Political
Bajans want that
landscape
at
of
all.
Barbados has never been one that aligned behind any party or behind 100% behind any leader. Not even everybody line up behind Arabara independence. So who are you to demand ultimate
Loyalty.
loyalty and unity? Loyalty is an interesting word because that word come up quite a lot during this election cycle too.
Yes, it has. Yes, it
You know,
has.
so you're wondering what's really going on there.
Well,
So that was annoying. The other thing one could argue is that the IMF report would have potentially requested some interesting things that need to happen.
some measures
within-
need to be
within
put
the
in
country.
place. Yeah.
And those measures are not necessarily going to be palatable to all, palatable to many. And they, given 18 months before the election or the time the election will be called, you buy time, right? Because if you put those measures in now, they're going to really start to hit 12, 13, 14 months from now, which is actually when you're in the election cycle after the 5-year term. And you don't want that to be happening in that election cycle. So the argument there for me and what I see is that there will be some measures that need to put in place, and there's going to be potentially a big fallout, and some of the promises made may not be kept. And I think you buy yourself some time there as well for the impact of that to kind of, with the hope that by the time those impact, you'll be riding out the other side on the upward curve by the time the next election is called in 5 years' time. I guess it's 2027. No, well,
Yeah.
Lord, that seems so
Well,
far.
if we get through this coming term, because who knows what is ahead.
Well, yeah. So I think those are some things that at play there when you think about how this was.
So look, we've got one or two of the broadcasters in Barbados who are going live with the election result, and we're going to try to tap into some of what they're showing, so we can hear what's going on.
So Michael made this point here, and I think this is a good point, Michael. How likely is that when none of the defectors say anything? Two things that you have got to remember, in my opinion, in observation of Barbados elections. The Barbados Labour Party is known for the infighting that never sees the light of day on a platform.
No, they know how to come together
Right?
when it's time to rally.
When it is time for the election fight, you hear nothing of going on in Barbados Labour Party. The rumors one time that Mia body slam or Inafa was just rumors. Nobody ever said anything about it. They had rumors of people campaigning against other people, all on the sly in the previous election even. Well, the previous election was that 2013. Especially 2013, because that's when the little mini coup within the party happened, right?
Yep.
And if you even go back to 2013, repeat it now, Barbados politics, where you have people, where you had that little mini coup when me and Monty was leading the party and didn't want to have to take over, you would realize that during the election cycle, not even me and Monty commented on that.
No.
And nobody commented on that. The Barbados Labour Party is very, very good at presenting a united front. Extremely good. And to me, all political parties need that. I ain't faulting it. I just giving that observation.
I think somebody's just made a very interesting point there. But one of our guests we had in the living room back in November.
Yeah, we had Ronnie as a guest on the show, and he's a You went to my alma mater, the Alexander School, Padua at
Mm-hmm.
Stra. Matter of fact, Alexander School had 5 people in this election, actually.
You
4 on
guys
the
should be
DLP
very
side,
proud, very pleased with that.
and then Ramel Marshall as well on the Barbados Labour Party side, actually. So as a school, we are very proud of that, actually.
What were your observations of I mean, we can talk candidates now. What was your observations of Ronnie on the election trail?
Ronnie was good, man.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning, a little bit robotic, but
You thought so?
but look, I think everybody, when you're new, you could feel as confident as you want, but getting up on that platform and
Ain't easy,
speaking to
boy.
people the very first time, I don't fault anybody for that. Yeah, you might have a little chuckle or a little laugh at when people make a mistake here and there, and there
Mm-hmm.
were many throughout this election cycle. But I really don't fault, or I give great kudos for anybody who gets up there and do it and put themselves out there, not just not least speaking in public, but also in elections and in public life. Because I mean, that's pretty much putting everything out there. To be honest with you, but
I, I,
I thought he was good. I like him. In my opinion, my honest opinion, there's nothing to do with the fact that he went to the Alexander School. He stood head and shoulders above most Democratic Labour Party candidates. That is my view.
I think there's a lot to be said there about how he conducted himself in the campaign, um, and how he tried to elevate the message. Because I think that was the one thing I was really looking for from a lot of the candidates that I felt perhaps wasn't always as credible and visible as it needed to be. Yeah, I really wanted to hear a lot more around what the intent was for their plan for the country, for their constituents, what they're intending to do. And I felt there were some candidates who I felt did it quite well, though, I must say. And he was one of them. The other one that I felt was really, really fantastic, and it's going to be really interesting to see how she does tonight, was Dawn Marie Armstrong. I
Are you
felt,
talking Democratic Labour Party?
yeah,
That
yeah,
is,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I felt listening to her and what she was saying, that is the kind of stuff that I wanted to hear, man. What is your intention for the people of Barbados? What is your intention for the people that you are asking for their vote? And what are the kind of policy areas that you have seen that you think would really make a difference to the lives of people? And I felt that Dawn Marie going around with well-being and her ambitions around sport and mental health was a very, very strong, coherent policy position that you could follow. And I felt she did quite well. It would be very, very interesting to see how she does up against Dwight Sutherland, actually.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see. She had a little hiccup there at the beginning.
Well, you can't go
Um,
without saying that, of course. But I thought she rode that quite well.
well, I thought the apology was good. But again, is a little bit about the good thing for me that happened there was that I think the times are changing where the Barbados public, and I hope the Caribbean public as a whole, don't want the law cantankerous nonsense, berating people maybe because they don't have any children, and women are usually the targets for this kind of stuff, huh?
Yeah.
They don't have any children, or their sexuality, or their sex life and all this kind of nonsense. I think the public is moving past that. And if anything that I would say was good about that was the public showed once again they're moving past that. Um, and I am glad to hear that. I'm glad to see that. However, I don't think it was proportionate on both sides. I saw some stuff coming from the Barbados Labour Party thing where, in response to what she was saying, not in response, but in an attempt to attack her, where one of the MCs on the Barbados Labour Party kind of referred to her as a woman who's going down to find men,
Oh Lord.
you know, and I don't recall hearing any national
Outrage.
outcry or outrage for him saying that. But again, comes back to the point of, women are usually the targets of the insults, and they're also the targets if they're the ones who give the insults, and somehow men get away with it.
Yeah. Let me come back to that in a moment, because Didi, like, she just jumping and asking who for Alexander run. Didi, you didn't following this thing?
But I don't understand. Didi Alexander had 5 people running this
Wait,
election.
you on the alumni, you don't know this? Come on,
It
man.
had Ronnie Spring, not Ronnie Springer, sorry, Ronnie Yearwood, Ramel Springer from the
She ain't
Barbados
cussed me
Labour
though.
Party, um, Ronnie Yearwood in St. James South, Corey Cox as well, and there was another one whose name eluded me at the moment, but somebody can remind me. I'm sure somebody from Alexander listening, and they can come in. But yes, they had 5 AXers running in this election. This is very good. But
and
yeah,
she want to know what part Philip.
Philip sleeping. This ain't he thing. Curtis Cave. That's right. Thank you, Frederick. Curtis Cave is the other Alexander person running as well. So we represented well.
Yeah,
so I thought it was good. No, go ahead.
And going back to that point about what was being said from the campaign stages, I think there was a really, really, at least to me, there was a clear sign that these platforms, from particularly what a lot of the young candidates on both sides were saying, compared to what I would term as the older stalwarts of the party when they were called in to almost fill a gap and or MC. And you could some of the stuff that these guys were coming out with, it was like, hey, people gone past that there now, man. People gone past that now, man.
So I think Barbados politics going through a serious transition at the moment. Both parties, for obvious reasons. Well, both of the major parties. Don't let me say that, because obviously we had about 4 or 5 parties running this time around. But I think we're going through a transition from the older to the younger, and I think that's a good thing. I think the Barbados Labour Party do it a lot smoother, for obvious reasons.
Well, they got the money.
Not just the money, but I mean from the position of winning 30-0, there could have been a bit of a, no, let me just hold on. There could have been a bit of a thing to just hold on to what we have and keep it going. But clearly, for many reasons, let's just say, they use the time to transition. And that's a smart move. That's a very smart move. Democratic Labour Party obviously had to transition. They had a choice, because the boy didn't really want to hear from that lot that get beat in 2018.
Well,
so we can come back to that.
Yeah. I think we have to.
No, we talking about everything. I tell y'all, listen, we talking tonight, because this in CBC, this in the Nation News,
enough hours to kill.
This in Barbados today. This is we platform. I don't need to be politically correct. Nobody ain't give me no job a la CBC or what have you. So we could talk. We want to talk. I be talking everything. I can talk plenty tonight.
Look at this one here. Look.
I see how the whole there, but that's all. Listen, that is all right. Getting the chats and support who no want support. I ain't telling nobody don't support nobody, and I ain't supporting no one position. Actually, no, we ain't. Who's this? Who's she asking now? If we ain't got no work tomorrow, no. On the when the elections get called on the 27th, Mark was here at me, and both we put in to have the day off for the 20th.
Day off, man. Of course.
Straight way. we did ready for this thing. We know what was going on, so don't worry about it.
You can't afford not to miss out on the results, man. Come on.
No, exactly. What was saying? No, forget.
We were talking about the preparation for the two parties and how.
Oh yeah, so the Democratic Labour had a transition as well. So and both has transitioned, and both got some older members still there. And we can get to some of the older members in the Democratic Labour Party and the role they played on the election trail, on campaign trail, and what have you. But it's a good thing, because I think new blood had to come in at some point in both of these parties. And I think it's speaking to a younger audience, and the younger audience ain't got no time for this lot of, let me tell you what you gotta tell she. Let me tell you what I gotta tell you. I hear he's got this man here, and his body got this woman here, and they know where it's going, all the innuendo and all this kind of nonsense. People ain't want that kind of ignorant no more.
Those days are.
It's a good laugh, I suppose, for some people, and there's still a generation of people that like that kind of stuff. I remember one time when it was Ferndale Stewart back in the day, because Ferndale before you become Ferndale. When he used to get up there on the platform and wow people with stringing together sentences with 4-syllable words and all kind of nonsense, and the crowd got mad. Yeah, that's me boy, he's smart. Nobody got time for that now.
Well, I think Lisa. Well, we can come back to Lisa Holmes, because Lisa Holmes is here saying she can't wait to see if the old guard get back in from the DLP.
I can talk about that too. But anyhow, I tell you, I gave my whole thing tonight. Don't worry about it. When they can ask me anything, I give my opinion. So if anyone want to ask me anything, ask me anything. Put it in the chat and we can talk about it from your perspective, right? From your perspective. But yeah, so I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing to see the change. It's a good thing to see the change in the guards, so to speak. You know, I think it's good. Not bad thing.
I think so, and I was really surprised to see how many young people are so passionately um, involved and want to be involved in representation. You know,
AD from Nevis.
hey, hey, D. And to be honest, that was one of the things that really encouraged me a lot in the whole campaign to see a lot of young people really wanted to take hold of this thing. They've got really good, solid grip of the issues, and they're prepared to stick their neck out because this is the thing that is going to make a difference in our country. When young people are prepared to step in, stick the neck out, and just go like a turtle, you're going to have to take some risks, but you got to stick your neck out and go for it. So I was really pleased to see across both of the teams the complement of young candidates who are saying, this is my time, I'm ready. And I think it will be interesting to see also the ones that get knocked back, because you know how this game is played. If they get knocked back and they disappear, or if they get knocked back and they sustain it and come again. Because I think this first time wrong is always a big difficult mountain to climb for a lot of candidates.
Yeah, I think so. Look, man, look, they got so. It must be a good thing there's a long night. They got so much they can talk about this politics, right? For you, if you don't know, politics is my thing. I like politics. I follow it all through the region. Obviously not as au fait as I would be in Barbados. I follow it internationally. I just like reading politics, all that kind of stuff. That's my first degree at UE, so I like that kind of stuff. Lisa asks what we think about Adley. Listen, Adley's not interested in any politics. I can tell you that here now. The man body language, everything what the man says. Thank God this election get called.
I'm just here for the money.
And good. Well, I don't know. So I don't like to claim that people here for the money and that kind of stuff. I don't think that one. All I can say is the man is not interested in any politics. I think that is my view. I listened to his contributions in the House. He ain't interested.
Weak.
It's poorly researched. He's just be making up talking stuff for talking stuff sake. I mean, who on the eve of election, not on the eve, sorry, as soon as the election call, they say you just changing constituency that you're running for? Huh? The man didn't care about the elections, man. And one can argue that he trying to hurt Arthur Holder. I think that's who he down there, so thinking against. That's the thing that people say. But I don't know. But the man is not interested in any politics. For me, that much is obvious. That's my view, Lisa, on Holder. As I said, I can't say whether he was in it for the money or not. All that I can say is that I don't think he's interested in politics. When he crossed over the floor in 2018, I am still convinced that that was a bit of an in-house plot. Michael said opportunist. I don't know. I think that was a bit of an in-house plot to help dull the shot that Beijing's had that Parliament was actually 30-0.
Yeah.
And I will never know, but I still contend that that was a bit of an in-house thing. And over time, he probably tried to take up the mantle and do something with it to say he was doing it. But most of his arguments to get the government were weak. One could argue he didn't have the resources to do the research.
What will be interesting, and I guess he's one that most people would probably think he is unlikely to win in that seat. But what is interesting is whether or not we've seen the end of his political career. At the back end of this election.
Well, no, go ahead, Mark. I see some questions there. Listen, y'all trying to get me in trouble tonight. I tell y'all, I talking, and y'all asking me some serious questions.
Questions, man. We have our own political analyst here.
Evelyn, so come to run on the Barbados party ticket. Is it fair that she keep a ministry and she wasn't on the ticket? All right, now let me talk about this here. My view, right? Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, she's not a member of Parliament, but she's a minister, right? And that is fair enough. The Prime Minister prerogative can do that. Adrian Lord said she ain't had the time. Ain't got nothing to do it. She ain't
Man,
had the
don't
time.
bring that excuse,
Don't bring
Lord,
that. She
man.
ain't had the
Come,
time.
come, man.
Nonsense.
Come,
No, Dr.
come,
Lord.
man.
Don't
Come,
bring
man.
that in here.
Go
Don't bring
across
that
by
in
the
here.
nation with that.
Exactly. Leave that for Peter Wickham and them to talk about on CBC and them that's them thing. No.
Come, we expect better, you Adrian. Come up, man.
Whether she was on the ticket or not, right? You talk about the most important industry in Barbados, and the minister of that ministry, though not elected, but is still obviously a Barbados Labour Party member, sits in the Senate. She's in ministry, and for the entire duration of the election, you don't hear a report on tourism. You hear nothing at all.
There is a problem.
Not even a televised statement. You don't even gotta get on a platform, but and you go like, huh? So I don't know, but something tell me, I don't know. Maybe some other people had a say as to whether she would be on the ticket or not.
Well,
could be. I tell you, I'm talking my mind tonight. You know.
And again,
maybe
it will also be interesting to see what happens with her when, as we expect, the government, assumes control again, potentially. Because I do expect a few surprises.
Adrian said he meant that she didn't have no time to canvass.
That's ridiculous,
again,
man. Come on, man.
No.
Well, perhaps nobody wanted to nominate her. You gotta go back a few steps.
This is probably true.
You can't get the canvassing before somebody nominate you in the constituency. So
this is probably true.
And if, as someone is saying there in the chat, she's been around the party for a long time. She has a portfolio, a huge portfolio, the most significant portfolio in the country.
Exactly. But so when you say you have no time, she's not the first. She's not the only tourism minister. In fact, no, she's the first tourism minister to not be an MP and actually running. So what made her more busy than all the other tourism ministers before?
Why, Dave, what you think is a tactical move to leave she out the front line? That's an interesting perspective.
True, Dave. You should let me know what that one is.
Yeah, be interesting to understand.
Eddie, Mark, so something because I can see Lisa Horns and these people trying to get me in trouble. I talking tonight and they're trying to get me in trouble. Somebody said we should have Peter Wickham on here. No, thank you. Well, no, it ain't true. Peter was on our show some time ago.
Yeah. Peter was on maybe did the American election back in November last year.
I like Peter. Peter is one of the brightest minds, in my opinion, from a political, analytical standpoint across the region. One of the foremost analysts from across the region. I like Peter. I listen to him a lot. I listen on Brass Tacks. My problem, though, is, in my opinion, it doesn't add much to the discourse as far as challenging the current government in Barbados. And one of y'all could decide reason for why that might be as well. I'm not gonna get into that, but y'all might decide and y'all might tell me why. And the reason why I say that is that because I actually have so much respect for him and how bright he is, I think from a service to Barbados, because we have so few that sit in the positions such as that he does, he should do more challenging for the people of Barbados. Just challenging and being critical don't mean that you don't support or want a Barbados prime minister or government to do well. I want every single government of Barbados to do well, but that don't mean you don't challenge. You challenge, you talk, you ask questions. Why? How? That kind of stuff. And for me, I find, apart from topics that he finds interesting, in my opinion, he don't do enough to challenge the government of Barbados. That's my
you think that because of the small nature of our nation, that sometimes political analysts can get caught in a little bit of a trap without necessarily becoming more analytical and critical of governments of the day?
Indeed. I believe so. And I think Brenda Baptiste just made this comment here saying that our opposition was weak. But Brenda, we ain't had no opposition. Let me be honest. We ain't had no opposition. But whether you had an opposition or not is besides the point. Across every single society, maturing society, you have intellects and you have people whose duty, who not necessarily duty. Let me say duty, but who analyze from the outside and challenge, irrespective of whose party is in, on many different topics: health, education, economics, what have you, political, this, that, next, and the third, constitution, that kind of stuff. You can do that from being a private citizen, and you can do that as well as being an elected opposition. And this is my opinion. You ain't gotta be yours. I ain't asking for him to, or any political analyst, to replace an opposition or be an opposition. I didn't say that he needs to oppose. I say question and challenge.
Yeah, and I think that's
that
for me. I think that's a really missing piece across our political landscape. Actually, we don't get enough check and challenge for particularly the government of the day. The government of the day, especially this last government, they always seem to get a buy, and the prime minister always seems to get a buy because people are very, are very keen to give this current prime minister a buy on too many topics, and therefore I think she's not really held to a good enough account for her record or the things that have not been done or the promises. So I would agree that I think the people who operate in that space of political analysts need to do a lot more to hold politicians to account and help us to better participate and understand the political process itself also. Well, there's somebody talking about the tight shirt minister here now.
I like Kurt Humphrey. I don't disagree with that at all. I like Kurt Humphrey.
Well, before we go off, Lisa, because I see there's a thought that perhaps Cummins might be made ambassador to the UN.
Don't know. I don't know. Again, it could be. I have no clue. I would say this from my observation of Lisa Cummins. As far this, again, personal. This is my personal stuff, huh? I think she represents Barbados very well. The one thing I had with her was that whole apology tour to tourists that happened a few months back, when I couldn't understand. All of a sudden, it was as if Barbados was only for tourists and not for Bajans, which to me was probably the worst moment I ever see from a tourism minister in Barbados. But other than that, I think she represents Barbados very well. She's obviously very smart person. So I ain't got no problem with that. She's definitely a step up from who was the minister of tourism before that. I think that was who? Simmons?
Kerry Simmons?
Yeah, he was rubbish. But
not enough thought, though.
Yeah, no, nonsense. But she's definitely a step up. So from that perspective, no problem at all. But
I you see this point here that Heather is making. This is something that comes up all the time. Whenever you are put in a position, people always seem to think, "Oh, you over there," or "You on that side." You are not allowed to have. I just having the position. I just having the conversation. And I think when people criticize our current prime minister, it has always seemed as though you're anti-BLP. And I don't think that that's right. I think I should be able to say, I don't think this was done well, or I think we should have done better. I think our policy needs to be stronger. I think there should be greater legislation made, and I think there should be areas that are weak that should be strengthened. I think you should be able to say those things freely, and it should not mean that you are against the government. you can have a position without having to feel as though you're a BRD.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is so true, right? And we kind of have that discussion quite a lot. I'm an independent thinker. I think for myself, really. So I don't. I don't necessarily think I need to be one way or the other. The dangerous issue that I see in Barbados. I'm probably not just Barbados, it's probably all over the place, but obviously I'm speaking about Barbados elections at the moment as a Bajan, and that's where I predominantly follow. But I see it across the region, and I know guys from Grenada, St. Vincent, all over the Caribbean watching. You guys can tell me if it's the same thing in your countries as well.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that support means support no matter what, and never critique what I say or do. And to do so means you don't support me, you support the other side.
Yeah.
and that, to me, that stunts this discussion. It stunts creativity. It stunts us moving forward. As a matter of fact, I would say that that's probably one of the main things that stop us from moving forward. People that say don't critique me remotely or you are against her, I would tell you go back a few years before, and perhaps if people were saying the same thing, you might still got frooms. You know, People that say we don't need no opposition, ask yourself, if you ain't had no opposition, you might have still got frooms.
All right then.
You understand? So it's that kind of stuff that people don't, that I can't really take or listen to. I don't really take serious when people don't come to a conversation objectively. I can only see it through a lens of I's a B, I's a D, or in Trinidad I's a UNC or a
Ooh,
PNM
Trinidad's a special case,
or
boy.
what
Whoa.
have you. If you can't come objectively, I can't have a conversation with you. I just can't have a conversation with people talk like that. I
But,
find
but
it really, really, really hard.
but we still love you, no, Heather. You know, right?
Heather, don't go nowhere, my dear. Don't go nowhere. How Canada?
My phone gonna be hot now.
You understand? How Canada?
Hang on, what was that Kim there saying? I think
But
y'all.
anyway, you got to get some of these we
Well,
want you going
well,
VOB
well,
thing.
we can. They got Mr. Ellis here on screen. We can tap into them there and see what they're saying, and then we can drop back onto our conversation. Let me go and see what's going on, man. Let me see if we can get them up here.
Yeah, so we can do a lot of stuff. And look, prepare yourself because we might even throw the link. If anybody want to come in and have a chat, you don't have to turn on your camera. You don't need to do anything like that. You can just turn your camera off and we could talk, right? So if you want to do that, feel free to do that as well. But we can let y'all know. Who's this you got here now?
Let's drop me straight into ad.
Turn that down for a second. Yeah, man. Yeah, but that's good. So we can do that, and I think you just gotta be able to have an open mind and critique. That's not to say you remove your support from someone, but to me, the more you support someone, the more you should critique them. In Barbados, the more you had a government that's 30-0, as bad as you might say Frooms was in 2018, you should be critiquing and scrutinizing a 30-0 government more than perhaps you did Frooms. Yeah? That's my view. And that's because I like democracy. I like to see things being challenged because I believe that in challenging things is when you come up with your best. In challenging and demand, we need to demand more from our politicians. I think we allow our politicians to get away with murder just because we support them.
Yeah, and we've got to elevate the level of our expectation for the people who we put as our representatives, and hold them to account and call them out when they're not doing things right. And have a much higher expectation from what they are going to Parliament to do. For the life of me, when I've been, and this has been a really interesting election for me. Hang on, let me hear it. I'll come back to that point.
Informed that on several of the centers, buses have arrived. Some have been delayed a bit, but we are in the process of getting to where we need to go, which is to get these results and to see exactly what is the outcome of this particular general election. Now, Lisa Cummins, your thoughts on the question of leadership,
Oh, Lord.
as we have been discussing it prior to the break.
Listening.
Thank you, David. And I really want to say thanks to Shadi for raising
We just
it
talk
and
about this.
to
She's
Christina
teasing.
for bringing it back onto the table because, sometimes when we as women raise issues and we put them on the table, it's very easy to have a different issue put on the table as if you hadn't spoken, as if there's not a substantive matter being discussed. And I'm really happy that we were able to segue back into the matter that's on the table. Now, we have two female leaders, and I agree with Shade on the point of misogyny. Certainly, I know we have been talking about our girls this morning before yesterday morning. I'm sorry, the days are all such a blur. I gave an address to a Women in Leadership conference for an hour. And yesterday morning, one of the things that I talked about was the fact that When boys are confident and they make decisions or they are assertive, they're seen as confident. When girls they're seen or do the same things, they're seen as bossy. They're seen as being too aggressive. I have lived that. I have a daughter who is in her 20s. She has lived that. She's continuing to live it. It's almost as though there's very little evolution, certainly in some generations, and in a way in the way in which we raise our boys. So it is almost generational. And so when women now assume the mantle of leadership at the national level, it then takes on a different turn altogether.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Sure, but I want to finish this point. A woman who makes decisions, is assertive, and demands performance and demands results from those who she leads is very much described in a way that is very different to a man who does exactly the same thing.
Sure,
and if we contrast in Arthur's style of leadership with Mia Amora Motley's, he was celebrated for being a firm leader, and she's been vilified for being the same.
That's not exactly true, though, because towards the end of Mr. Arthur's leadership, he was. May I finish?
Mr. Moderator, Mr. Moderator, what is the issue really? I believe that women have a right to lead anything they want to lead. Where is the issue here? Is there really a big issue there about the two females leading the parties? Is there really a big issue?
May I please?
Somebody tell me about it.
May I please say
some bites on this one here, man.
One, there are men.
Kick some bites on this one here,
Arthur, whose
leadership
was criticized along those lines. But having regard to what has been said about the misogyny and that sort of thing, on what basis is the other woman described as weak? We talk about the woman who is characterized as being dictatorial and strong only because she's a woman. And there are two women in it, but the other woman is characterized as weak. So what happens there?
We can hold on for a few months.
I think that's really the key issue that Shade is again raising. We have to be able to be very clear. When a woman makes decisions and is able to manage the positions of power which she holds, then you have to be able to respect that. In the case of the Democratic Labour Party, and I'm sure that Bobby is going to be chomping at the bit to respond, the reality of it is that you now have a situation where part of the apathy among voters and part of the challenges that we're seeing among voters is that the responses from voters in the 2018 election to some of the candidates that were presented at the time, who were former government ministers who have returned to the fold of the Democratic Labour Party, the current leader of the party had an opportunity over the course of the last 3.5 years to reshape the party.
I wouldn't, with all respect to you.
Interrupted by the gentleman in the room.
Yeah,
because you changed the topic.
Thanks, Bobby.
Don't bring that up interactive with gentleman in the room. You start to talk about one thing and
you're turning that into a male-female issue, and I don't think it is, quite frankly.
I'm sure you will have your opportunity, Bobby, but if I can just finish, please. The point that I was making here is that she has had an opportunity to be decisive, to be firm, and to make some serious choices, which, on our view, from our perspective, have not been made. They have not been made, and we're here in a position now in 2022 where some people who should never have returned to the fold are right there up front and center. And
I disagree with you completely. You have no decision to make about that. I think that's a rude comment, quite frankly.
Wow.
I think that's rude and out of bounds. They're not going to accept that from you.
That's fine.
They have a democratic right like anybody else, and I resist your temptation to be able to indemnify to condemn people. You don't have that right. You do not have that right.
2018, Bobby. Don't you think so?
You don't have that right. You do not have that right.
Okay, no. Let's
the electorate made the decision. You don't have that right.
I just want to.
Just hold on.
Bobby, let me jump in at the right time.
Bobby, you wanted to make a comment in relation to the characterization of one leader as being.
I don't really see how that would become a woman thing, and then all of a sudden she gone with 4 men that come back.
The other one being weak. What is your thought? What is your response? And then we'll go on to another issue. I don't really want this to be centered exclusively around
quite frankly, David,
female.
I am not the kind of person to be satisfied with blanket characterizations of persons. Miss Motley is a many-sided person. And the same thing as Verla repeated. There are many-sided persons. They're not flat. And therefore, I would condemn anyone who sees a particular perspective as the only perspective. Let's talk about Miss Motley, for instance. Charismatic, strong, experience in politics, born into it, and I can go on and describe her in many different ways. And I can describe Verla as bright, born into politics, a person who perhaps might not be charismatic, but clearly qualified to do what she has to do. I'm not into these blanket things that people want to put out there in the public domain. I do not see life in that way. That is for simple persons, and I'm really not simple. And I don't want to hear people who hold positions of responsibility in our society going into these blanket terms. Leave that for people who are less educated. That's my own view.
Peter Wickham, let me get your thoughts on the general question of leadership. And what I put on the table here is that for many years, we have seen not only in Barbados, but in other Caribbean countries, the focus on the maximum leader role.
He is retired, actually,
politics.
Dave. He's just
whether
speaking,
that
which is
person
his right to
is
do
a
so.
male or a female.
Someone who's
we are
been in politics,
coming back to this assertion and allegation.
The labor movement for as long as he has.
In the context of our type of politics,
so he is already retired.
All roads lead to that individual.
But he can still speak.
And the degree to which the leadership style of many of the people in the Caribbean is expected to be like that. If you are not like that, you are not considered to be a leader. Is that working for us in the way that it did before?
I would like to ask Peter to speak to this at some time. Pete, I have looked at a lot of your polls, and they look, in many instances, you're looking at the polls' popularity.
Forget it. This election night, this is the campaign.
2018, if I remember correctly, I think Ms. Motley was popular with 52% of the public or something like that. I think Fandel was about 8% or something like that. And Owen had gone down to about 6%. And as I watched those numbers, I realized that perhaps there had been a strategy of boosting individuals so that since you know that people are going to vote on the whole question of who's popular, then people decided to create a popularity image around them, maximum leader, whatever you call it. And that other things might not be as important. I think that that what David said is quite right. We tend to look at people in terms of popularity, and therefore if you put on white or red and march and lead discussions, etc., and you have the press behind you, can build up popularity. If you're a quiet, reflected leader and you're thinking in terms more of your head and ideas and so on, and you're not into that, then you might be disadvantaged. If you're a leader that will have your picture on billboards all over the island for people to see, and you're always making a presence, if our people have been trained to believe that the more they see you and the more they hear you, then you're better to lead a country, then that is what might happen.
Okay,
in
Bobby.
fact, we have leaders who might not be popular but extremely brilliant. Yeah, sorry about that, Dave.
Let's hear from Peter.
No, the leadership thing, I'm anxious to weigh in on the gender issue as well, but I'm afraid because I think that would probably take a better part of our conversation tonight. But we do need to set some time apart. We are at an important crossroads in the development of Barbados as far as gender is concerned, because we have females leading both major political parties, and some of the issues that they are experiencing, I think, are important to look at through a gender lens. And I would love to talk about that, but as I said, tonight, we have too many other things on our agenda. Clearly, we in the Caribbean, I studied politics at University of the West Indies, and I always remember George Bell made the point that our prime ministers evolved from kings and queens, and ultimately that's what we seem to want to elect. I don't know whether it's necessarily a good thing, but I mean, it is what it is. And I'm not going to argue with the evidence that's been presented to me in, half a dozen Caribbean countries that I have worked, where the leaders who have led have been revered, and the leaders who have followed or essentially led from behind have been castigated. And the case in point would be Fernando Stewart, Tillman Thomas, considered two of the least successful leaders in the Caribbean. And they had a similar leadership style where they argued that, leadership was letting ministers do the work and go forward, and they would lead from behind. We can argue that maybe it's not a good thing, but in the final analysis, it is highly effective politically. And Prime Minister Motley's style has gained her considerable success. I heard a discussion a couple of days ago where someone was suggesting that it was unusual to have her picture on every poster and every placard underneath the candidate or above the candidate in every constituency. And we forget that we had a campaign, we need we're not no more than ever. And for some reason, no one seemed to question the relevance or the logic of doing that, in those instances, but it is being questioned now. So, my short answer
I don't agree with that. I think people did question Owen, going with Owen.
At the time they did.
Is that politically it is clearly what we desire. There are some constituencies tonight that will be won, not by the candidate, but by Prime Minister Motley, where people are saying they're not voting for that candidate, but they're voting for Prime Minister Motley. Guess what? Years ago, I would go into St. John, or I would go to various places, and this is long since our
achievements.
And people would tell me that they're voting for the Dipper, and I'm saying, but you must realize that the Dipper is dead, but they're still voting for the Dipper. There is a reality in terms of our politics where we like to latch on to a leader, and it works effectively if a person is going to say, you know what, I don't want to vote for George Pilgrim in St. John, but I'm going to vote for Arabara, even though he's long since dead. The point is that if George gets elected, it works. I think that the strategy that the Barbados Labour Party is exploiting currently is a highly effective one, and is paying considerable dividends for them. And I would say it's also paying considerable dividends for us as a country, where we appear to be getting a lot.
I don't know what he said, paying considerable dividends for them. He should say paying
as far as the
considerable
development
us.
is concerned, I don't really see the challenges in terms of what we are getting out of it so far. Maybe in time to come, we will see. There's another side of it too, where we start to have conversations about things like term limits and scheduling elections and whatnot. And perhaps a lot of that would deal with the personality or the personalization of politics. And maybe that's where that conversation should go eventually, but certainly not in the context of the
conversation.
campaign.
Yeah.
From your perspective, Robert, Bobby Moore,
You want to duck out and get back into our conversation?
Yeah, Mike. As Megan said, to be more interesting. But I think he made some interesting points. He made some interesting points there in terms of leadership. I think leadership, again, I speak in Beijing, but obviously you guys in the Caribbean, tell me if you all see the same thing as well.
And sorry for anybody who might have been really engrossed in that, but we'll get back into them.
We can get back into that. We can get back into that. I think the point on leadership is good. I don't think anybody has criticized me as being plastered on everybody's poster any differently than people did Owen when he did the same thing. They say I'm going with Owen.
Man.
So I don't necessarily agree that that's the same thing. I think people forgetting that this is the internet age and there are certain conversations that are elevated. More so now because of that age than would have been back then in 2008, even when we were thinking people went in on Owen for that campaign too.
I think so, but I think Miss Motley's presence and what the tools that she has available to her in this age makes this even more significant point to me, because the reach of a Mayor Motley in 2021 far outstretches the reach of Owen Arthur in 1999. The landscape is completely different. She is operating at a global level with a global reach. But I think the whole question of leadership is a very important point, and it always seems as though our elections are actually fought on leadership, because we vote for leader. that is who we are.
But that is societal though, because we like to see we leader.
We do,
right? We like to see we leader. You child get licks at school. What Caribbean is gonna? What he say?
Against the head teacher. Of course,
right? When you in church, the whole church could come and lay hands on you and pray for you in the hospital. If the pastor don't turn up,
you don't get prayer for?
You want to get prayer for. And matter of fact, someone when they can even go back to the church.
Yeah.
It's a very societal thing that we have. I want to see the leader. It's just the way we do it. And the Barbados Labour Party has been better at exploiting that than the Democratic Labour Party. I mean, the last time the Democratic Labour Party had it was very short-lived with David Thompson.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we know how that ended, and that brought in Frooms. So you know, yeah, I mean, that's all I can say about that. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the way how Prime Minister Motley, well, she ain't Prime Minister, I guess, because pardon my parole, Mia Motley, would have run the campaign from that perspective. If you thought that was the best way for you to run it on leadership, run it that way. If Verla thought the best way to run was team on a constituency basis, which has always been the tactic of the Democratic Labour Party, it's nothing new there, so be it. I think both parties have always run very different campaigns.
They have. But
there's nothing new.
You know, I think Miss Motley would probably win hands down on the point of leadership in this particular election. And of course, and because of the reputation and the the length of time that she's been in this game, and you know, people would criticize that rightly or wrongly in terms of her record, and that's what politics is all about. You know, if you've got a record and people can pick at it, they will. But on the point of leadership, I think what she has shown in Barbados and across the region and internationally is she's a leader that is in step with the times that we're living in. You know, some people might not like that because clearly, as we discovered in our show 2 weeks ago in the living room, there's also a disconnect when a leader is highly visible internationally, but then the record locally that is being interrogated, the two things don't seem to match. So that is where people have, I think, a little bit of an issue when they start to delve into the whole leadership question with Prime Minister Motley.
I agree. Look, the whole world questioning one up. Yeah, okay. Election in Barbados with this woman. She's the best leader in the world as far as we're concerned. So there is that. There's a different profile, obviously, internationally than locally. Well, is it? Not really. It's a hard one. But to me, I don't see any way how she ran the campaign from a leadership perspective. That's fine. I mean that is the strong point. That is her strong point against who she's running against from the Democratic Labour Party, who's the main challenging party, and all the other parties. I mean, who in the other parties? I don't even know.
Well, it would be good to hear from the guys in the audience about some of the other candidates that they might have encountered. Those of you who are in Barbados, you know, if you've encountered them, the other candidates on the ground. I'm going to go back to a point about a candidate that I found particularly interesting that made me chuckle about your your Alexander candidate.
You know, this is actually quite an interesting comment. You know,
he's not capable of eating sauce.
This is I you know, I know the pronunciation name there, so but Werner. Interesting comment. It's it's more than an interesting comment actually, because I must admit, as I watched, I was saying a similar thing as well. If he's coming across a little too
aloof,
highbrow, attempting to be down here, and sometimes it's a communication thing. And as I say, and sometimes to generate the way of communicating it takes time. Everybody communicates different.
Yeah.
I don't really think you can argue when you know Ronnie's background. You can't even put him anywhere near an elitist comment, to be fair. When you know his background and how he grew up and where he grew up and that kind of stuff, nowhere near. So from that perspective, disagree. But where I do agree is perhaps in the way in trying to elevate the conversation, which I think he did very well. It could come across as if he was speaking down to people in trying to elevate the conversation, because sometimes there's a danger. If you try to bring the conversation up, and I do believe the politics in Barbados, the level of conversation needs to come up, right? But you got to be able to do it in a way that bring people with you and not feeling as if you talking down to people.
Yeah.
And I think over time, he'll figure that out.
Yeah, he will, and that connection is really important because again, just as we've worked for the leader, the connection with the member of parliament and people who are vying for a seat is really important. If people can't connect with you, have to feel first up, man, you two up there, and I think perhaps he's looking for a transition, but he's looking for a transition quickly. And that's where some of the disconnect can happen. Because I do agree. I think there's an elevation that needs to happen in our politics, in the conversation, in the way we campaign, etc. But you got to give people the space to go on that journey. Because as soon as you try to come almost parachute that change in upon people, you get a disconnect. And it feels as though maybe that's where he's been landing in the campaign.
Yeah,
As he was going through the campaign.
And I say, first time out, trying to figure out how to communicate. But interesting point though, and I take the point because it was something that I observe as well. Someone mentioned the AG as in Dale Marshall. Oh yeah. If you ask Dale Marshall anything, he always responded as, "Who is this idiot and what you asking me now? You don't have the right to ask me anything." With that smirk on your face. I call him Uncle Phil. Because you remember me Uncle Phil off of
Fresh Prince.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It's called the Uncle Phil. But yeah, so it's an interesting point. Now,
go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Now I was gonna ask you, when you look at the campaigns as a whole, how you think they connected with people on that same topic of communication?
I felt it was a little bit difficult to gauge. And I don't know if because of the way that I was consuming it, but I felt that the connection with people in the overall campaign. So let me deal with the Democratic Labour Party first. I felt they were more ready than people felt they were. Okay,
I agree with that.
And they seem to have rallied and riled their base up to get them out. It felt to me as though it was coming across quite authentic. It felt as though there were connections being made, but there were some candidates on the ticket that I felt, look, no, I can't see you winning a seat in this election, the next election, or the one after that. Right?
Explain further in the comments there, Werner, as we continue. Sorry, go ahead.
But I felt the connections were being made, and they had a lot of work to do to make that connection. Because of where they were starting from with their 13-0 drubbing in 2018. But the efforts were quite solid. I felt I was not in complete agreement with how the candidates who came back from the last administration were reintegrated into this campaign. I felt like that didn't quite work for me, but we'll talk about that a little bit more later on. But overall, I felt that to me, they made a strong connection, although I found it a little bit difficult sometimes to really understand how it was happening, given the way that I was viewing it. But it seems as though it came across quite well. I think similarly, you can say the Barbados Labour Party's campaign was very strong. The Prime Minister was the face of it. There are people who connect with the Prime Minister, but they don't necessarily connect with some of the candidates on the ticket. And I think that that's really important. When you observe how the Labour Party machinery was utilized across the campaign, the Prime Minister was used very, very effectively. And I think that's why it would have seemed as though the Labour Party campaign was very cohesive. It was quite strong. They bought their people out in numbers, and it felt as though, the connections were being made. So I think I would say on both sides of the campaigns, you could see that a lot of effort was being made. The Democratic Labour Party had to work a lot harder, but they made too many mistakes in my view. And I think the Labour Party got their people out, connected with them, and rallied very, very strongly as a party that was, defending their record. You're gone on mute.
Schoolboy area. I think they never did this before. I agree with you there 100%. I think the thing that I always impressed with is Labour Party machinery. You
that
listening up
machinery
to make
is
sure
well oiled.
you making sure any results ain't coming back yet. You listening? You checking? We gotta check on this thing. Check
Man,
Barbados today.
Ellis still talking, man.
Look on Barbados today and
Them
see
still
if we bring
talking
that in.
enough too. I ain't seeing
You
nothing in
talking
the chat there, but no results yet.
Oh, okay.
But guys in the chat, keep an eye out and just let us know if you see anything, cause then conversations might put me sleep.
No, the Labour Party machinery is always good. You can always be impressed of it. Obviously, I would say it's since me and Motley took over, the machinery is on steroids. The way how they do things. I mean, right up to the thing that always amused me is every time they announce someone to come and speak on the platform, they always swarm by these placard bearing people, bring them up, and I like. Since when this become a thing?
It's a thing. It is a thing.
Yeah, but it has become a thing now. Ladies and gentlemen, Ross Springer. All of a sudden, 10 people around, he got come up to the thing. Like, what the heck I see?
Like a boxer coming into a fight,
Like a boxer, exactly. Like he's Anthony Joshua or something coming into the ring. Which I suppose it is a ring. It is a theater.
I like it. I actually like it.
But it is something that and it catches the eye. Don't get you wrong. And it don't hurt that the color that they're using is red, obviously. It don't hurt that is the case that the color is red. But the machinery is always good. The Democratic Labour Party is a complete step up this election from the last election, because in 2018, when you switch, you almost like if you were in two different countries. When you see who was campaigning against who, was like these guys in the same country as these guys over here. But the Democratic Labour Party step up. I 100% agree with you. Whether or not it translates into votes or not is a different thing. The Democratic Labour Party were by far more ready for this election than even I give them credit for. This whole thing about catching them off guard and what have you, there's a point to it, because
I got a point on that I can make when you finish. But
I think we can make the same point, but go ahead. Anything, but
you can.
To put on a platform, let me put it that way. To put on a campaign, to put on a quote unquote show, to field 30 candidates, to actually have a strategy of how they move around the country, irrespective of the issues, to put out a manifesto, which I don't know how many people is reading manifestos, but we could talk about that later. But they were by far more ready than I think anybody was anticipating. And more importantly, the country was in a mood to listen to the Democratic Labour Party. And I think, I could be wrong, but Barbados Labour Party supporters were going to tell me, I think that actually spooked the Barbados Labour Party a little bit, that people were actually listening.
Yeah, I think so.
I think there was a whole the bond want to hear from them, and then when they bring back the four amigos or whatever you want to call them, people was like, nobody definitely want to hear from them.
Well,
but
before
beyond that was not true.
Before you get to them, one of the things that I felt was quite strong with the Democratic Labour Party, and this is a compliment to Verla de Pisa, I actually felt that she grew considerably over the course of their campaign. I mean, I'll be honest, the first night when I was listening to Verla, I was like, all right, go ahead. Yeah, okay. But once you get past that, in fairness to her, I felt her delivery was good. She's very convicted by what she was saying. I felt anyway, and I felt as though she personally was making a connection with people that perhaps they weren't expecting. That was one of the surprises for me. I felt that connection with Verla to the base felt as though it grew considerably over the course of the campaign.
100% agree. As I said, as we thought the first night, I was like, yo, this is going to be a long, well campaign, boy. Yo. Yep. Because on that first night as well, I believe Richard Seeley got to speak. And in my opinion, it was clear that at that time that they didn't even know how to pretend to be backing Verla. That's the way how I read, the way how I see the sport. People say, and vote for Verla here in St. Lucie. That's the kind of thing he did. I like, you need a big...
That you best silly that you can do.
Yeah, but see, they didn't look ready. He kind of grunty camping a little bit too. That first night, I don't know what around with because he just rolled out the bed and said, "Wait, election call, I can run." He didn't even ready. But you're right. Verla grew into the campaign. As time went on, I listened to her a little bit more and get to realize, very much to both Peter and to Bobby Moore's point earlier, they're just two different leaders.
Yeah.
You can't compare their styles. To attempt to compare their styles is actually doing both a disservice. Sometimes you gotta cut through Mia's quote unquote seemingly bombast and look and see what she actually has to offer. And sometimes you gotta cut through Verla's quiet, assumingly quiet demeanor and monotone way of speaking and actually listen to her. Now, when you listen to her, she has some valid points. Granted, to me, she makes a misstep. Sorry, just like me there just now.
Especially the despotic Democratic Barbados.
Yes, that was a howler.
I actually thought that was a meme. She actually says so.
That was a howler. But again, to her credit, she came back later on in the night and she said, "Look, I made a mistake. Held your hand up, but sometimes too late. The apology ain't really doing nothing." So that was the thing. But I thought from that perspective, where I thought the D's were not ready, and this is when you have and this is directly as a result of the drubbing in 2018, and perhaps needing more time to prepare candidates for this stage and this level, is that, in my opinion, some of the candidates, quite a few of the candidates, the older ones who are new to the arena, as well as some of the younger ones who are new to the arena, weren't ready to take the platform. They weren't ready to deliver on that stage as yet. Credit to the Barbados Labour Party, it seemed as if their younger people were more ready for the platform. And granted, they would have had in their pocket when they were going to call elections. So there was a bit more preparation, obviously, as the incumbent would be. Whereas I find the younger guys and some of the older guys who are first-timers weren't ready for the platform to speak, to enunciate, to get across their points and what's not. And in so doing, what happened, which was a disappointment for me from both parties, is that some of the younger members of the party then descended into old school politics of name calling and not really talking about the future, but talking about the past. And again, innuendo about people's, whether there's been enough drinking or sexuality and this and that and next and the third, and on both sides I saw it from Marsha Cattle when she was thinking, and I was so disappointed because Marsha Cattle is a bright lady. I was like, well, you don't need to go there. And if you got all the record that you see you have, you don't need to go there. And then I saw it on of course we talk about Dawn and the issue she had, and then a couple others as well on the Democratic Labour Party. I was like, dude, don't go there. Leave that for Trevor Prescott on the Barbados Labour Party side. Leave that leave that for George Payne when he did decide to make an appearance. And on the Democratic Labour Party side, leave all that stuff for Eswick and for Lashley. But y'all younger ones on both sides, is to show Barbados that we can move forward with a different type of politics. To me, the only young politician that did that the best, hands down, was Ronnie Yearwood, in my opinion.
Okay.
The communication issues aside, I mean the way how he spoke.
Well, I felt the point about not being ready, to me, translated into pockets of multiple campaigns being run within a single campaign.
Yeah, you said that before.
And I was like, it did not feel, and I think it went on for too long, and that's where I felt perhaps they might have lost, people's attention, because it did not feel like a coherent campaign around a singular message. The BLP were running the campaign around Safer with Mayor. That is the message. The Democratic Labour Party was running the campaign about One Barbados. Then there was another theme and even your boy Ronnie had something set different on his shirt when he appeared on stage. There were like
Get it done.
Get it done. He running on get it done. And then you had Eswick and Lashley over there and Seeley doing them. It just felt like
And breathe. Look as ignorant as ever. What for Celine? And breathe. What the hell this idiot doing?
It felt like multiple campaigns within a campaign that did not have a singular direction of what they were trying to achieve, and that was really, really disappointing.
Journal politique. Yes, they're still counting and stuff, but we're gonna be monitoring all the different news outlets in Barbados, so we're gonna bring you some of that stuff as well.
I have
stuff coming. Oh, hold that. The funniest moment in the campaign for me. Go ahead, play. And obviously, you always have a few memes coming out of when the young people talk. When people talking, not just young people, but this is one of the funnier ones that we had.
For sure.
This is one of the funniest things to me.
to speak. I have achievements to speak.
What are you showing up?
Look, guys, we gotta keep ourselves awake, okay? Oh my word!
Indeed.
Boy, look, that had me laughing for days.
Every time I see it, I would laugh. And look, they had a lot of memes, but for whatever reason, that's the one that stand out for me. It was. I can start laughing every time I see it. But anyway, but I find. Let me forget what we talked about now. You're sure that it. Any results in yet? You checking? Oh, guys in the audience, do us a favor. Hit share. Bring in as many people as you can. We know generally we watch elections and we watching on the news outlets, but we already see what they're giving. We giving a different type of election coverage tonight. We going through the night. We gonna be up. So yes, we can do some stuff to give you a little laugh here and there. At some point, we can bring in some of y'all to have a chat as well. So be prepared for that. You don't have to have your camera on wherever you go in the Caribbean and you just want to talk in general. We can have a chat. But that's what we can do for the night. That is what we're doing. The predictions. Predictions, Mark?
Whoa, that's a tough one, man. That is a tough one. I mean, how to play that? I don't know. I feel like I go through the constituencies to do that justice.
You think so?
Yeah. I don't want to just pluck a number.
Oh. You see, 23-7. I hard to give it a thing.
Who's the seven? Who's the seven?
Exactly. I don't even know. But as I said at the beginning, from the beginning, I said the only thing that would surprise me tonight is a Democratic Labour Party win. Even if I saw, she's what's this? A massive defeat. Now you're joking. Now,
who's that?
This is. I can forget how to pronounce his name. Is Werner
Bloomberg?
Werner Bloomberg at 27, a massive defeat for the Barbados Labour Party.
Wow.
I can't see it. I can't see it.
But I'll tell you something. That would be the greatest election.
I would eat this microphone here right now in front of everybody. The only thing that would surprise me is a Democrat Labour Party win. I actually would not be surprised because I think in many ways, I think in many ways the voter turnout is going to be a decider as well, because if turnout is as low as,
but it seems as though turnout was quite low. I don't know what the others who are on the ground.
You got to ask yourself, well, who it is that turn out, so that's where everything could be up in the air. But I think I expect it should be another Barbados Labour Party win. Personally, I can't see past potentially 4, maybe 5, if there was even. And this is again, this ain't based on nothing scientific. This ain't based on no polls. This ain't based on nothing. It's just based on watching the thing, the whole thing over time, and saying.
We will, Dexter.
Yes, I believe. Yeah. Hey, Dexter, how we doing? How things over there in
Vinci.
in St. Vincent, in good old Vinci land? Let us know how things are going. Buenos noches, my brother. I know you think former ambassador there in Cuba, from Vinci.
I can. You go ahead. I can pull down these constituencies and then we can run through with a conversation. Cause I think we can get to a number.
So my whole thing is just based on anecdotal. As I watch, as I listen, see who could potentially do something. My thing, St. James South, Ronnie Yearwood. Ronnie's my ex boy. I like Ronnie.
But do you think that is enough for people to get out there and vote for him?
The thing is about it that we wouldn't know and I wouldn't know, obviously, Mark, is that we don't know on the ground. Right? We don't know on the ground. So on the ground, I wasn't there. So I talked to so many people. So many conversations, my WhatsApp, my not IG, my WhatsApp and different places just been going mad. My Facebook and that kind of thing. I just talked to a lot of people and just feeling on the ground. Personally, I like Ronnie. That is one I could give them.
I would agree. I think he's a very strong candidate.
And I think his star grew over time throughout the election as well. And he spoke better and that kind of stuff. So that is one, right? I don't know what's going to happen. And this, again, this is not me saying they will win. This is just the 4 that I could potentially see. It seemed like bare money gets spent in St. Philip. It seemed like only 2 candidates in Democrat. Everybody has some serious money. Well, 3, to be honest with you. Because Celia in there too. Had some serious money and was washing your money out in St. Philip. So potentially anything can happen out there. Having said that, I got to admit, I actually like Kay McConney too. So that is just me. I just like what she's bringing to the table. There's that. So that is 3 there, right? Again, I don't know what's going on down in St. Michael because Sealy's the next man that have money, and that is a rumor that has been going on that potentially he could do something. Will St. John return? I don't see it, and the reason why I don't see it is because I think they would have had a better chance if the fella Reefer was back. But to me, if a man election get called and a man tell you he can't do it because he got prior engagement,
he was never in it.
He ain't in it. So go on about your business, and that just tell me that's St. George, sorry. That's tell me that right there.
That's St. George North.
That's St. George North, sorry. St. John, I don't know who it is that running out there. So, and it don't seem like people know. I always wondered to why Verla didn't go to St. John instead of St. Lucie.
All right.
Although St. Lucie the thing. And then there's Verla. So that's the 5 that I could potentially see. Anything else would surprise me.
Let me just bring this back here for a minute, right? So St. Lucie. That's a 2-horse race really between Peter Phillips and Verla. I feel potential. Verla has run a very strong campaign from what I've heard, and there's potential that she could probably pip that seat. So that's one. Alwyn Babb is a new candidate for the DLP. St. Peter has never been a Democratic Labour Party seat ever. And I probably don't expect a reversal on that one, but Alwyn did a great job as a first-time candidate. But I don't think, even though, to be honest, Colin Jordan, though, I mean, the only thing that's saving that seat is Owen Arthur's legacy.
Long dose of salt. I don't see it. Anyhow.
But I don't think he will get
Lisa
removed.
said no, Mark. Will you say there? So
who's that?
Lisa. I can't remember. I didn't see what she responded to.
No, what you mean in St. Lucie?
Maybe, I don't know. But anyway, explain, Lisa.
St. Andrew,
moving right along.
George Payne's seat.
That's what.
That is probably going to be retained by the base. People were talking about the AG. again, I hear all sorts of talk about Randall Rose, but he's been around so many elections. But I don't really think this is going to be the one for him. St. John is Andre Worrell. I heard him quite a few times on the campaign, you know, making a lot of noises about his community work.
Don't see it.
It depends on whether or not the Labour Party base is prepared to come back out and return that seat, because it does have a very strong historic legacy with the Dems. But I don't know. Possibly. I think St. John is a possibility, although I think the candidate probably wasn't that strong.
Mm-hmm.
The city is a really interesting one, actually. I like the young fella Key Marstro. I thought he was one of the shining lights as well on the Democratic Labour Party side.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the Barbados Labour Party has put a lot of support behind Corey Lane, and I kind of think he might kind of run home with the city. And of course, the city is Colonel Bostic is the incumbent there at the moment.
Kemar is an interesting one too for the Democrat. I mean, I agree with that. I see Corey Lehman in that. Kemar, and even if on the coattails of Colonel Bostic, whom many Bajans would say and agree, did a great job shepherding through this period. And I think I think you're the one who commented on his speech when he passed over to Corey, actually, which was very good, to be honest.
I thought it was tremendous. I thought it was very gracious. Tremendous.
And again, that's something that the Labour Party does very, very well.
Absolutely.
Transition. You would never know the fighting that going on in that party when it comes to stand up on the platform. You would never know it. I think Kemar is a good fella. He's a bright fella. I thought at times he needed to bring a little bit more to the table in his speaking. He's one to me that should be looking forward, rather than trying to play the old politics on the platform. So he's one that I aim at. But no doubt he has a future.
Shining star.
Will it be this time around? Not sure.
It probably might be a close run thing, but I think the machinery is going to probably bring Corey home.
Yeah, the machine. The machinery, man.
Man, this is what is with elections.
Yeah.
And then there is the twos, the North and South in St. George. And I really thought that the Democratic Labour Party should have gone after this seat in St. George North.
They would have had to go and get
I just don't feel too anymore. There's too much credibility problems there for people not to really feel as though, look, on seat her, man. On seat to anymore.
And she's not a politician, in my opinion.
No.
But we can come back to that, because there's another. We had a chat the other day about what's going on in Barbados now regarding who's becoming politicians.
Yeah.
And
blurring of the lines, man.
This is not to say that any and everybody can go into elective politics when and if they want. This is just an observation that I'm making.
Yeah. So she might very well return. You know, she might very well hold that seat, because again, I'm not sure that the Democratic Labour Party got their strategy right in St. George North. I can't see the screen because I gone full screen there, so I might be missing the comments. Who's that?
That's Didi saying that Colin was a speaker at something at the Alexander School and she went sleep. Didi, behave yourself, please. You behaving worse than me. You trying to outdo me?
But there's probably some truth in that.
I have no doubt. There's plenty truth in that.
I going all in with Dawn Marie in St. George South. This young lady needs to be. Listen, you see how you feel about Ronnie?
Ronnie.
I feel about her, but she got a hell of a job to do. This guy Dwight got the most votes in the last election of any candidate, so she's got a hell of a job to do, and she can do it, but. Yeah, I don't know, but she would be one of mine, definitely one of mine. So I going DLP in St. George South.
Okay.
Then we up by you.
Who, St. James?
Yeah, St. James North. Edmund Hinkson. To be honest, I haven't really heard a lot from him in the campaign.
Hey,
really,
he's one of them missing in actions, man.
Yeah.
So know name about him, but again, it might ride on Mia.
Yeah, if that seat is held, it will be on the leader for sure. Kerry Simmons. deserves to be unseated, but he probably again will likely hold. Because I am sure that I heard a lot from Paul Gibson over the course of the campaign. And your boy
Not
Ronnie,
enough. It's
not enough.
again. He's one of the clearly senior people. Not senior as I mean in age, not necessarily senior within the party. People who seem that the election come a year too early as far as being able to put forward, because he spoke a lot on the health issues, because I think he's the pharmaceutical practitioner, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he is the farmer. Yeah,
he spoke a lot on the health issues, but again, some of it was not very. I'm sure he's a bright person.
It wasn't.
But you got to be able to put across a coherent message and speak with some authority.
It was too much lecture. It was too much lecture and not a campaign.
And even then, you were going to complain for he if he was your lecturer, because it didn't. You were like, "What are you talking about?" You know, understand? So even then, it was like that.
Look, we going with Ronnie and St. James South.
I only be again. This is nothing, statistical that I doing. It just going on feel, right? Mm-hmm. Wait, this Kentley tell me that we clueless in analysis, but Kentley, buddy, that's all totally up to you. Get in the chat and tell me what's yours. We ain't a political analysis and we ain't got no weight there. We simply going on what we see. You can't tell me that we clueless because we going on what we see. Talk about what you see, buddy.
All right then.
Move on. As I tell you, this in the news, not CBC. Come, we can talk what we want. So
I'll go across by the nation
and listen to the others out there. No problem. Not at all. I like Ronnie. Is when I listen to Sandra, I listen to Ronnie. I like Ronnie. But we'll see.
I don't know what kind of record Sandra husband actually has.
Well, look, in her thing, she built a play park and a few other things. Man,
come on now. I just get fed up when I hear people talking about these low-level things that politicians deliver. I just be like, come on, man, there's got to be more to this than that. Okay. So that's definitely a 28 to 2.
And believe it or not, he more optimistic than me.
Yeah, I am.
so and he only had 2.
Okay, Christchurch East Central. As much as I've heard from Rashid Belgrave, who seems to be a fine young lawyer, who is very popular, connects well with the base. I don't know if he's going to draw enough people in Christchurch East Central though to reverse Ryan Strawn, who again I don't remember hearing a lot from in the campaign.
He spoke a bit at the manifesto launch and stuff, and he's another bright fella. But again, someone, in my opinion, who come into this politics thing and isn't necessarily that. He's probably fantastic. He reminds me a lot, as you use this analogy all the time with Gordon Brown here in the UK. He's fantastic in the background, but doesn't come across that great when you listen to him. So, yeah, but Ryan is a bright fella.
Yeah, he I'm hoping for a competition there, but potentially, I think Strawn is probably in a strong position. Sean Tudor's an interesting one. I know Sean. Long expected him to throw his hat into the ring of politics a long time ago, but he's gone in, and we will see. Beyond the Dems and the Bs in Christchurch East Central, I think it's going to be a hell of a fight for any of the other candidates. Then we get to Wilfred Abrahams in Christchurch East, who is an interesting candidate. The problem that we've got here is Dennis Lowe, I feel, and I just don't know.
I would say this for the Democratic Party strategy in this campaign, they really keep he low, because I think I only hear from he once any of the national scale stuff. I would say they clearly, I don't know if there's something they're seeing in the constituency that says that people want him back, but then they kept him thing.
But those numbers there, that 1350 at the bottom of that page is low, and as much as 2018 is an outlier, he is the person who lost the seat. So I don't know if he thinks that he's has done enough in the last 3 years, which I gather that most of these guys who've come back haven't done anything. They've been off reflecting, which is all they've been saying every time you put a microphone in front of them. I've done some reflecting, spent some time with my family, and I'm ready to come back. So I'm not convinced that Law will unseat Wilfred Abrahams, who, again, the machinery is probably going to be
it's all about the machinery, I think.
Yeah.
And during the politics, we still monitoring. We got Barbados today on, we got CBC on, we got everybody on. They're doing exactly what we're doing at the moment. Talking and what's not. The things only closed 3 hours ago. Nothing is out as yet, as far as I can see.
You're watching because I see Nation got Barry Wilkinson here now. So
all right, go on to Nation. Let's see what they're talking.
Let me just canter through the rest of this. Ralph Torn, incumbent, strong candidate, I think. Very, very well. Came across very, very well in the campaign with some really brilliant speeches. This guy, Mark Laurent, I only heard him spoke once, but he was exceptional, I thought. Really, really coherent package of policies that he was pushing forward. And I quite like him. But again, first timer, don't know. Not sure how much he's going to do there. So that's a BLP. So whoever's keeping count can tell me how much I'm up to.
I think you still at 2.
I still at 2. Christchurch West Central, Adrian Ford. I don't anticipate any changes there. This seat in Christchurch West, William Duguid, I actually didn't think that he was going to be in this election, so I was quite surprised that he actually gone back for another term.
There's also a little bit of rumor there.
Oh dear. Don't get me in trouble.
Get me in trouble? Or didn't get me in trouble?
Don't get me Sue.
Oh, you didn't get me Sue? You can't get me Sue, man. Well, a little birdie said that's why he posted this come up first. The chatter was that when the elections get announced, do get posters the out before the
nomination
finish, before the broadcast finish. So they're too late to get rid of it.
Lord have mercy. But they can't do nothing to me now because my posters up.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Let me just say that. Yeah.
Guess he's watching. William.
You know what I mean?
But he's up against one of your guys, huh?
Yeah. I mean, again, don't know. Don't see that changing.
I would agree with that. I think that's gonna likely stay in his hands, but whether or not he serves another term would be interesting too. Then you're into all these St. Michael's. The East, Trevor Prescott. Again, I was really surprised that he's back in the election also, but seemed to have ran quite a strong campaign. Very, very visible as an activist and quite possibly will return. This will be the biggest shock of the night. St. Michael Northeast.
Moving right along. Damien Griffith was the sacrificial lamb.
He said a lot of nice things on the campaign.
I didn't even know how the guy campaigned with a straight face. That's the honest truth.
He was very, very serious.
I was like, really? Dude, how much do you practice that if not break out and laugh and you say,
yeah, the next representative for St. Michael Northeast.
Let me get rid of the break. I'm like, what? Nonsense. Anyway.
And then there's the man who's gone down in the Fort Law in Barbados election history, the achievements seat in St. Michael Northwest.
Well, I hearing a lot of chatter about this one, I hearing a lot of chatter about this one with Ryan Walters, actually. And I chatter that Walters' ground game was pretty good, and he potentially could do something down there. I'm sure
that Roe is actually a strong candidate either. And well, this is the Chris Sinclair old seat, and I kind of think that there might be some strong Democratic Labour Party work that has happened on the ground in the North St. Michael Northwest. So I hold that one hoping for a gain for that one for the Dems.
You assuming that Chris Sinclair do anything to help based on the article the other day? I don't know. Unless he's friends with this young fella here. But based on the article, I would say he didn't do much to help there.
I don't know, but given that the base has been coming back up quite strong, I think, and I don't think the candidate on the BLP side is very good. I think there's a chance in St. Michael Northwest. Then St. Michael North, Davidson Ishmael. This is the this is what's his name? Toppin. This is the old Toppin seat.
Oh,
Ronald Toppin.
yeah.
Yeah. So these are all new candidates here, really. So again, I think this is going to be very much down to how much effort the Prime Minister has put into this St. Michael North
No,
seat.
that going
But
on.
he has had a lot of support from Ronald Toppin.
The thing with Toppin is that he don't so much, but he's always been very solid as far as delivering the seat. So
yeah, absolutely. So
and again, is that transitioning that the Barbados their party
they do it well,
very well.
Yeah,
supporting whoever coming in. The bigger pictures always take precedence.
Vote for Celia and Brief. St. Michael, so central. No, he has had a pretty lavish campaign in across the board. And
well, yeah, he campaign launch is the one that baffled me. I was like, but your campaign launch was bigger than the whole party launch, though.
Aren't they?
The whole gospel concert on Barbados today and all that kind of stuff. I was like, what is man doing? So anyway, to me, he left the door open for the continuous attacks about leadership and actually who will lead the party after the election, irrespective of what happened. That's what that is. But anyway.
Yeah, but he's up against Marsha Carroll, who I think there's a bit of a connection problem with her, actually.
Connection in a way.
I'm not sure that she we talk about how people connect to the audience in the course of this election. She just seems a little bit distant to me. But she's the incumbent, and I guess it depends on how well the Prime Minister has supported her in her constituency against Celi's very lavish campaign, and whether or not she'll be returned. So
yeah, again, another bright lady. In my opinion, not a good campaigner, but I don't know if that makes a difference really in this campaign. But another bright lady, Celie, from again rumblings are saying potentially he's a slight favorite.
I can go for Celie to unseat her, man, because I don't think that she's
for Celie in this one.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. But I think that he's his campaign has been interesting. He's trying to almost remind Barbadians what a fantastic minister of tourism he was, if he was.
What he says it every time.
Every single campaign meeting.
Anybody listening, he telling. He can tell you that. So,
but I think he has the opportunity to gain this seat, because I'm not convinced that Marsha has ran a good enough campaign, but the Prime Minister might be the person that brings her home again.
I think her proximity to Mia is what would probably do that, to be honest with you.
But I going for Celie there in St. Michael's South Central.
So that's three now? What is that?
I think I'm 4.
Yeah, 4 now? Okay.
St. Michael West. Who was in this seat? St. Michael West.
Who was this before? I know.
But these are all new candidates, so I can't really make any particular comment on St. Michael West, because I don't remember any fantastic outstanding contribution from the two leading parties in
I heard Christopher Gibbs speak. If I were to put the two of them on speaking alone, on messaging and in my opinion connection, I would say Christopher has that more than
Ricardo Williams.
To be honest with you, that's my view.
So clearly,
and the handover as well. How it was handed over.
I think that's what is likely to make a big difference, and you got to give that to the Barbados Labour Party. When it comes to the transition, they know how to do it well, and they've been very visible, those except in St. Andrew. They've been, but although I think the St. Andrew machinery has been on the ground and invisible, so I think he's the young gentleman in St. Andrews had that support from Payne, but I generally think that the transitions have worked well. So you gotta go for that seat to be held in St. Michael West. South.
It's only St. Michael.
Tight shirt minister.
Yeah, he in. Don't worry about Kirk.
Yeah, he represented himself quite well. St. Michael West Central.
Jill Curtis Cave is the Alex fellow, not the other Cave, not Andrew Cave. Again, I don't really. Again, this is the problem for a lot of these guys. I don't really know Ian Edgehill, really. Curtis, to me, acquitted himself well as a young person and new to the fore. But again, was it 6 or 7 months too early? In my opinion,
too early for him.
In my opinion, he was one that was not ready for the stage. He did well in what he did, but he wasn't ready to carry in a general election, in my opinion, with the gravitas and the command of the platform and the issues that were needed from someone. So I would say it comes slightly too early, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree. And I say Michael East is where, for me, the Democratic Labour Party strategy wasn't as strong as it could have been, because for me, given where the country has been and the response with education and COVID and everything, there should have been a concerted effort to unseat the education minister, who wasn't really that visible during the campaign to me either. But I don't think the candidate for the Democratic Labour Party was good enough, and I just don't feel from what he's been saying that he's done enough to really unseat Cynthia Bradshaw. I would be surprised.
I don't think, because so much of, in my opinion, the lens that I believe people look at the Democratic Labour Party through in this election was, are you ready for me to give you a chance?
Yeah.
And then it depends on who you're coming up with in that conversation. Now, my point personally, and I've said it before, and people chew me up online about it, but I don't care. Cynthia has been one of the worst education ministers in Barbados. I
don't think many. Well, why people would chew you up for that? Well, I think there's so much rumblings about that.
Some people chew me up for that. She has been the worst. One of the key things that was missing in this election that deserves some scrutiny. And again, somebody asked me about the political scientists and what's not doing the jobs of the opposition. Besides the point, this is where people would challenge. When you look at COVID strategy and what's not, no, in particular education, that has been a complete failure. I've said it before, I say it again. In my opinion, the children of Barbados were sacrificed to the altar.
Hang on.
What you got there? You got something you're bringing in?
Just give me 1 second.
Votes. I can also give you NB1. NB1AH. Cynthia Bradshaw, 197. Pedro Shepherd, 58. Patrick Tannis, 16. And 1 rejected. That is the latest update from the Parkinson School. I am Nick Maitland reporting on Barbados election results 2022.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Any
very
other
much,
results
Nick
for
Maitland.
us?
Just let me recap that for you then, David. Cynthia Bradshaw, 172 to 18 in NA1 A to Z. Then
Bad shot, yeah, Starcom. Bad shot.
Votes to Patrick Tannis. 250 Cynthia Bradshaw to Pedro Shepherd, 88. 16 votes to Patrick Tannis, and 197 Cynthia Bradshaw to Pedro Shepherd, 31, and 5 votes to Patrick Tannis. The first set of results coming in there from St. Michael Southeast, where the incumbent Cynthia Bradshaw well out front. David, we're going to have to take a break. We'll come right back with more updates and other reports. Stay with us.
He's a Sandra Bradshaw just now.
He's like this. Thought so for a minute. So early results, Cynthia.
With the graphics is for this though, what's CBC doing? I need to see graphics and thing, man. We ain't got the graphics for one, right? But we can try to find the people with that was Starcom, right?
Yeah.
Them ain't ready. That is Nation. And I see he there with a newspaper in front here. If that be extensive graphics we get for Nation, I'm about that here.
So Barbados, they're still over there talking. Lord have mercy. Anyway, let me wind up this. Let me run through. So, yeah, wrong candidate for Cynthia. Then you got Atherley and Arthur Holder, which I think we and Corey Cox. I actually thought
that we were wondering who was running in it. That was Atherley who moved across the sea, actually.
I actually thought Corey Cox was really good on the campaign trail. He's got a good future.
I like Corey, another Alexandra boy. Paradua Adestra. Don't get tired. Don't jealous me. Where I find Corey, to me, when I listened, and I listened quite a lot as I, you know, to him, what I want, in my opinion, he was molding himself almost after Eswick.
David Eswick.
Yeah. Without, I don't think they could ever got another Eswick. Don't get me wrong. Don't get that with that one. But I mentioned earlier about how some of the younger politicians disappointed me in the way how they were approaching the platform and approaching certain issues. As much as I like him for what he did, but I think I could clearly see someone who was much better and much smarter and much more capable of delivering what he was delivering, in my opinion. And again, this comes back to me that made me say, as ready as they were at this level, at the next level down, which was the platform, it don't seem as if they were that ready. As good as better a performance and better of a campaign that they put on than I expected. And it was a good campaign for the Democratic Party, don't get me wrong. It's just that I expected a little more from him. When I look at the Democratic Party thing, there were about candidates. There were about 3 or 4 candidates that I think if they had come together as a core of the future, and really project aspiration, strategy, and what have you, and don't get down in the silliness of politics, he was one of them that I had to do that, and he did a certain extent, but not as much as I expected.
And that's where I think the lack of readiness really hindered the Democratic Labour Party. Not so much on the stage and the campaign and the music and the aesthetics and optics, but if they had more time to be able to bring together a core grouping of young futurists and people who are thinking about how they want to drive this party forward and their core messages that they're going to absolutely land, I think they would have done a lot better. So too soon for some of them, but he is one of the leading
without a doubt
performers
without a doubt
in that young cohort, for sure.
Without a doubt. And I hope that if they do get some seats and they gotta then do some stuff with the Senate, that he's one that they put, because I think it would be great to hear his voice on the national platform speaking to certain issues as we go on.
Yeah, what influence you reckon Avali is going to have in this seat?
Well, I hear people saying that he in there to kind of trip up
to divide the vote,
between him and Arthur Holder. But I really don't think that that's gonna be the case. I mean, I'm sorry, who's you? I don't really think that's gonna be the case. I don't think he can have any impact. I'd be surprised if he have any impact at all.
I don't really. Interesting one, but I think the Arthur Holder will likely hold St. Michael Central, and then you got the St. Philip 3. We'll be missing one because one wasn't printed in the digital edition. Michael Ashley and Sonia Brown.
I got admit, I friend St. Philip. I don't know who Sonia Brown.
My father told me she went to visit he last week.
What is it?
He tells she, I voted for you last time. Why never see you again?
But there you go. I'll be honest. I look, and people don't chastise me or anything here, but I actually don't know who Sonia Brown is. I don't think I heard that name in 3 years.
Yeah.
I honestly thought she was a new candidate. That's just me. I all got a different view. I don't know who she is.
Well, it feels as though Michael Ashley re-emerging, although again we can come back to that point about how those 4 re-emerge. It feels as though he has had a fairly long spell in St. Philip North, and people. I think Michael Ashley will win this seat.
You think so?
I think so.
We can see.
I don't listening to Sonia Brown on the campaign trail was not very inspiring, I have to say. But I think again, this is the machinery of those who were able to do a bit of a lavish campaign on the Democratic Labour Party side, and I think Lashley was one of them.
He was one.
Absolutely.
He was definitely one.
I think Indarware, from what I've heard from some people on the ground, has not been very visible in his constituency, but he seemed to have got some really good ideas around agriculture. But I don't know how that is translating for people and for Barbados. It don't seem as though it really is producing a lot of significant response.
No,
so
I could be wrong. So but Kadir,
No, I think he will probably win back that seat.
Okay.
I'm not going to go with Neil Marshall, but hey, I'm not voting. But I just going with what I've seen and heard from the candidates.
Well, I think he's in our neck of the woods, isn't it? St. Philip South.
Yeah, he's St. Philip South. Yeah.
Mangrove and thing in there.
It is.
Well, I had to tell my mother it was on the Democratic Party side just last week, so that was that.
There you go. Yeah,
but she know it ain't that rare.
All right then, name recognition, visible.
Yeah. But
okay.
Having said that, ain't gonna help you. Cause my mother would never vote for Barbados Party.
Really?
And she could talk off you head for 30 minutes about why. But when she was a young girl.
Oh, Lord.
She's one of them that will never change. So it made a difference in there. She just want to know who it is, because that's who gets she is.
Let me shout out Shauna Knights. Shauna, good night. How you doing, man? Good to see you. And the one that's missing is St. Philip West with David Eswick.
David Eswick and Kay McConney.
Yes, I this is an interesting one because I think Kay McConney has some really interesting, strong strengths and laid out her stall quite well from what I heard across the campaign and her representing Barbados in Toronto and Geneva and all over the place and her work with the youth entrepreneurship scheme. Strong credibility. Can she do enough? John King is this is one transition that didn't work for me.
But John did come out on the platform,
Man, John didn't come up on the platform, man. John, John was there.
But no, he didn't come out.
He did.
He came out for about 10 seconds and do something and do a little thing. Look, the thing is, I believe for John is that wherever John going in, wherever he's going to do next will probably in some way, shape, or form depend on his relationship with the government. So, yeah, and the choice to come out there.
Yeah. You got to keep quiet
and say something. So, Renee, you got to explain what you mean by you run John out your seat. You got to tell me about that. But yeah, so that's gonna be an interesting one there. So how much dice you up to? Who was keeping count of Mark thing? I
up to about 5, man. So I don't really get too far.
Believe it or not, this man up to about 10 about a week ago.
No, what I said was the Labour Party needs to win at least 11 because this next parliamentary term has to be about really influencing the legislative change that the government wants to bring forward. So that's what I said. But I don't think their strategy was well enough defined to help them to get to that place, which is really sad. But hey, I guess
I agree. I don't think it was well enough defined. But what I would say is that I think they were helped by the short turnaround, which is an interesting one because I believe the political strategy was that a short turnaround for the Democratic Labour Party because they were not ready, and if you give a short enough turnaround, rightly or wrongly, or morally rightly or morally wrong, however people want to look at it, because constitutionally there's nothing wrong with it, but you can look and talk about the short time span whether morally it was correct. I think the short time span actually helped the Democratic Labour Party in that they were more ready than everybody said, including myself. I hold my hand up on that one, but on the other side, I think they thought they were going to be so unready that it can take them 2 or 3 weeks to get up to speed, and by that time, boom, time for elections, and you ain't had no time to get your message out. I think they were ready. However, as we said, they weren't that ready for the platform, and therefore a lot of mistakes were being made. I think if it had gone on longer, I think you might have get a bit more mistakes. So, people have changed right? Well, that is true. And they can get more people as the time go on. So I think the short turnaround actually helped the Democratic Labour Party because they clearly were ready, but not ready in all areas. And unfortunately, the areas where they were not ready was the subject of memes and what have you. And I think that could have really damaged them the longer time went on.
Hang on, let's just jump back in here for a sec.
K82, A28. K82, 88. Damien Griffith, 20. Mia Motley 154. Eric Turney 0. Damian Griffith 20. Mia Motley 154. Eric Turney 0. Number of valid ballot papers 174. Number found in ballot box 174. We go now to KA2 I to Z. KA2 I to Z. Damian Griffith 30. Mia Motley 125. Damian Griffith 30. Mia Motley 125. Eric Turney 1. Total amount of votes cast 156. 156. So now to KA3. KA3 A to D. KA3 A to D. Damian Griffith 41. Mia Motley 244. Eric Turney 4. Again, KA3 A to D. Damian Griffith 41. Mia Motley 244. Eric Turney 4. Total number of okay.
Just making a necessary adjustment, but Damian Griffith 41.
Why we present these things like this, though?
289.
You're muted.
I don't know why we present things like that. I wish we the underground I could do the graphics and stuff better. Cause do a such better job.
42. Mia Motley 227. Eric Turney 4. Damian Griffith 42. Mia Motley 227. Eric Turney 4. Total number of votes 273. 1 false. 273. 1 false.
So here is first of the information coming from Michael North. Of course, you got the candidate Damon from the DLP, Mia Motley from the DLP, and from the Barbados Freedom Party, Roy Turner. We'll come back a little bit later on with more results, but for the moment, Andrew Maestrom, the Barbados election results 2022.
Andrew, so the overall there, the updated overall tally is Mia Motley, 750 votes, that's 750, and Damian Griffith from the Democratic Labour Party, 133. Roy Turney, 9 votes in the first 4 boxes there. That's the update. We're going to go to break. When we come back, we have a couple more results and some more information right here for you on election results.
Try CBC a little bit. Let me just listening to hear with some of them they're talking, man.
Man, I was trying Barbados today, man, but them just talking.
Them they're talking, labber to stabber. Them ain't saying nothing.
Julius, it is in
CBC there, man.
Let me see what them go on, man.
Adrian, I don't agree, you know. I listen, in England they got a fella that's running every election here called Lord Buckethead. Right? I kid you not. The guys have a bucket on his head. I ain't even joking. Right? And then there's another one that's looked like Boss Hogg from Dukes of Hazzard that's running one of these elections too. I actually don't think you should make any barriers more than it need be for people to participate in your democracy. It's fine. They're not creating any noise. They're not doing anybody any harm. They're putting forward the case. The good thing I think about this particular election, and maybe in the future I think you're going to have to see, is that well, they will have no impact really on this election, I don't think, is that I think people appreciated the other voices from the other parties in this election. More than once, I've seen the comment that, some of these third parties got some real good young talent. Again, not going to make any difference in the election, don't get me wrong. But I think it's good that you get different voices, people trying different things and saying different things, because people are representing different people in different communities, right?
I don't think you want CBC. Sanka Price is hosting.
Oh,
and
oh my word.
He's got Granville Phillips in with him, and
I don't mind Granville,
but I don't think we want the conversation yet, because it's too late here, but early there.
I don't agree with nothing Granville said, but I appreciate that he's joining the conversation and unafraid. And I think he's taken on the role now purposefully as the pantomime villain, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's purposely doing that now, and I don't have a problem with that.
This is it. This is the problem. They're just talking, Gene.
Yes, I know. Hey, Gene, they are just talking.
Angela, like, she got her ears really down to the ground here, though. Shabby election coverage.
Hey, Perez. I hope you don't meet us, Perez. But if you think that ours is better, hit share and bring in the rest of the people from the Bahamas and let them watch around what we do. That's why we're doing it slightly different than these guys.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Greetings from St. Lucia. Ernard, how are you, man? Greetings. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Greetings. Angela said that. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
We wrong for what, Michael? For what? Saying other people should come in? The best... Adrian, I hope you mean us, right? You're referring to us, right? I hope so. If you agree with that, hit share, tag 10 people and let them come in. Thank you for that. But one of the things we were talking about, Mark, was the... Thanks a lot, Dr. Lloyd. Thank you very much for that. We just... He just missed it with the magic wall. Michael, you know that the man would have had a magic wall, right? You know. You was a man that no fella. You know he would have had a magic wall for you.
Whose life changes?
Life changes.
I don't know.
You got me
It's
here.
been a long time. Who's that?
It's been a long time. Welcome back, man. If it's been a long time. Oh, Perez responded. He said he loved this setup. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
buddy.
man. We
appreciate
just doing the thing, having a chat, doing something different.
Oh,
Michael,
around for the
we apologize for that.
I don't. I don't.
Sincerely, honestly, we apologize.
This one, Christina on though. Christina is
Christina on the same Barbados today with Peter Wickham.
Yeah, but I didn't really see her talking that much though. But anyway, yeah, she's my go-to. I like to hear Christina talk.
Anyway, go ahead. You were saying that we were.
I was asking you. We were talking about the Democrat Labour Party and the four that came back, because obviously, look, 2018 was a wash-off, as we call it, right? And for years, everybody saying, I don't want to see none of them. I don't want to see the back of them. But we can't only talk about the four, because Ronald Jones did the thing the other day as well. And we know Frungs was down in St. Michael speaking as well.
Yeah.
So we got to talk about the six. So four come back electively and the other two come back on the campaign trail. So we got to talk about them. Tell me, what do you think?
It could have worked. But for me, I just, this is where I felt the strategy was not coherent. Look, there's always going to be a multi-generational aspect to any election ticket, and I think that's a good thing. You've got a good, strong cohort of young candidates. You've got some solid experience, because that's what the machinery is. The machinery is in that solid experience that is bringing the groundswell of the party people to support the new cohorts. the mistake that I think the Democratic Labour Party made in this campaign was to just let the four, or as you term them, the six, just fall back in line as though nothing has happened and just carry on. That was a mistake to me. I felt there was something that needed to be addressed from the first inkling that those guys were going to be on the campaign trail, wherever they appeared. They should have been talking about their record. They should have been talking about the mess that Barbadians saw that they left when they left the government the last time. It was as though it never happened. And they sailed in, sailed along, and carried on. And for me, that was a huge mistake. And I don't think people... I think people got used to them on the campaign trail as it went along, but I think the emergence of them kind of damaged the campaign at the outset, and perhaps people didn't really feel as though that was a good tactic.
Go on CBC.
Now,
I see you saying on CBC. See what I'm saying.
CBC. There. Hang on.
While you bring that up, I agree. I think in this election, everybody was looking to see that the Democratic Labour Party had learned from before. It was clear that where they left the country, or the perception of where they left the country, was in dire straits. It was just crazy. And to me, to just come back and not deal with it, it was just, I just can't understand it.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake to me, and I just felt that put you on the back foot with the electorate straight away, because people in Barbados are very, very much locked into their politics, and this is something that you got to talk about, whether you want to talk about it or not. You got to talk about this. You got to talk about this,
exactly,
right?
Exactly.
And what made it worse to me, right? So as I said, I think people got used to seeing the four of them back on the campaign trail, and they reintegrated themselves, even though the strategy was bad. What made it worse was when Frendel Stewart came onto the platform and started talking.
No, go ahead.
And started talking about, the period between 2008 and 2018 was a great decade, or I can't remember the exact terminology he used.
Glorious.
Glorious.
Listen. That word would not go down in folklore in Barbados. Nobody would be able to use the word glorious.
It was a glorious period. And I was like, geez.
Even if you're singing a hymn in church and you get to the word glorious, you
don't sing that.
Bust out
don't
laughing.
sing that. But the thing is, I felt they kind of, even though they didn't address those issues, it's a bad mistake. The campaign had momentum running with it. But the emergence of Stewart, I felt, oh gosh, man, that just made everything gone flat, and that was again another mistake. So the strategy overall for how those candidates from the previous administration were going to be integrated into this new campaign with all these fresh faces was not solid enough. It just was not good enough.
No, I agree. And the thing is about it, right? As you say, you cannot expect, despite the level of the defeat in 2018, that the Democratic Labour Party was just going to discard every single former cabinet member and every single MP. It was never going to happen. The only next thing was who was going to come back and help, transition over to the new team. And that's the thing in that. So you can argue about who, but someone was going to come back. So when I say people say, oh Lord, there was glorious achievements. I didn't hear people saying, well, they bring back none of them for 2018. He should have come back the last 10 years or the last decade and all that kind of stuff. That's rubbish, and that is kind of yard foulism in many regards, and I don't really go in for that. It was nonsensical to think that you would never see any of those people in public life again. They would attempt to. It's just, as I say, it was just a matter of who. When they didn't deal with it, you got to deal with it. The glorious achievement. I saw that. I was there. I had to try to keep it straight. That was distract me just now when I was talking.
Carry on.
You
got to deal with it.
You have to deal with it. Because people were waiting to hear, have you learned from that? Tell me. Because there was an appetite of, we need a opposition. is it going to be you? Are you even ready for me to give you that vote? Tell me that you have learned from 2018. And they didn't do that. Or they did it in a very roundabout, not really kind of way.
Yeah, politicians aren't good at apologizing for anything.
No, but that's
But
what I give Dawn Marie Armstrong
you have
something
to.
for.
You have to.
Right? And I would give her that. And also, people say Froome shouldn't take the platform. I disagree. Now, what he took the platform and did was complete nonsense. I don't even know who possessed
it. It was a glorious period.
But Froome should have taken the platform and did one thing. Froome should have said 2018 was on me.
Mm-hmm.
And the team at the Democrat, it was on me. Verla is now the new leader with a new team, with a new vision, new ideas, and fresh thinking.
And
it is now them.
Absolutely.
It was on me what happened there. And what you would have done is to help deflect the, well, look at what them do. Well, look at this. Well, look at that. To come up. But Verla could say, come out and then say yes. And those who led then have accepted that they made mistakes.
Yep.
This is a new team with some new ideas, and we can move forward. For him not to do that, it goes back to show what we said earlier. The Democratic Labour Party just has an issue with transitioning and coming together. Don't forget, the same thing happened back in the day with Branford Tate and then kind of there's some Evelyn Grays and Warren Franklin. I show my age. I know I don't look it, but I was following politics from way back then. They had the same transition era issue over to the Sandy or just
Sandy and Blackie Blackman.
David. Yeah, over to David's time. They had that same issue, fighting all the time. And I only met Max Sporthead and what's not. And now the same thing again, culminating obviously. Now Ronald Jones kind of did what Sandy should have done. When he spoke, I only heard some of it, but I understood it was a good Passover.
What Frendell should have done, you mean?
Yeah, what Frendell should have done. Sorry.
Yeah. I think,
but I didn't hear it. And then you had Chris Sinclair, who I believe should be tossed out of the party at this stage.
Let me come back to he. Let me come back to he separately because he deserves a conversation. I do not agree with the narrative that they should not feature. I think politics is only successful when it's multi-generational. You have to have a multi-generational team because as energetic and as enthusiastic as young people are, politics is a hard graft. You need to have your experience in there with you. It just was managed extremely badly. It could have been a real opportunity for the Democratic Labour Party to reset their relationship with the nation.
And move on.
Instead of doing that, they tried to defend the indefensible. And you could preach the coast go home. Bajans will not want to hear you about that period between 2008 and 2018 because people feel let down. So you can't come and talk about it's a glorious decade.
The only thing you're doing is apologizing. That's the only thing you're doing. And then deal with it now and show me the future and look forward. You seeing anything else? I thought I see here something there on CBC, but I can't figure out what CBC coverage is. The men ain't got no graphics. They ain't got nothing at all. It's just beer talk shop.
Too much talking, man. All right, well, do you want to take in some of it from CBC for a bit?
Let me take in a little bit from CBC and see what's going on there, man. We can just go over to CBC. We can see what's going on, see what they're talking about. If it ain't working, we can come right back here. We ain't wasting the time.
There's your guy.
Oh, Lord.
Don't get upset, Michael. I coming back in a sec.
We knew what was going to happen because the writing was on the wall. As Liz Thompson says, it's only one set of results, so one should not jump to conclusions as yet. But clearly, the trend here that Charles Griffith is going to retain that seat. If this continues, if the multiple votes continue to get as expected, and if this is happening in St. John, what is going to be the impact in the West? Because those two seats are traditionally Democratic Labour Party seats. And I'll go first to Hartley, and then I'll go to. Oh, we're going back to St. John right now.
Thank you so much. Yes, we're about to hear the next set of results. The results I gave you for JA4, I should have mentioned, are only for A through H. But we're about to hear from Mr. Richard Harris, the returning officer here, who will provide us with the next set of results. Mr. Harris.
Thank you. JA4 item Z. Amy 9. Griffith 91. Warren 57. JB1 in 8. Amy 4. Griffith 94. Warren 70. JB1 item Z. Amy 4. Griffith 72. Warren 97. JB2 88. Amy 4. Griffith 140. Warren 44.
Are you identical? Thank you so much, sir. So I think a very clear picture being painted here.
All right, look like Charles Griffith going to retain that.
Potential victory here for the Barbados Labour Party. Of course, we still have a number of boxes to come in, as I've explained. 15 polling districts here, 22 boxes in total. So we still have a ways to go. But suffice it to say that we do see a number of supporters gathering, further supporters gathering from the Barbados Labour Party, buoyed by the results that they've heard thus far. And again, a night that I suppose will cause the Democratic Labour Party to have to take stock, as this is one of the seats that they would have expected to see some resurgence of support in. And apparently that thus far is not the case. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Continue to keep us updated as those results come in. Of course, we'll be going to other constituencies shortly to see what the trend is there. But the trend, as you said, Sanka, in St. John is clear. The new roads, of course, water has been restored right across St. John. And then there was a number of housing projects that were established. These were enough to convince the electorate to go back with Mr. Griffith.
Possibly, but of course that matters. All of that matters. But I'm looking at the wider message that was sent by the Barbados Labour Party in the work that they have been doing over the last 2.5 years. But before even we get there, because we will have some time to go, because this is only one constituency, and we have 29 others to go. I want first to go to Hartley. Let's analyze those stats so far. What are they really showing us? Where's the trend there?
Yes, thank you. They're telling me something that I essentially told myself over a year ago. And it is that the Democratic Labour Party could not have been serious to have chosen Andrea Worrell as its candidate in St. John. It was never on. And that is what I'm saying, that the party really is at a stage where it really needs to stop and take stock. I mean, you have St. John that was led by 2 former prime ministers, persons of serious senior stature in Barbados and in the Democratic Labour Party. And you are telling me that you have a host of persons, including a former minister of government who was not as scarred as some of the others that were brought back, who was born in Gall Hill, St. John, who to my mind would have been the natural person to run in St. John as the candidate. I'm speaking about Mr. Stephen Lashley. Mm-hmm. And from the time I saw the nomination, I don't think you gave the people of St. John any choice. Now, my view is that the incumbent, Mr. Griffith, worked hard. He has brought meaningful, visible, measurable, tangible development to St. John, and he has been appropriately rewarded. But I believe, at the same token, that the Democratic Labour Party exercised particularly poor judgment in sending someone like Worrell to St. John, when you had even the leader herself, sorry, the president, because there's no leader, could have gone to St. John and given herself a fighting.
That's uncalled for,
I'm
man.
just
Come
saying
on.
that to me, And I don't want it to take away from Mr. Griffith's victory. Well, not his victory, but it's certainly his trending. I think he has worked hard, and I think he is reaping the rewards of hard work. He's brought, as you said, development, infrastructural development, water, housing, agriculture. St. John is moving. But I just think that it is unfortunate that I think that this seat was lost on the night it was declared that Andre Worrell, who was one of the supporters of the president, was declared the winner. I thought the election was over then. And I did say, if you recall, Sanka, on the occasion of the St. George North by-election, that event was a non-event, and that tonight was going to determine was about determining the new leader of the Democratic Labour Party, whoever that person is or will be. And I still maintain that this is really what this election is about, to elect a leader of the Democratic Labour Party, because I am not expecting any significant change in the trend that we've seen here, because, as I said, what we had was a continuation, a resumption of the 2018 scenario, and the political scene is almost identical to what it was in 2018. And when you have an opposition party that stubbornly is not listening and is not learning, it pays the price in the manner in which I'm seeing here and which I expect to see for the rest of the night. Liz, you want to come here?
Yes, I do. I would begin by saying only surprise and shock. I think we learned that expression earlier in the evening, surprise and shock. I only want to point to the boxes that I have.
This entire panel at the CBC is Barbados Labour Party led.
For the boxes that we had partially. But I want to give a statistic
Price,
that I think allows us to compare
Hartley,
how the two
Mia.
parties are really performing now.
Who else
over
on this panel?
The 2018 year. In 2018, in JA1,
that's extraordinary.
The Barbados Labour Party got 232 votes.
The entire panel is a Barbados Labour Party panel.
In JA2, we got 261 to 162, and in JA3, we got 102 to their 51.
Did he behave himself?
Where Charles's performance, he improved his performance in the JA2 box. He is marginally down, I think, in the JA1 box, and the Dems
this is
have
not a good sign.
Barely managed to maintain their performance in JA3. They have improved it slightly in the JA2 box. But they are down in JA1. So this helps you to understand the trend and really where people are in terms of how the vote went.
Actually, Liz, if you look at the 2013 results, where JA won, the Democratic Labour Party got 276 votes.
Yeah, the truth is I have all of the results in front of me, but I didn't want to be talking too long or dominating the conversation.
The night is yet young.
Hey, y'all remember, Dave, I say at the beginning, the only thing that's going to surprise me tonight is if the Democratic Labour Party win this election. That's the only thing that can surprise me tonight. So far, there ain't nothing here that's surprising me. And I did say at the beginning, including another 30-0.
Yeah, I think that's an aberration. I think that we really have to be looking at what happened in 2013 and the fact that the Democratic Labour Party only got 276 votes in JA1, but now the BLP gets 280 votes in that same box this time around. That says something. We got to take a commercial break and we'll be right back.
All these BLP people smirking. I really think that it's time to reevaluate what's the purpose of CBC though. I really think the Caribbean Broadcasting.
Lisa, yeah.
Lisa, we see you in. You don't need to turn your camera on if you don't want. We'll come to you in a second.
You are not just a policyholder. You are an.
Not really, man. Listen. I actually don't think it's beyond the realms of impossibility. And I explained before why it is possible. A, turnout is very low. B, I don't, the question of leadership, which the Barbados Labour Party pivoted to at the very end, and by pivoted to, I mean they really hit that home coming on to the end of the election. I think that could have some impact. And as we all said before, the few hiccups and stuff in the Democratic Party's platform, the fact that they didn't address 2018 as well, and maybe as well from what I hear from some people, the moment Frooms hit the platform, people say, I was standing home, but I get on vote now. Sure, this idiot not getting away back.
Everything was lost then. Let's see if we can get Lisa in. Lisa, if you can just mute your mic. Let's have a chat, man.
Bring you in.
Yay.
There you go. Let's bring in Lisa.
How you doing?
I am well. How about you?
We good, man.
Excellent.
We good.
Where you calling from, Lisa?
St. Philip.
St. Philip. How things looking up there?
Well, I haven't heard anything announced as yet, but I guess we are hopeful for the best.
What do you mean? You sound a
mean
little bit
hopeful for the best.
Hang on.
The best could be anything.
These early results like done got you cat scrambled. The
best could be anything.
I am in the constituency of Indarweir and the other guy who is
Neil Marshall.
St. Philip South.
Yes.
South.
St. Philip South.
Okay.
So, have you seen Neil Marshall in your neighborhood?
No, I did not see him, but I saw his people. They were out canvassing and trying to have a robust argument with me and telling me that the issue of garbage and buses and all of that were trivial issues. So
they use the word trivial?
Yeah, those issues weren't really of that much importance.
Oh Lord, this is gonna be a 32-0, yeah.
What are they?
I only got 36.
It is true.
So tell us a little bit then, Lisa, about your experience over the course of the campaign and your observations.
Well, I was watching the political meetings, and as you guys said earlier, I was really impressed with the BLP's campaign. Very organized, very structured. I think that is where some of the other campaigns were lacking. So may the best person win, and we will hope that people won't go there trying to vote for an opposition and then end up with something that they don't want.
Well, the last time they did that, actually, Barbados ended up with a prime minister that they revere right now. That was Tom Adams, because Tom Adams actually campaigned on vote for opposition and ended up winning.
Yeah.
And now people is talking about Tom Adams. He's this great political strategist.
Brilliant mind.
Brilliant mind. But actually, he went with the thing of, no, we need an opposition. And people say, all right, we vote for opposition. And Tom Adams ended up winning. So
you can confirm or deny this statement if you want, Lisa.
I guess that is true.
But that is okay. How was your experience at the polls today? I know people were concerned as to whether or not there were going to be long lines because of social distancing and what's not, and that might turn people off. How was the weather, and how was your experience?
Okay, well, I went out pretty early. At 5:45, I was out, and many persons seem to have had a similar idea. So there were a lot of people out, but I found that the lines moved swiftly, and by 6:30, I was done.
Where was your polling station?
Ruby Nazarene Church.
Ruby Nazarene Church, I know it.
Yeah, just across the road from me.
Yeah, I know it well. And do you think people were engaged and people were willing and ready to come out to vote this time around?
I think there was a lot of uncertainty. A lot of people were unsure whether they would go and vote. A lot of them, even though they may think that the DLP is not the best thing for the country, a lot of people still going with this. We need to have an opposition. A lot of people were, even though they're pleased about what the BLP would have achieved, there's still some things that they weren't too happy about. So in speaking to a lot of well, not a lot, a few acquaintances, they were kind of unsure, and a lot of people said they weren't going to vote. So
what in your opinion, or what have you heard from people on the ground in terms of the overall turnout in this election?
Well, obviously the overall turnout seemed to have been low, due to the whole issue with COVID positive persons not being able to vote, along with those persons who decide that they weren't voting for one reason or another. Um, I do believe that provision should have been made, as in other Caribbean countries, for those persons who were in isolation to vote as well, if we want to have a really fair election. So I
Yeah.
think that that needs to be addressed if it happens again.
Mm. You're going on mute again, Dre. What happened, man?
I don't understand. I was just making sure that people could hear Lisa properly, so I go on mute when she was talking. Yeah, I just don't understand the inability to prepare for those people in isolation. I don't get it.
No.
And this is the kind of stuff that we in Barbados, we pride ourselves on a lot of things, and we like to say we are quote unquote ahead in a lot of things, but then sometimes it's the simple things that we get wrong. And in my opinion, it feels to me as if that is, and something like this is just wrong. It just makes us look stupid. It makes us look, and then for the ECB
Backward.
or backward.
We are not an incompetent people, and this portrays us in that light, sadly.
Yeah, and then for them to say the EBC Electoral Boundaries Commission to say they're guided by the law regarding isolation and what have you. So then the question is, where was the Attorney General in all this? Because he make enough laws over the last 3 years when you need to.
And fast.
Change laws to get K. McConney and Barbados, do thing, get the Republic, all kind of stuff. They try and tell me he can make provisions of the law over the last 3 weeks to allow people to vote in some form or fashion, and allow. Although to be fair to them, even though they were saying that it was the law that was hampering them, I didn't hear them come up with no ideas.
Exactly. No ideas were thrown out there. The electorate were given ideas. However, the government, I don't know if they seem to have just decided they're not going with them.
Well, look, we got a question here from Didi about the process. So talk us through the process that you went through to vote today. We get the bit of arriving at the polling station. Just talk us through how that the rest of that worked.
So on arrival at the polling station, you were basically divided according to your name alphabetically. So A to the middle of the alphabet were on one side, and then the other half went to the other side. So there was 3 feet distancing. You came to the door. There was sanitization. Funny enough, there was not any temperature checks at that polling station. I saw it at other polling stations on television, but there was sanitization. And then as you move forward in the line, you were just basically split up to go to different booths. So that process worked pretty flawlessly. You went in, then they checked the list for your name, and you proceeded to be processed, given your ballot. You were given a new pencil, as you said would happen. You made your X, you put the ballot in the box, and you left.
Okay, so it seemed, all in all, it seemed pretty smooth.
Well, at least at my polling station, I heard that there were inordinate waits at some of the other polling stations, but this morning went pretty smooth for me.
And I also heard some comments about people still canvassing and stuff all through today. You saw any of that?
No, I didn't. I saw it on WhatsApp, but that could have been a video from previous days. But I didn't see that on the road today in my moving around. No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw some stuff too, but I don't really put too much into that because you don't know what day it is showing and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
But I saw there were lots of comments about that going around. Well, that's interesting. So you are hopeful.
Hopeful, yes.
He's smoking Damian Griffith, man. Lord have mercy.
As expected, Mark.
But that's what I'm saying. That's to be expected.
But
I don't know anybody following that particular thing, though. It don't make any sense.
Exactly.
I won't follow that. That don't make any sense following that, man.
All right, we got another question here for you. Oh, sorry. No, we don't.
What's that?
Oh, okay. How she knew I was a person on the ID card since she didn't ask me to remove my mask. Okay, that's interesting. I saw that when they took the ID card, it just told you, because obviously they didn't touch it. They told you to hold up the back and the front, but they did not ask you to pull down the mask, as she said. So I guess they were hopeful too. That is the right person.
Hoping that's you.
That's right.
Well,
you got some stuff coming in there from CBC or no?
Yeah. Hang on. Stay there, Lisa.
Okay.
Yeah, and guys, we put the link in the chat. We probably need to put it again. So if you wanna jump in and have a chat with us, by all means.
Motley, 212 votes. Griffith, 24 votes. Attorney, 1 vote. KA2, A through H. Motley, 154 votes. Griffith, 20 votes. Attorney, 0. KA2, I through Z. Motley, 125 votes. Griffith, 30 votes. Attorney, 1 vote. KA3, A through D. Motley, 244 votes. Griffith, 41 votes. And Attorney, 4 votes. KA3, E through L. 227 votes for Motley. That's 227. Griffith, 42 votes. And for Attorney, 4 votes. The total number of votes for that box, KA3, E through L, 273, with 1 spoiled vote. The second set of boxes we would have received the counts for, KA3, M through Z, Motley, 253 votes. Griffith, 32 votes. And Attorney, 3 votes. 288 votes in total for that box with 3 spoiled votes. KA4, A through Z, Motley, 112 votes. Griffith, 9 votes. Attorney, 0. KA5, A through Z, Motley, 242 votes. Griffith, 20 votes. Attorney, 3 votes. The total number of votes from that box, 265 with 3 spoiled. KB1, A through F, Motley, 154 votes. Griffith, 31 votes. And this is, of course, KB1, A through F. And Attorney, 1 vote. 186 in total, 1 spoiled. Going on now to KB1, G through M. Motley, 158 votes. Griffith, 16, 1-6. And Attorney, 3 votes. A total number of 177 votes for that ballot box with 2 spoiled. And the final box, at this point in time, KB1, N through Z. For Motley, 148 votes. Griffith, 21 votes. Attorney, 4 votes. That's the total. Again, we have 12 of 18 boxes counted and returned to us by the election clerk, Mr. Adrian Walcott, at this point. So Shane, that is what's happening. That's the information I have for you.
You cut off the man already, man?
So we got something coming in St. Lucie.
All right, go ahead.
to get all of the results that we're giving you. They're being posted there. I believe we have Barry Ali now. Let's go to St. Lucie and hear what's the very latest there. Barry, go ahead.
No, Lord.
Hi, good evening, Barry. Welcome, guys. I'm here at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School in St. Lucie. The returning presiding officer, Mr. Colin Cumberbatch, he just brought us the first 5 boxes for the constituency of St. Lucie. And I can give you an early indication that the incumbent, Mr. Peter Phillips, he started off pretty strongly. So let me give you those results now. In polling box LA1, A to G, Mr. Phillips received 130 votes, 130. Verla de Pisa, the president of the Democratic Labour Party, she received 77 votes. Wayne Griffith, the candidate for the Alliance Party for Progress, he received 7 votes, and there was 1 spoiled vote. The total number of votes in that box was 215. In polling box LA1 H to Z, Peter Phillips received 120 votes. Verla de Pisa received 79 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith of the APP, he received 4 votes. The total amount of votes in that box was 203, and there were no spoiled votes. In Area 2, A to E, Mr. Phillips, he received 186 votes. Mr. Pisa received 68 votes. Mr. Griffith from the APP, he received 12 votes. The total number of votes were 266 cast. In LA2, F to H, Mr. Phillips received 163 votes. Ms. DePisa received 50 votes, 50, and Mr. Griffith received 12 votes. The total number of votes cast in that box was 225. There were no spoiled votes. And the 5th box, LA2, I to Z, Mr. Phillips, again, maintaining his pretty strong advantage so far. He received 189 votes. Ms. DePisa received 68 votes. Mr. Griffith received 9 votes. There were 267 votes cast, and there was 1 spoiled vote. So what I can tell you here in St. Lucie is that the incumbent, Mr. Phillips, in the first 5 boxes, has started out pretty strongly. That's it here from the Darrell Jordan School, Barry. Thank you.
Whew.
What did I tell you?
Any early comments on that, Lisa?
Expected.
Expected.
Well, that is what I expected. I expected that he would have been up front, but I didn't expect that she was going to do.
As Bajans would say, early indications that it's turning into a papi show, yeah.
Not from our end. Sorry about that. Not from our end.
Yeah, man. This got all the makings of a papi show.
I tell you, I think this could go anywhere, including the 30-0. The only way this cannot go, and will not go, that would surprise me, is if the Democratic Labour Party were to win.
I eagerly await the results from St. Philip.
St. Philip can be interesting. I gotta be honest. On a personal note, this is not an endorsement of anybody or party, but on a personal note, I wish the 2 of them would lose and Verla to win. If anything, to be honest with you, that is just me in my white name. That's how I wish that would happen. I wish Verla to win. She win in St. Lucie, and these 2 in St. Philip would lose, including my man in St. Michael as well. Richard Seeley.
I mean, the challenge for the Verla losing presents a real challenge for the Democratic Labour Party too, because clearly there's going to be all out war in the party now for who's going to take the leadership of the party forward, depending on who comes out of this election. But we will wait and see.
So, Mark, what happens if, say, one of the other 2 who are expected to do pretty well came out victorious and she doesn't? Does the leadership automatically go to one of them, or would they still have to vote on leadership of the party?
You can still be the leader of the party, but then it's the parliamentary leadership is a different story, because she wouldn't be in parliament. So then you still need to vote for a leader of the opposition. and and that would be from the parliamentary team. But she could still end up being the president, but very likely that would change too in some kind of election. She would probably step down because the person that leading in the parliament would end up being the head of the party. But she could still remain the president of the Democratic Labour Party. But I think those two roles people like to have them combined.
Okay.
But it's not an automatic that she's no longer the president. She would not be the parliamentary leader who would then be leading the opposition. And for unity's sake, you like that person to be the same as the president. In most cases, in our politics anyway, that's how it works. But it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting. I mean, and Mia was right. Even if all four of them they get in the House, there also still wasn't a guarantee that she would be leading opposition. Because leading the opposition, just like the prime minister, is the person that commands the majority of the votes from the people on their respective sides. Which comes back to the whole issue where I was saying at the beginning, potentially why the election was called in the first place, because of the internal wranglings. Because if they had gone to the president and said we no longer have confidence in Mia Mottley, then you have a new prime minister, really. They can choose who that prime minister is if enough people don't go with her. And that's allegedly one of the reasons why she called the election. To purge them, because most of those are the people apparently that were going to do that are the people who aren't running again.
Okay, I see.
But the night has started very bright for you, so you
you see in red. You got your flag on your door?
No, please.
No.
You should be feeling very, very optimistic at this stage of the evening,
Well, yeah, I saw Angela saying, I saw Peter saying that at the moment, it is very much looking like 12:30, as in 003 knot. Again, based on what he's seeing. And look, I see we got some new subscribers on our Facebook page as well. So thank you guys, Ricky Beckles, Ollie Berry, Kez World, Trini, New York X, Dwayne Murrell as well. Thank you guys for subscribing to our YouTube page. For the guys who are still watching, if you haven't as yet, ring the bell, subscribe. Same thing on our Facebook page as well. Please follow us on Facebook or like us on Facebook as well. And do us a favor, we want more people from around the region to join in this chat. A different way of following the elections. Speaking of different people, look at how are you doing in Trinidad for that big food?
V, how you
I
girl?
know y'all is kill me for my Trinidad accent. How are you doing? How it looking? About the same. About the same. At the moment, it could potentially be a 30-0 again. So don't worry for the people all across the region. It looked like y'all prime minister will still be in place, it would appear. That's how it looking at the moment. But that's interesting, Lisa, your experiences and how people feel on the ground. So initially, there was a feeling that despite the international praises and love and what's not and adoration, there was a feeling that there was some disquiet and not necessarily appreciating Mia Mottley as much on the ground in Barbados. You got that sense? I mean, tonight don't necessarily show it, but you got that sense at all?
There were a few issues which were being discussed, the Republic being one of them, since a referendum was promised and it didn't happen. So a lot of persons were annoyed about that. They felt as though it was just pushed upon them, and they thought that the timing was wrong, in that we were in the middle of a pandemic and perhaps our focus should not have been on a republic. There were other issues which were being spoken about. Some people saw the prime minister's style as being a dictator, in that, I guess, decisions that were being made. But when you really look at it, sometimes that type of style is needed in certain circumstances.
That's interesting.
So you that's interesting. Right? So you accept that sometimes a strong hand is needed to take us where we want to go. Not, as
Definitely.
the old saying of too much democracy could be anarchy.
Let's look at case in point. Can we imagine having another party in place or the other party in place throughout this pandemic? I don't think so. So perhaps her leadership was indeed necessary at this point in time. I think perhaps if we had the other party in power, the world and the region wouldn't be looking up to us in terms of how we are dealing with COVID.
No, that's an interesting take and a valid point as well. Valid take on that. So I could see that. But I mean, personally, could I see the other party? Maybe not. And for obvious reasons. After the 2018, they weren't in a position to do anything really. In my opinion, I don't know if I agree with the type of leadership. If anything, personally, I would say that Mia squandered, in my opinion, the trust that Barbados and faith, not trust, the faith that Barbados put in her to be a different kind of leader. Yes, strong leadership is good. There's no reason that I don't disagree with strong leadership at all. But you still got to bring people with you and allow people to feel as if something is being done with as opposed to being done to. And I think when people feel that something is being done to, as much as they support you, you lose them in the conversation. And eventually they'll turn on you a little bit, especially when a couple of those decisions are something like, hang on, what is this? Like the water tax and the price of fuel and the current inflation at the moment. Now people saying, hang on, why put all this in? You don't talk to me. I give you all the trust in the world. I know all these things are just seeing coming down. And I hope that after this week that she reflects on that and perhaps leads slightly differently. And that's not to say don't be a strong leader, but do things with people. Don't always try to feel as if you're the smartest body in the room or in the country at times.
Well, that can go both ways because depending on how this result goes, if as you are, insinuating, this could be another 30, that could potentially further embolden any behaviors or attitudes that might have been there.
Well, but this is why I say I hope.
Some
more stuff coming in there. So from CBC, I see All's up there again.
Yep.
Must say she's still looking young, boy.
I was trying not to comment.
Man, ain't nothing wrong with commenting on Allsop, man. We grew up on Allsop reading the news. We could comment, man. She's still doing a brilliant job.
Votes poll in the box JB2 item side. Amy 3 votes. Charles Griffith 140. Andrea Warrell 43. Total of 189. In JC1 A to Z, Philip Amy 26. Charles Griffith 83. Andrea Warren 65. Total of 174. Box JC2 A to I, Philip Amy 4. Charles Griffith 88. Andrea Warren 94. A total of 186.
You've been a boss.
And JC2 Judith Philip Amy 8. Charles Griffith 79.
Angela Eunice Knight, click the link and come in and have a chat, man.
A total of 212.
Thank you so much. So it does seem that final box that Mr. Andre Worrell has made some headways. Just to give you an idea of the locations that we're talking about. So the boxes that have come in so far in which Mr. Charles Griffith seems to have made some headway are areas such as the St. Margaret's Primary School, St. John's Primary School, the BRC building at St. John's Parish Church, the Unity Wesleyan Holiness Church in Gull Hill, another
Mario,
strong suit,
no
Resource Center in Gull Hill, Mount Tabor Primary, and the Marion Retreat House at Verdun. The Gull Hill Sports Pavilion is the exception, and so the trend continues here in St. John. So we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 boxes to come before the evening concludes. But at present, certainly looks as though it's going to be a resounding victory for the Barbados Labour Party's Charles Griffith for the second time in this riding.
The
Similar
trend
performance,
continues.
was of course witnessed in
Lord have
2018.
Honestly.
And it continues to be a blow. There are obviously representatives from the Democratic Labour Party here observing, and those who are quietly on the outside also say it is a blow to the Democratic Labour Party, given, of course, that this is a riding which would have been represented not just by 2 prime ministers,
Are you happy?
but also the widow of former Prime Minister David Thompson. So the expectation was that this year, of all years, might have been an opportunity for
Come on
the
in, Heather.
Democratic
Click the
Labour
link and
Party
come on in,
to
man.
make
Let's have a
further
chat.
inroads in this particular seat,
Angela,
which
click your
is
link as well, man.
considered, as all of you know, a very safe seat, but not so in 2022. The picture is very, very clear, and I'll be back with the final couple of boxes as the evening progresses. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sophia. So Charles Griffith is still
Just
ahead,
mute
but
them for a little
Andre
bit, yeah.
Worrell make.
And then if we do that. But so Romario make a good, is it Romario that make a good point there? Honestly, I don't know how he's accepting nonsense coming out of CBC sometimes. I mean, it look pappy. Let me be honest.
It is.
It look pappy. The thing is about it is that he's standing there in front of Big Abel's screen, but they ain't kind of playing screen.
Mm-mm.
It look pappy.
We can do better than this here, man. By a long, long stretch.
But it's like we gone. I know what's going on.
Go
ahead.
No, yeah, I was just saying that. How long have we been doing, elections in our country? It just feels as though you can't see the progression. Some I can see some effort being made by some of the other broadcasters. I see Barbados today. I got a map over here that is very red. That will fill Lisa's heart with joy.
Put it up there, man. Put it up. Let me see what Barbados today got on. Cause CBC ain't saying nothing. Because CBC running a pappy show over there.
Completely.
You guys need to come teach them a thing or two.
Well, I think so, and we ain't got nothing, but we just doing we thing.
We ain't got half of the resources them got.
We
Right?
ain't got half the resources. Be more interesting, and that kind. I don't really understand what's going on at CBC. Year after year, look at going backwards, man.
All right, let me just turn these up here for a minute.
Emerging, and the question I pose to the panel now is, does a 30-0 look like a far off possibility, or is that well within a case for repetition? It's early days yet in the night, and as we said, we have some areas. Certainly we want to see what's happening with Ryan Walters and Neil Rowe, and then South Central. There are a few others that we definitely want to keep our eyes on very closely that may not be as predictable as some of the others. We take a break and we come back. This is the election night coverage decision 2022 on Barbados Today.
Yeah, let me that's a bit pronounced, Diddy. Let me turn that. Let's mute them for a little bit there. Mute them there for a little bit. Keep them here in the background there. I think we stick with them there for a little bit and go back to them in a bit and see what's going on there. But so Lisa, you happy?
So far, yes.
So far.
Definitely.
So let me ask you this. Are you okay with there being no opposition in Barbados? Official opposition, let me say.
Let me see how to best answer that.
The truth.
If the opposition is, I don't want to say if the opposition is a DLP. I guess I am. I would be happy with no opposition. If we had a party that was deserving of the opposition, perhaps I wouldn't have a problem with it. But based on the history of or the performance of the Democratic Labour Party the last time around, I guess I would be okay with it.
Would it have make a difference to you if the Democratic Labour Party this cycle had come out and at least tried to address the quote unquote lost decade, even apologize or accept that they made some wrong steps?
The first thing they needed to do is to issue an apology to the people of Barbados.
When you say issue an apology, listen, this politics. You can never get a I apologize Barbados. Let me be honest.
Okay, well, show some type of remorse. And then the appearance of the former prime minister put the nail in the proverbial coffin, as far as I'm concerned.
You think he resurging and saying what he said, you think that brought up more people to
galvanize
say,
the red side?
Yes. You think he was like red meat?
In that, okay, people were saying, okay, we need an opposition, and people were willing to see where they're coming from and perhaps offer that opportunity for them. But then they didn't bring as much as we would have hoped to the floor or to the fore. So, and then him coming then and saying, oh, we had a glorious period and he has nothing to apologize for. It was like then throwing salt in the wound. So people was like, oh, yeah, okay, well, they don't have anything to offer us. Well, this isn't speaking to people around me. I guess there are other persons who would have felt differently. But if they had come with a plan, seemed to have been remorseful somehow, perhaps persons would have given them a chance at being that opposition, which some people think we need. How do you feel about the opposition?
I think it's always good to have an opposition. I'd rather have some opposition than no opposition. The opposition doesn't necessarily have to be a party that I like. It doesn't have to be a party that I vote for. Or even in the Democratic Labour Party performance, it doesn't mean that some of the stuff that they might argue against the party or the government were wrong. Some of the things that Verla was saying, especially during COVID management times, actually echoed what the public was saying. But somehow, because it was coming from her, people didn't want to listen. Now, that is not her. That is the public. And that's the party. And that's the issue that the party had. So I always think that some opposition is better than no opposition. But you are right. You have to be deserving of someone's vote. And you got to show that you are deserving of someone's vote. And if you don't show that you are, well, these things will happen, a la Grenada. But at the moment, I would say that I would always want an opposition of some kind, even if it's a party that I personally would never vote for. Okay. No, you're on mute, Mark.
It's the schoolboy, man. Yeah, I think opposition is also really important for the making of good legislation or ensuring that what the government of the day is seeking to promote and introduce is being accurately and properly challenged. And whilst I don't think that there was a heavy legislative agenda in the last parliament beyond all of the emergency measures for COVID, what I think I saw with this election was there's still a desperate need for even the representation of People's Act that governs all of the activities around our elections. There's so much updating that needs to be done in these bits of legislation. And it feels as though there's a lot of work to do. And there's a lot of preparing Barbados for the future. And there is a big legislative agenda to take that forward. And that's where I think opposition is essential, so that government doesn't just run away with their philosophy, but we've got good checks and balances to ensure that we're making good policy and we've got good legislation to govern our country well.
Yeah, it's always good for good governance. You can never say, Dave say organized people can be the opposition. Um, I would not. Poland in the 80s, you would or say Poland in the 80s is a good example of democracy, and the organized stuff of Poland in the 80s was exactly for that reason, actually. So I think you're proving my point there with that one there, Dave. Mears. The things that happened in Poland in the 1980s is precisely that point, with the lack of the ability to have a proper opposition. So I think you're proving my point there,
Well-
especially when you look at Poland post 1980s, which turned into a relatively proper democracy with an opposition, official opposition.
Where it raises a very interesting point here, looking at where the trend is currently heading, and is this likely to be an issue if a lot of these MPs who were deemed to be the eager 17 are backlining up behind Prime Minister Motley?
I don't think so. I don't think this is an issue. I think, I think most of the spearheads of the eager 17 out the parliamentary party right now, fill it with a whole bunch of young new people. The people that would have been directly under the seniors in the eager 17 is bare pappy show people, man. I mean, the boy that can do nothing. I mean, people that can't do nothing, man. So even when you look at the list and you look at some of the names, you look at really you can't do nothing by yourself. You don't got no standing. All these people here getting elected right now, writing, this is people voting for Mia Motley and making sure that Mia Motley is still the Prime Minister. Can't argue with the strategy. That is the strategy. That is how it is. What these guys talking now?
Let's checking on a bit of this.
Campaign was a semblance of a repairing taking place. So Ms. Dipiza staved off two internal challenges, and I said in another place that a third leadership challenge that has been put to her is the election. So if she can't win her seat, and if the party fails to win a seat, it then opens up the leadership question all over again. Of course, it's an entirely different scenario if somebody wins one seat, if somebody wins a seat from the DLP, and that you can begin to build the semblance of an opposition around that person. But if it doesn't happen, there is no seat won, then we are exactly where we were in 2018. In fact, they would have been in a worse position to where they were in 2018 because they would have not yet repaired themselves after 3 years, and they would have failed to win a seat in 2 consecutive elections. So it looks it will look very, very, very dismal for the DLP if they fail to win a seat. So I think the remaining issue for tonight is who, if any, of the DLP members will win a seat in the next parliament.
All right, Devarro.
So I generally agree with Dr. Joseph on his assessment. And what I would add in essence is that, or the difference I would say is that it may not deepen the leadership crisis, or it may not deepen the crisis of the Democratic Labour Party. I think it may solve the ultimate issue it's been having, because we have a circumstance where the president of the party has carried the political leadership of the party as well too. And I don't think the two should go together under the current dispensation for the Dipiza. She may very well be good as a president, but as it relates to the national and as it relates to the national appeal and the political leader of the party, she certainly seems not to have the weight to get that job done. So this election and the result may very well determine
I like this guy, Devron.
That combination is not one that is working. And again, the natural leader and the natural political leader of the Democratic Labour Party will have its time
isn't even listening. You feel just now.
You
ain't even listening.
This happened in 2022 as opposed to 2024. So you would have had a circum.
I'm going to go over to Julius.
He mute, fella?
More results coming in. Julius.
More results, okay.
It's looking like a close run thing in St. James South. The very first real
challenge of the evening,
This is Ronnie Yearwood.
the closest indication of a real battleground or real battle
That's your boy.
taking place on that ground is in St. James South, where
Could
and
be
I'm
called
talking
leader of
in
the
aggregate
opposition, yeah.
terms, whenever you hear me speak, at least, you will be hearing the aggregates.
I think that's his. I think that's his.
Against the overall
that's his
struggle.
strategy, actually.
But right now, Sandra Husbands, the incumbent, the foreign trade minister in the last government, 319 votes against Ronnie Yearwood of the Democratic Labour Party with 262 votes. And there you see the picture for the two St. James constituencies, where it's a much tighter margin for Sandra Husbands and Ronnie Yearwood, as while Edmund Hinkson has pulled away quite significantly from Charles Rural over in St. James North. So that's a very tight picture. That's really been the tightest margin so far that it's been in St. James South. Let's just give you some other results that have, returns that have started to come in. For St. Michael North, Davison Ishmael, the newcomer there for the Barbados Labour Party, is comfortably ahead with 421 votes against Burtnell Harrison's 117 votes, all aggregate, for the Democratic Labour Party. Maria Phillips of the Alliance Party for Progress has polled thus far 46 votes. So once again, St. Michael North, 421 for Davison Ishmael for the Bees, Burtnell Harrison, 117, 117 for the Dems, and for the APP, Maria Phillips with 46. So Michael Northeast, we have had no further result from there except that that's a runaway victory for the incumbent, the Prime Minister, Mia Motley, with 2,239 votes against 318 by Damien Griffith of the Democratic Labour Party and Roy Turney's 27 for the Bajan Free Party. In St. Michael Southeast, another good-looking picture for the Bees, as the Education Minister, Santia Bradshaw, has polled 2,082 votes thus far against Pedro Shepherd's 525 votes. I'm speaking in aggregate terms, and 132 votes for Patrick Tannis of the APP. Now, let's look back at Christchurch and the Christchurch corridor. Nothing yet from Christchurch East or from Christchurch West, where William Duguid is up against Andrew Cave, and in Christchurch East, Wilfred Abrams will be hoping to hold on, and Dennis Lowe will be hoping to regain the seat he lost last time around with three other candidates. The prominent surfer Brian Talma as an independent, Victor Knight of the Alliance Party for Progress, a builder challenging the Abrams incumbency, and Solutions Barbados with Pauline Corbett. Nothing there so far. But in Christchurch East Central, Ryan Strawn running away with 1,597 votes in aggregate against Rashid Belgrave's 512 votes. So that's a 3-to-1 margin there for Strawn over Belgrave of the DLP, and the Bajan Free Party, 55 votes for Jeanette Eiffel, and Sean Tudor with 76 votes for the APP. In Christchurch West Central, Adrian Medic Ford still at 698 votes, but very far ahead of Renette Dement of the DLP with 169 votes and 47 votes for the APP's Belfield Belgrave, and Solutions Barbados Kenneth Lewis with 24 votes. In Christchurch South, Ralph Thorne, the attorney, the incumbent for the Barbados Labour Party, 807 votes so far. Mark Laurent, the challenger for the Democratic Labour Party, 192 votes in aggregate. Don Leacock of the independent candidate with 57 votes now, and just got updated there. And Buddy Larrier, the other independent candidate with 35. There you see the picture now for Christchurch East Central, where Ryan Strawn is very comfortably ahead. And so the finance minister will feel that he will be returned comfortably there. Now let's move across to the St. Michael corridor once again. St. Michael North, Burtnell Harrison of the Democratic Labour Party, only polling so far 117 votes, against Davidson Ishmael, the battle of the newcomers. Davidson Ishmael, 421 in St. Michael North, and Maria Phillips of the APP with just 46 votes yes for the APP and Maria Phillips. In St. James, we've seen Hinkson ahead, almost by 10-1, but again, a very tight margin for Sandra Husbands, 319 thus far against Ronnie Yearwood's 262. Over in St. Peter, Colin Jordan, so far with 454 votes against Alwyn Babb, polling 200 votes for the Dems. Lynn Royce Cannelbury of the new Barbados Kingdom Alliance, that looks like 19 votes. And the Barbados Sovereign Party with Michael Thompson getting just 2 votes there in St. Peter. So 454 against 200. Colin Jordan, the Labour Minister, against Alwyn Babb, the challenger for the Dems. In St. John, so far 1,308 votes have been tallied for Charles Griffith, and 869 votes for Andre Worrell, as those boxes start to turn more towards Worrell. But is it enough for him to surpass Griffith at this stage? Looking very tight, with about half the total votes that we expect to be counted for that seat to be called. And Philippe Amy of the Alliance Party for Progress, 83 votes. So 1,308 for Griffith, 869 for Worrell, the Dems in St. John.
All right, you want to
check
out a bit of a
check out E-Nation a little bit there. Let's see what them did.
Checking a bit of E-Nation.
I think CBC can go outsource. It's funny because none of the Barbados outlets that carrying this election actually have no meaningful graphics of any kind. I remember the 2018 election. Even Barbados today had it seemed a lot more. I don't know if the word professional is the right way, but
NC5 complete.
It's a lot better.
Bradshaw 243, Shepherd 50, Tanis 22. There were 3 spoiled votes in the seat.
Poor fella.
More results from Christchurch South, which has been dominated again by the incumbent Ralph Thorne. VA4 complete. Ralph Thorne, 263 votes from the BLP. Mark Laurent for the DLP, 62. Buddy Laria, Independent, 8. And Donald Leacock, 15. Box VA5 also complete. Ralph Thorne, 287. Mark Laurent, 44. Laria, 4. And Leacock, 9. The latest there from Christchurch South. And that seems to be, of course, extremely dominant from Ralph Thorne. I just got another further update from St. Philip South. We're waiting to hear why, but voting, counting, I beg your pardon, only started about 20 minutes ago in St. Philip South. What? So that could very well be the last box that we get here. It's back to you, gentlemen and ladies, of course, for more analysis.
Any comment from you?
Give me a chart, man.
I was starting to say earlier about the various political parties and the candidates and how they're performing and the results.
Logos that got around Barry though.
Barry ain't look happy.
And I'm looking forward.
Barry ain't even know he on his screen. I hope you don't pick your nose.
Barry is a D.
Hey, the pick nose coming. The pick nose coming. Oh, I tell you, get pick your nose.
West and from St. Philip North.
You look happy.
But if we can come back to St. James South for a moment, I think one of the things we also have to be very clear on, especially as it relates to the president of the Democratic Labour Party, is that when you have very ambitious candidates within your fold who are performing better than you are and who will take the opportunity when it is presented to them to assume the leadership, that she is even more so in danger now from a person like a Ronnie Yearwood, who will see what he wants and will go after it because he is highly ambitious, very motivated for political leadership, and he will do what he needs to do to have that. And she's also going to be facing the additional existing challenges that we all anticipated from the stalwarts. So she is in a precarious position that the only people who probably didn't see it coming were those that were not looking very closely. But it was very clear that she was always going to be in a very challenging position tonight.
But
I'd like to come in here, if I may, on the same topic.
Christina, man. Let me hear you.
And it is to say that I think sometimes what I hear about Verla de Pisa is not particularly fair, because we have to remember that this is a transitional leader.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
Verla de Pisa was never going to win the election in Barbados.
Going to take this party to lead the opposition or even to be a prime
Speak
minister
some truth
in
there,
the future.
Christina, man.
This is
Tell
a really
that joker.
important type of leader that sometimes we need to have in different organizations.
Exactly.
When things go wrong, there needs to be someone who is willing and able to pick up the pieces.
Do the heavy lifting.
As much potential as Ronnie Yearwood has, I do not think he would have been the right type of person to lead following 2018.
He was not.
Also say
he ain't
that
even the right
those
person
who were
yet.
significantly damaged by that
experience
administration
politically.
could not have led the party. So whatever one may think of Ms. de Pisa's chances, and I never really thought that this St. Lucie seat was a good idea. But whatever one thinks of that, we have to remember that different types of leadership are necessary for different purposes. And I know some people don't want to talk about the women question, but if we look around the world, one of the things that we do find when we look at women in politics is that they do tend to take up these kind of transitional roles that are often quite unrewarding.
Because of frightened
We saw
men.
that in
That's a
the
good
UK,
point,
Theresa May with Brexit, a really kind of difficult situation that she was put in. That's a transitional leader.
Carried the bag.
We also see this in post-conflict situations. This is sometimes the time at which we see women entering
Christina,
the
talk,
top
talk.
She on
spots
the
in
ball,
political
man.
leadership.
She on the ball.
We
Talk,
also have seen
Christina.
this after things such as financial and economic
Update
crises
coming
in
in
other parts
from
of the
Hush
world.
up,
update
Barry.
coming in, Dr. Hines from St. Michael's South Central, which I have to give you right away because they're getting the updates more frequently. This is a very interesting seat that many have been looking forward to. St. Michael's South Central with the incumbent Marsha Cattle, Richard Seeley of the Democratic Labour Party, and David Gill from the APP. Box RA1 complete A to Z. Marsha Cattle, 175 votes. Richard Seeley, 80. Gill, 9.
Wow.
RA2, A to G, incomplete. Marsha Cattle, 68. Richard Seeley, 44. Gill, 11. Box RA2, H to Z, incomplete. Marsha Cattle, currently 77. Richard Seeley, 12. And Gill, 64. So the APP there, I think for the first time,
You ever
winning
reaching it?
over another
That's
party.
probably
which
the
I guess Peter might
best
all
thing to
want
see
to
right now.
You ever reach in a
Updates
bag of
coming
dunks and
from
miss and
St.
pick up a
Michael's
pappy
South.
dunk?
Back to Dr. Hines and Peter Wickham and David.
You know you hit it. You know see a red dunk and you're gonna put it in your mouth.
Hey.
You ain't ready. This is a pappy
I
dunk.
pretty
It
much
hit you.
made my point about different types of leadership. So I think that this is an important role that Ms. de Pisa played in at least resuscitating a party at a point in time when this was necessary. Whether she will be an opposition leader, well, it looks quite doubtful right now, but whether she can be an opposition leader or even a future prime minister, I don't think is as important as this role that she has played for the Democratic Labour Party. And I think that the party itself should be quite thankful that they had someone like this who could lead them into an election. And one hopes
This
then
is why she
that
was on
even
our
if
show.
she's not
We
the
don't
one that
pick
will lead them
foolish
into
guests.
another
That's it.
election,
Christina
that
Hines was
whoever
on our
comes
show
after will
a
build
week
on
ago.
this. So sometimes it is not all about winning or losing the seat, but we have to remember that we need continuity in these organizations. And the role of helping this party to survive, I think, is an important one. Finding new talent, and we do see quite a bit of new talent in the Democratic Labour Party. That is also something that is critical. What we need to see now is some nurturing of that talent, honing of it, and I think a movement away from some of that older messaging that perhaps if someone replaces her, we will see.
Oh Lord. Oh, you nearly killed me with that one there,
I
boy.
just wanted to jump in here to support what Christina has just said about Verla and her leadership. I think that, it's quite unkind, the suggestion that perhaps she isn't leadership quality, and you've heard that in some quarters. I think she's done a really important job for the DLP, and I think that needs to be underscored. Notwithstanding my earlier comments about the fact that I think Christina's put it quite well in terms of her being a transitional leader.
Who's this
and
young
I
lady?
think that
I can't remember her name.
Ronnie,
She's
for
a young
example, would be
lawyer.
picked
I think
lead
she'll
the
be a force to be
DLP
reckoned with in the
forward.
future.
Really ought to get
somebody
her
in chat will
flowers
tell
around
us.
what she's
I
done.
think
She's
it's
been
Shadi
very
Temple.
active
We're talking about people who I
for
thought
some
think
time.
needed some flowers. This election would mean that we would see the
Sade,
back
that's
of
right,
Caswell
Ezra.
Franklin in the Senate, it would seem to me. And I also want to reflect on the role that Joseph Allen
Sade
played,
Jamet, that's her name.
having won a seat on the Barbados Labour Party ticket, and then opting to go into the opposition, having to make two choices for the Senate, one of those choices being Caswell, and the other one being Ms. Drake's. I felt that in the circumstances, I felt that he did exceptionally well
He's
with the
sleepy?
choices that he made.
This broadcast is not doing him any favors.
Unconventional style.
He on a
But there
green
were
screen,
clearly
obviously, but that ain't working.
liked his
As in
approach,
panel two.
research, and that
He
sort
need
of
all the light round he boy.
And I
All
also
the light hitting he from
in the
every angle.
House of
This
Assembly,
green screen ain't
there were
working.
those who were doubtful about whether Reverend Bishop Atherley would have basically represented interests other than BLP interests. And I was of the view
Agreed, fam.
that
We
he
said
did
that
as
early
good a
up as
job
well.
as anyone could do in the
That's what
circumstances.
I tell you what. This is
And
gonna
therefore, I think
be an
this
interesting
what is
wash up
playing out
after
here
this.
is going to be a completely different
No,
dynamic.
Rouse, you missed my
based
point.
upon
I
the
never said
changes
she
that
was
have
gonna
been
win.
made.
I
But
said that there's
wonder
a
what are the
possibility.
other
I didn't
thoughts
expect her
on
to win
this?
at all.
I'd like to come in on this.
Add
you're
value,
welcome.
man. Add value. Cause you're
She
making
can't
a
add no
sense.
value.
over the last little while, and
Lord.
I am not sure if I would say that this spells the end of Caswell, because I think the notion that there are some people who are microphone, they've never seen a microphone that they didn't like, probably best describes my former colleague in the Senate.
That's
I'm
an
not
unfair
quite sure that he would know how to avoid being in the spotlight, even for things where he ought not to be. But that's a different matter. As it relates to Reverend Atherley, yes,
got a lot
he
of
would have
slight
won on
digs,
a
though.
Barbados Labour Party ticket, but I think the more problematic issue is not just where you started, but where you ended up. So you started out on a Barbados Labour Party ticket, won on the Barbados Labour Party ticket and the machinery behind you, switched and created your own party immediately after the election, and then created your own political party.
Sorry, I am told that we're
Results?
getting a result from St. Philip North. Barry, tell us what's happening there.
I was just getting the actual count, David, but I can confirm that Michael Lashley, after 3 boxes counted in St. Philip North, Michael Lashley is in the lead. We're getting the breakdown. I'm compiling that and I'll come back to you. But like I said, update. 3 boxes in St. Philip North
was one of
completed,
the hot
and Michael
seats.
Lashley is indeed in the lead.
Mhm.
I'll get the breakdown for you, David, and get right back to you.
Thank you very much. Lisa?
Dave, I wanted to intervene, Dave.
I was saying.
Just,
there-
yeah, let Lisa complete and then I'll come to you.
Sure.
Thanks.
Mhm.
So I
Pause
was
these a
saying there
second.
that not only did you switch parties the day after you won on a Barbados Labour Party,
This is interesting. So Michael Lashley, Lisa, that's not up by you, but that's close enough, I suppose.
Yeah, close to me. So that was
Close
one
to-
of the seats to watch. It seemed as though we have to watch the St. James seat as well with Sandra Husbands. That's a pleasant surprise for me. Obviously not for you, Andre.
No, I as I said, I wasn't basing my thing on any numbers. I was just basing it on when the speeches I saw of Ronnie, and then sometimes just the reaction to the speeches as well, in the comments on various platforms and stuff that he was speaking on. I think people were responding to him, and over time, people was being, it was clearly to me that he was kind of head and shoulders above most of the other guys that were campaigning. And for me, it was about the fact he was looking forward.
Well, he's got the strongest showing so far between him and Michael Lashley of the Democratic Labour Party candidate. So this will be interesting to see who comes out in the, how much you said, 3 at the beginning. Can't see them more than 3.
I can't see them more than 3.
The St. John seat seems to be another touchy area as well.
You catch up.
The St. John seat.
Well, he's catching up to the thing. I think that going to Barbados their party.
He gone already.
So, it looked a little close to me.
No, I think
not really.
He win a couple of boxes, but I think there was only like 1 or 2 votes.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I don't really see. I see Liz. Liz is saying, "Can anyone tell me?" Well, Liz is looking very much like it might be a very close to a repeat of 2018. Although there are a couple Democratic Labour Party people putting up a fight, namely Lashley and St. Philip North and Yearwood in St. James South. What?
Oh dear.
Hey, get off the screen.
Well. Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, Andre St. John gone. St. John gone. They ain't coming back.
Yeah, not too far, man.
He can't make that up now. They were left. So they ain't gonna make a difference. But we'll see what happened there in St. James South. And St. Philip looking quite interesting as well. Should be interesting.
Haven't heard yet from St. Philip West. That's another seat that we are eagerly anticipating.
What are your expectations for St. Philip West? You think Kay McConney is going to bring that home?
She may be able to, but you know that David Eswick is also quite popular.
Mm-hmm.
So that is going to be interesting. But I heard her on the political platform, and she seems as though she has a lot to offer. So.
Yeah, I was very impressed with her, actually.
Yes, I was.
I heard out in chapel when she gave her first speech about, her background and stuff and her experience of working across the world. I was very impressed. So whether she's been able to convince the people in St. Philip West as the campaign has continued, I guess is what will play out now.
I agree.
Definitely.
Yeah. So Kay McConney is an interesting one for me, right? So one of the observations that I made in Barbados elections and political profile over the last, especially over about the last 5 to 6, 7 years or so, where it seems that who's this? We put this because this thing here. Look. Thank you very much, Oran. I appreciate that. We appreciate that. I think one of the things that I notice in Barbados political landscape is this notion that Mia Motley has of many hands make light work. Many hands make light work. That's a mantra that she says quite often. And you gotta wonder, it's creating something that I think in years to come is gonna present itself as an issue in Barbados, because there seems to be that's what I said, but what's actually being done is seemingly making people become politically affiliated in the areas that they're in order to get support for the areas that they do, or the areas that they consider that they might work in. And I'm noticing that quite a lot at the moment, where it seems as everything you see it obviously with the BWU now, the head there, I mean, she's not a politician, but clearly she come over and be a politician, and she running there. You see it in the city, you see it in other areas, and it seems as if, and I just got this feeling that sometime in the future, when the Barbados their party lose an election, and let's be honest, this is elections, they will lose an election at some time in the future. When, don't know, but it will happen. It feels as if then you'll have a whole heap of people who can actually help the development of Barbados, who will now be partisans, so to speak, as opposed to be lending their skills irrespective of who's in power. And I don't know how else to explain it, but when I observe it, it feels as if it's leaving us potentially in a precarious position going forward.
Yeah, I think it wipes out a lot of our third sector and strong and good minds in our third sector who always feel as though the only route that they can find is to politics or to a party, and they leave a lot of good work behind, and oftentimes it is not picked up because they've gone off to fulfill their political ambitions. But the truth is, our nations in the Caribbean need strong third sectors. We need people who are, strong third sectors, strong NGOs, and people who are really doing that work and very engaged and very close to the community and making a difference. Because everything can't be left to the government. But sadly, too many of those people are being snatched out of the good things they're doing to follow the path of politics. Politics should not be the only destination for people. And I think that is the challenge that we have in our societies, where we almost create politics as the destination for people who do good things. It shouldn't be.
No, it
You know,
shouldn't be.
it feels as though that's what we're creating. This is the only destination that you can enter into, which is really sad.
And it means you either gotta be flip-flopping, or whenever government change, a la Hamila, or you're gonna be working against rather than working for, as per what happened, in my opinion, to the Democratic Labour Party. One of the points, a valid point to me, that you saw prior to 2018, where the unions were asking for 20-something% increase. They were being offered something like 20 or something like that. Government changing it at set 5.5. And you go like, really? So you ask her, were you working for your people, or were you working against a government for the betterment? And then that person turns up as a candidate in the new party in a by-election, and you go like, hang on. So and I just think it's creating a very dangerous prospect for Barbados development going forward that could be hampered. Because let's say, for instance, and I know it's a long shot and it's not going to happen and wasn't never going to happen, but let's say, for instance, the Democratic Labour Party, they miss and win this election, right? Would all of a sudden the Barbados Workers Union be working against the Democratic Labour Party, or are they working for? Because no, you don't hear them with nothing. The most shot.
No.
My thoughts exactly, because you haven't heard since she came in. We haven't heard anything
You know
from
what I
her.
mean? There's been no meaningful labor policy.
No.
She's not the minister of labor. Sorry. There's been no meaningful legislation, nothing at all regarding labor. But you got the head of the Barbados Workers Union as an MP without portfolio, so to speak. So you ask yourself, all of a sudden, would that change if the government had changed? Same thing for Corey.
Hang on a sec. Let's bring back some results.
4116, 32, 144. KC2, G to M, KC2, G to M, Griffith 18, Motley 148, Turney 3, 1 spot, 169. Again, KC2, G to M, Griffith 18, Motley 148, Turning 3, 1 spot, 169. And your final bot, Damien Griffith 26, that is KC2 N to Z, KC2 N to Z. Damien Griffith 26, Mia Motley 146, Eric 21, North Spot 173. Griffith 26, Motley 146, 21, 173. That's the final box, KC2 N to Z. Now over to our returning officer.
The returning officer is just about to come. Prime Minister Motley is here as well. So let's go across to her now for the final result.
The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Michael Northeast is as follows. Damien Griffith, 476 votes. Mayor Mark Watley, 3,216 votes. Eric Turney, 48 votes. 19 spoiled votes. Your overall total 3,759. I therefore declare Ms. Mayor Amar Motley to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Michael Northeast to serve in the House of Assembly in this island. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Actually, the technical quality is not the best.
And she won in 1994, and she's
Only the
of course
technical
very much
quality?
with us. We're going to try to see if we can get a word with her. So
Andre.
she is actually talking. But there's a lot of celebration going on, and if we can maybe just have a quick word with Ms. Motley. We're live on the just getting ready. She's preparing to do that in. First of all, congratulations. You must be an extremely happy person.
I am. I just want to give thanks to God for the grace of allowing me to continue during the course of these difficult and challenging times. I want to thank my constituents in particular. They get any opportunity to be able to engage with them. And one of the burdens of leadership is parliamentary democracy, that you have to spend time with your team. And more often than not, that is meant, therefore, that I had to rely on an excellent team. I'm particularly pleased that my campaign manager is a young lady from my constituency who started with me as a teenager. In 1993, and she had to be able to manage this. She did not see me, she did not hear me more often than not. And with a new election agent too, my campaign manager was Tisha Worm, and of course, Dr. Garnison was my election agent. Arthur Stevens continues to be my right hand when it comes to canvassing. And a number of other people who literally came together to be able to allow me the opportunity to go from St. Lucie to from St. John to St. James, and at the same time to repose their confidence in me to continue to be their parliamentary representative. This is the 8th election, and I do not take it for granted. I really, really, really want to say to the people who have raised me, I came out here, as I keep saying, as a young girl, literally, at the age of at the age of 22 when I was first elected. My brother, who is here and who was my counting agent, was at that time 11 years old. And on that first occasion when I lost, I had gone to the House of Results. And he woke me up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Said, me, lose. So as I walked into the night, he said, you win. So I think that may well be the cooking circle going forward. I want to say thank you to my parents who are not here. But really would not be who I am. And I say thank you. My mother is normally here at every political event. But once again, the first day that I was nominated, she was having a medical procedure the next day. And on this occasion, she's having a medical procedure in a few days' time. So that has been difficult to carry as well. But I want to say to both of them, especially at this time and the difficulty of COVID, thank you, and I love them very much. And to my sister and brother who are here, my other community agents, and Sue and Debbie, who are also here, and who have been, with the exception of any as it comes now to the issues facing this constituency, we have started a lot of work. For many of my constituents, they bore the burden of being my constituents for the 10 years of office. Therefore, roads were the national put on trees for the full 10 years. They work at the Barbados district in terms of Turnout. They work at the stadium as because of COVID and the new national stadium that is to come. And there are a number of other projects that we're going to be able to do. Tonight I'll have the opportunity, I'm sure, to speak to you later with respect to the national issue, but instrumental issue. The school that my grandfather attended and became a teacher.
We want to thank you, Andrew. We want to thank you and the Prime Minister. Unfortunately, the audio quality is inaudible. We're not hearing, and we have to just cut that interview. We're going to ask Andrew to get the Prime Minister and yourself to get in a better position so we can get the audio quality and actually hear what she is saying. So we'll definitely come back to Andrew Mason with that interview. Well done. Congratulations to the Prime Minister winning the first overall seat, 3,216, Griffith 476, turning 48. Now, I have the breakdown from St. Philip North. As we continue, we'll get back to Andrew. The breakdown for St. Philip North is as follows. Box PA1 A to H, Michael Lashley, the Democratic Labour Party, 141. Sonia Brown, 110. Nigel Newton, 4. Wayne Beckles, 2. Omar Small, 1. Box PA1 I to Z, Michael Lashley, 119. Sonia Brown, 90. Nigel Newton, 8. Wayne Beckles, 3. Orman Smith, 3. Box PB1 A to H, Michael Lashley, 119. Sonia Brown, 99. Nigel Newton, 9. Wayne Beckles, 6. And Omar Smith, 1. And box PB1 I to Z, Michael Lashley, 141. Sonia Brown, 139. Nigel Newton, 9. Wayne Beckles, 4. And Omar Smith, none. Now, we also tell you that in Christchurch South, that's about to be completed as well. The box of VB3, Ralph Thorne, 250. Mark Laurent, 168. Badilaria, 15. Donna Leacock, 24. In St. James North, update there, SB1, Edmund Hinkson, 240. Wirral, 62. 2 spoiled votes. Box SB2, Hinkson, 215. Wirral, 41. And there were 2 spoiled votes there as well. There is also an update coming from, well, this is the first one that we're getting. This is now from St. Michael with none other than Mr. Todd, Patrick Todd, AH, BB1. This is actually City of Bridgetown, correction.
Yeah,
Corey Lane, 122, box BB1. Corey Lane, 122. Lashley Todd, 2. Keymore Stewart, 36, 1 spoiled vote. Box BB1 I to Z. Corey Lane, 126. Keymore Stewart, 17. Lashley Todd, 3. Fallon Best, 3. Box BB2. Corey Lane, 248. Keymore Stewart, 53. Fallon Best, 5. Lashley Todd, 5. And there was 1 spoiled vote there. Davison Ishmael, we go to Eden Lodge Primary. Box DA3, A to Z complete. Davison Ishmael, 164. Ricardo Harrison, 56. Maria Phillips, 20. Box DA4, A to G. Ishmael, 130. Harrison, 47. And Phillips, 5. Box DA4, Ishmael, 156. Harrison, 27. Phillips, 14. Overall, so far, Davison Ishmael, 871. Harrison, 247. And Phillips, 73. Updates there coming to you from our reporters in the field. We have DJ Kashi, who is indeed on the Zoom. Do we have him? DJ Kashi, what do you have for us?
Hi, good evening, all. Good night. Welcome to St. Matthias Christchurch. Yes, we are at the St. Matthias Church Hall, where we are updating you on Christchurch West. We have the incumbent William Duguid of the Barbados Labour Party going up against Andrew Cave of the Democratic Labour Party. We have 6 boxes returned so far. ZA1, A to G. Cave 31, Duguid 82. H to Z, Cave 34, Duguid 101. For total from box ZA1, Cave 65, Duguid 183. For box ZB1, A to F, Cave 34, Duguid 141. G to M, Cave 28, Duguid 160. N to Z, Cave 47, Duguid 142. For a total from box ZB1, Cave 109 to Duguid 443. And box ZC1, A to Z, Cave 18, Duguid 111. So 6 boxes returned so far from Christchurch West. Barbados elections results 2022. Cashy Brown reporting.
Thank you so much, Cashy. Let's go live now to St. Michael Central. St. Michael Central, we've got Colvin Mosley. This, of course, is an interesting box. Arthur Holder is the incumbent there for the Barbados Labour Party. Corey Cox from the Democratic Labour Party. Robert Toussaint from the Solutions Barbados. And Joseph Atherley, the former opposition leader from the APP. Let's go to Colvin and get the first update from that box.
10 votes.
Over to you, Colvin.
I believe.
Yeah, I really don't get 10 votes at that, yeah.
Central at Commonwealth School. We are having our first results from the St. Michael Central constituency. That's box MA1 A to H. Incumbent Arthur Holder, 86. Democratic Labour Party candidate Corey Cox, 45. And opposition leader, former opposition leader Joseph Adderley, 16. And Toussaint, Mr. Toussaint from Solutions Barbados, 0. Box MA1 I to Z, Mr. Holder, 110 votes. Democratic Labour Party candidate Cox, 23 votes. And Mr. Adderley, 10 votes. 0 votes recorded for Toussaint. 143 votes were cast, 4 were spoiled. In box MA2, A to H, Arthur Holder, 104 votes. Mr. Cox, 19 votes. And Joseph Adderley, 8 votes. 0 votes again recorded for Toussaint. Box MA2, I to Z, 108 votes for Mr. Holder, 36 votes for Mr. Cox, and 7 votes for Joseph Adderley. 1 vote was recorded for Mr. Toussaint. There you have it. And this is Colvin Munsey reporting from Commonwealth School, St. Michael Central.
There, Colvin, interesting result in the boxes so far returned. I have a further update, and this is from St. Michael South Central. Box RA3, A to I, Marsha Carroll, 101. Richard Seeley, 73. There were 5 one-spot vote with Gail getting 5. Box RA3, J to Z, Marsha Carroll, 120. Richard Seeley, 77. Gil,
Pappy Dunks, man. Pappy Dunks.
Box RB1, A to Z complete. Marsha Cattle, 120. Richard Seeley, 22. Gil, 4. None spoiled.
Yeah, breathing.
Box RB2, A to Z complete. Marsha Cattle, 171, Richard Seeley 54, and Gill 11, one spoiled vote.
Get beat bad, boy.
The
Better
count
than that.
is also complete in St. Michael's South East. Santa Bradshaw returned officially as the parliamentary representative for St. Michael's South East.
There you go.
2,786 votes. That's 2,786. Pedro Shepherd from the Democratic Labour Party, 699. Patrick Tanis, 180. There were 6 rejected votes. So that's also completed. I'll tell you again. Santa Bradshaw, 2,786. Pedro Shepherd, 699. Patrick Tanis, 180. The latest updates coming in from our correspondents in the field. For the meantime, it's back to you.
All right, but he will mute.
Thank you very much, Barry. There was one concern.
Well, I did say I could actually see potentially a 30-0 again.
I thought Richard Seeley
would give you a little breathing room.
Not breathing properly.
He ain't getting the breathing space at all, man. He
Yeah.
getting mash up. Whoa,
You get
BLP
him
leading
well,
third. Yeah.
Well, mash up.
Yeah.
So looking like Michael Lashley taking over the party.
That sound close though. That's in Philip North count.
He can get
tongue
cat
as wide
spraddled
as
by
I
the
thought it
end,
would have
too.
been.
He can get cat spraddled by
You
the
think
end.
so?
Yeah, look. I to the man that earlier was telling me that I going on we tell me I going on feeling. Listen, I call these things, man.
Angela, you hearing anything more from St. James South?
You know, I know what Angela getting the results from.
She all over the place, man. She might go home with 6 TVs.
Because the issue is getting out your message. And while I saw that the Democratic Party had people listening to them, it just didn't seem like it was just not enough. And as I said, they did better than I thought by being able to stage a platform, by being able to look professional and get people to listen to them. And I know Verla had one hand tied behind her back inside the party with that. But I just wasn't feeling the groundswell. I just wasn't feeling the groundswell.
I really thought that Bajans would have been a lot more cautious in terms of that question we were asking in the chat earlier about opposition, etc. But if 2018 was damaging for the Democratic Labour Party, I can tell you this is devastating.
A double 30-0 is...
No, man. 60 love. Call it what it is.
That is true. Is quite devastating.
Listen. Second time around, man. This is demoralizing. Oh my days.
And it's
on multiple counts.
And they're not even close. So it's not even to say that you get a swing, but the bees get out a little bit more than you. You're getting beat. You know, Marsha Cattle, their cats spraddling.
She got Seeley in a short hole. You can't breathe no more.
Was Seeley like he wake up when he said when he was driving in the car, he saw the Prime Minister pass he hard and he didn't know that she was going to call the election. But I feel that when he see the car, he decide, you know what? I feel like might run now and she car, man. But he didn't realize she was going to call the election now. When I see seated the stairs for the first meeting, I tell you the man had looked like he literally just get up. All of it, oh shoot, we got a meeting tonight. Let me go down. Seriously.
Wow.
You know? But, you know, Shell Williams said that Verla was set up to fail. Yes, she was. She was set up to fail. Look, What Christina Hines said is absolutely
spot
correct.
on. Spot on.
And it's not just looking at the Barbados landscape. You got to look at international politics as well. No person who picks up the party after such a devastating loss is the person who's going to win that party an election again. That person is purely there for transitional reasons. In the UK, you had, after Brown left, you had Ed Miliband take up the mantle. He was, although I'm sure he's a very confident fella, if you know Ed Miliband, but he was never going to win an election again. So said, so done. The Labour Party is still out to sea, and now they're on their third leader. Even when you go back, when Blair came into power and Cat Spraddle, the guy need to take over from Thatcher now? John Major. The Conservative Party and Blair Cat Spraddle them. Blair went on to win 3 elections before Conservative Party come back into power. So while the case was made quite well, it's politics, so you make your case, and the Barbados Labour Party made the case quite well on Verla's leadership. I think sometimes people can go overboard. I mean, that is politics, and you're there to win, so obviously you're gonna pile on your opponent. But there's no way that Verla was ever. She was there to rebuild the party. The problem in the Democratic Labour Party is that, and this is not the first time, it is actually a problem within the party, is that they don't recognize where they are and come together for the sake of the party. They don't do it. They never have done it. They just don't understand it. Remember the big fight between Maskell and David Thompson? Remember that big fight? Yeah. Even when Ferndale took over, Ferndale was only there because he was a yes man. Because it was always supposed to be Chris Sinclair. David Thompson was supposed to pass out of Chris Sinclair. It's just that he passed away, and then Chris Sinclair was too early for him, so they went to win him. So that is just the way how politics is going.
Yeah, I think you also got to start thinking about, as strong as a cohort of young candidates that the Democratic Labour Party brought to this election. Opposition life is a hard life when you feel as though you're going to get somewhere, but you're not there. You referenced the Labour Party. The Labour Party been in opposition for 12 years. All right, they've gone from Ed Miliband to Jeremy Corbyn to Keir Starmer. You lurch from one leader to the next, and they're fighting
to rebuild, man.
Absolutely, but this is the journey that is potentially ahead of the Democratic Labour Party now, because having gone through one parliament, they got to bring themselves together, if they can, to go through another cycle of parliamentary wilderness. And that is going to be tough for a young cohort of candidates who, if they don't have the right people around them, can, fall away from politics quite quickly, because opposition and being away from the parliamentary process is very, very difficult. So whilst they've had a strong team, who is going to keep this team together? Who are going to keep the bright young minds who have, look as though they can be the future, but are they? And can they really stomach this beating that they're taking tonight on the hands of the Barbados Labour Party?
Man, they can take a beating.
This is hard, man.
Someone there said that Guy Hewitt cast doubts on Verla, and then somebody else said that Guy would have been a stronger thing than Verla. Listen, the party, Guy should have never made the challenge unless he knew he had the votes to win. This is politics.
Yeah.
The problem with the Democratic Labour Party is that they seem not to understand political strategy.
Yeah.
And internal political strategy. Guy, unless Guy was being told he had the backing and he knew he was going to win, he should have never gone up against Verla. Because you got to put the party first. If he knew he was going to win and people wanted him to take over from Verla, party first, he go win, he lead into the election, fine. But once you knew that you were just fighting an uphill battle, and then you made it so public, you don't make an internal, and the reason why he lost is because he made it too public. You don't carry an internal fight all over the radio stations and curse the party leader in front of the enemy and in front of the country.
Yeah,
you just don't do that.
Yeah, it's completely unnecessary, and I think the point Angela is making there about either Guy was a pilot, he flew in and flew out. the optics of how that whole thing played out was very, very terrible, because you knew he was working away in the party. He's been the high commissioner here in London, and he was doing his thing in the party, right? But suddenly he emerged to challenge Verla in a very messy public contest
After
that,
living overseas.
yeah, that all of Barbados didn't really need to be participating in, but he chose to make it very public. And I think the legacy of the damage that caused has really affected the Democratic Labour Party more broadly, going into even this election, because they've never really settled. And Verla has never really settled, even though I think she has ran a pretty strong campaign and raised her profile quite well, but she's still getting smashed up in St. Lucie. So there's a long wilderness ahead.
Very long.
Long and hard.
It just smacks of people who don't know politics, or who playing politics of the 1950s or 19 whenever, when you could bring out a wildcat strike and use a union as your base. I look at it and you go like, oh, these people even understand politics? I mean, for Chris Sinclair to do what he did, these people even get politics or even care? They care about their party. They're so self-absorbed that you don't care about your party. Chris Sinclair, keep your mouth shut. Move on. Don't do it publicly. If you want to run for the party leadership sometime in the future, come back. But you want to preserve the unit. Above all else, if you believe your party is the best thing for the country, you protect that party, because you believe in its philosophy, you believe in its strategy. You may not believe in the leader right now, but you believe in the party system. So therefore, you protect the party. What Chris Sinclair did was not protecting the party. What Guy Hewitt did was not protecting the party. And I like Guy. Guy was a good, fantastic ambassador when he was here in the UK.
Absolutely.
But the guy, it was a joke what he did. And you completely undermine your party and you're a leader because you didn't recognize what this leader was. This was your transitional leader. You're never going to win an election with this leader, but you needed to allow her to rebuild, not distract her and pull her down and the party down in public for about 6 months while she fighting an internal fight. Stupid, poor politics, deserving what they get.
Lisa, I would imagine that whole party leadership contest with Guy and Verla, people were probably sitting on the sidelines and smiling, because they probably saw that actually this is going to end very badly.
Yes, very much so. It left a bitter taste in people's mouth, the whole way that the entire situation played out.
Yeah, I could be going right in political strategy. They don't know what I'm doing. They don't know what I'm doing. It's just silly.
So clearly the BLP strategists have not strategized well enough. The ones that left the party, the Bs that left and went over to the Ds as the political strategists, the two senators.
Oh, look. Oh, talk about that, Mark.
Now that was odd. Clearly there's been a what looks to be a fairly high profile falling out there with Moore and Motley. But look, whatever she was able to bring, and I kind of gather that she seemed to have been carrying some baggage from some election losses, and this is probably going to be the third hammering that she now would have taken in the Caribbean. So reputationally, she's probably in tatters as well. But I don't think that she would have brought a lot to a divided campaign that was already taking root before she even arrived. And whatever she was, and more I'm talking about, whatever she was going to bring, I don't think would have made very, very, very much difference to this campaign, because this campaign had at its root multiple campaigns being run across it. So the strategy was bad. So I don't think anybody would have been able to get to grips with it to kind of wrestle it back from the key players who were being very influential and you could clearly see who they were. So I don't think that she would have made too much of a difference, and clearly she hasn't.
Clearly.
You're going on mute again, man. Come back in.
Sorry. Yeah, because I didn't want nobody hear me chewing my nuts in me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say she didn't bring anything. I think what she brought was probably the ability to put on a professional looking platform. I mean, it don't seem like the Democratic Party had the money to compete with the man. I know how much money the LP spend, but you see them screens at the back of them they cost ringing money, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To be renting them in 2 and 3 different locations when night come, you gotta be spending. But I think
the big billboards that were mounted as well.
The billboards
must have been costly.
The lighting was professional, but every time the Barbados Day party looked, it was in the studio.
Mm-hmm. It is true.
You know, for outdoor lighting, how good you gotta do that. The quality of the cameras that you were using, you know, was that you was doing that, and obviously the broadband never dropped out. So I sure they didn't run in a cable to somebody's house next door. So they had something very good and mobile there.
Yeah.
So the money that was spent, prior to this election, the Democratic Labour Party has never put on a campaign that looked as good as it did. So I would say, unless I'm wrong, I would say that was Lucille.
Do you think if they had more time to prepare, that things would have been any different?
It could have been. Don't know. Because as I say, they were ready for an election. They weren't ready for one right now. And I could see that the people on the platform were not ready. We're not ready to take the platform yet with that coherent message.
I think what is clear is what the result is starting to show is that the people of Barbados is not ready for them yet. So there clearly needs to be a bit more distance put between the tail of 2018 and whenever the Democratic Labour Party re-emerges in some form that people in Barbados think that they are palatable, they are electable, and they're trustworthy. So this is an election that's been lost on multiple things, as we've been talking about all night. The strategy was wrong. The previous candidates who came back in were wrong. The timing of Frendel's intervention was wrong. Chris Sinclair's article was wrong. You know, there's so many things that you can pick into it and say, look, these all contributed. And of course, as we just said, the leadership battle that's not that far away between Guy and Verla, that wasn't that far back either. So I don't know if more time would have made a difference, but clearly there's going to be a long while before the Democratic Labour Party finds themselves back in the holding the reins of power in Barbados. Long time.
Well, the fact is that Verla herself didn't necessarily recover from the battle with Guy.
Mm-mm.
And that's the thing, right? So she was distracted. And again, it speaks to a political entity's ability to politic. You know, politicking, you gotta be real smart to do this kind of thing. Yeah. This thing ain't easy. And it ain't for people who don't understand what they're doing. And it seems to me that the Democratic Party, like CBC, they're stuck in the 1960s.
Well,
they're doing the 1960s strategy and displaying 1960s in 22.
This was never going to be their election to win, but clearly this is who is going to be the next leader of the Barbados Labour Party is going to be a very, very interesting challenge for them also, because the Motley effect is so significant in their election wins. And I will know if Neil Rowe, when he see that Mayor Motley can pull up votes for anybody, right? But the truth is, we've probably seen her in her last election, and I think she's been muting that somewhat on her campaign as well. Who follows her? And as we said earlier, they do the succession well in the Barbados Labour Party. You know, it's a strong tradition that they have. But who follows her is going to be so intriguing, and what they are then able to do and how they're able to fight the next election in 26, because that's the one that the Democratic Labour Party now have to sort the house out and try and get to with a much more coherent plan. Oh, Sonia Brown leading Ashley. That was close, boy.
Had me a bit nervous.
Let's go take in a bit of Peter Wickham.
Okay.
ain't hearing anything. I'll mute the screen audio, it says, Mark. You have
Charles
it muted.
Griffith,
Oh, there you go.
112. Andrea Worrell, 92. A total of 210 votes. NJE1, I to Z. Philip Amy, 6. Charles Griffith, 74. Andrea Worrell, 105. A total of 185. NJE2 A to Z. Philip Amy, 6. Charles Griffith, 81. Andrea Worrell, 80. A total of 167 votes. NJE3 A to Z. Philip Amy, 8. Charles Griffith, 114. Andrea Worrell, 103. A total of 225 votes. The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. John is as follows. Mr. Philip Amy, 148 votes. Mr. Charles Griffith, 2,349 votes. Mr. Andrea Worrell, 1,547 votes. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 4,044 votes. There were 8 spoil votes. I therefore declare Mr. Charles McDonald Griffith to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. John to serve in the House of Assembly of this island.
And there you have it, Chantal Legal Gibson for the St. John constituency, where Mr. Charles Griffith was just declared the new representative for the constituency of St. John.
He's not new.
Let's head up to, thank you so much, Christchurch East Central. Let's head up to Tanisha Rock Yaw. Tanisha, come in.
Yes, good night. I am here at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium with the results for Christchurch East Central constituency. We've just received the results for 12 boxes so far. YA2, A to Z, DLP Rashid Belgrave, 47. Bajan Free Party candidate Jeanette Eiffel, 6. DLP's Brian Strawn, 227. APP Sean Tudor, 11, giving us a total of 285. Box YA1, J to Z, Belgrave, 56. Eiffel, 12. Strawn, 250. Tudor, 14, giving us a total of 332. The third box, YA1, A to I, Belgrave, 63. Eiffel, 6. Strawn, 232. Tudor, 12. Total, 313. Box YA3, A to Z, Rashid Belgrave, 31. Jeanette Eiffel, 6. Ryan Strawn, 184. Sean Tudor, 8. Total, 229. The fifth box, YB1, A to I, Belgrave, 93. Eiffel, 5. Strawn, 115. Tudor, 2. Total, 215. The sixth box, YB1, J to Z, Belgrave, 120. Eiffel, 2. Strawn, 124. Tudor, 4. Total, 250. The seventh box, YB2, A to Z, Belgrave, 60. I fill 5, Strawn 117, Tudor 5, that total 187. The 8th box, YB3 A to E, Belgrave 70, I fill 4, Strawn 155, Tudor 9, total 238. The 9th box, YB3 F to M, Belgrave 72, I fill 3, Strawn 173, Tudor 11, that total 259. The 10th box, YB3 M to Z, Belgrave 55, I fill 2, Strawn 158, Tudor 9, total 224. 11th box, YC1 A to Z, Belgrave 100, I fill 2, Strawn 156, Tudor 5, giving us a total of 263. The 12th box, YC1 K to Z, Belgrave 71, I fill 3, Strawn 152, Tudor 21, and that total is 247. There are 18 boxes in total here, so we have just about 6 more to go. And that was the latest update from the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. I'm Tanisha Rockyall, reporting on the Barbados election results 2022.
So much, Tanisha Rockyall. They're doing a fine job. We're still waiting to get those more infinite results from St. Philip West and St. Philip North. That's where the attention really now is. We're understanding that Nero has been returned as the representative there for in St. Michael Northwest, and that's going to be pretty interesting because that was one that Ryan Walters might have expected to do much better. But as I said, we are just waiting to get our correspondents in the field just to give us a bit more perspective.
There you go, Mark.
Individual
There you
boxes
go.
there for St. Philip North and St. Philip West. Those are the 2 seats now that really tell the tale of as if it's going to be a 30-0 or not. David, it's over to you. I'll try to get those infinite results in the meantime when you have your analysis.
Is the
Oh, boy.
as well, so that the reporters who are involved at those particular counting centers should be aware that we really want to get as much information on a regular basis as we can to see what is happening in one or the other. I think most of the others are considered now a fait accompli, but those that have...
Dave,
yes.
Have we heard St. Philip South yet?
No, we have heard nothing from St. Philip South so far.
Thank you.
We also need to
That's
hear,
right, Nero 1, winner.
if you've seen a bit more of
I tell you, boy.
a trend to the Democratic Labour Party than in the rest of the country in one St. Philip seat, then you look to see to
And
what
Lady
extent
controls
that
the party.
into others. So St. Philip South, where in Darweer is up against, I think Neil Marshall, is something that we would want to hear about. So we were talking earlier about
Nunes, that's a very good question.
agenda and moving forward. And politically, though, we've had other countries that have had this situation. And Grenada is a good example, where the prime minister there won 2 consecutive terms in what is considered to be a whitewash. And what lessons could you say there are for the
Carolyn Matt, how you doing?
region when it comes to grappling with such huge majorities?
Hope you're doing well.
And I'll ask you that first of all, Peter, because there is that.
Stay with us here for a little bit.
When you have a large majority like this, it is a bit more challenging. Is it really?
Yeah, Grenada, Barbados, it happened in St. Lucia. Antigua is almost a complete majority as well. The challenge is always defectors, and in the case of Keith Mitchell, he had 3 absolute majorities, and in all 3, in 2 of those 3 cases, he
It's
lost.
now 434. No work tomorrow. I book it out.
I'm informed that Sonia Brown has won St. Philip North.
Wow.
So
Oh, Lord.
our own person there to just confirm that.
Wow.
So last me out.
Yeah, actually, I got that news a little while ago that she's come home. So really now we're just looking at West because I don't believe Neil Marshall can pull it off. But certainly the West, Central West, I think is really real conversation should go.
No,
And on the
Chow.
subject
And it doesn't look like they
candidates
will
that have
either.
potential for the future, Neil Marshall is not someone that people talk about, but he's an individual that has always impressed me. Bright guy, decent gentleman, and someone who I think is a person to watch for the future as well, if he can get himself a seat. The main challenge is the political management of people defecting, as happened with the former leader of the opposition with Bishop Adderley, and also in Grenada. Keith Mitchell had the same problem where he's almost on every occasion he's lost members who are closer to retirement, and who are, I'm seeing that the St. Philip South is coming in now in the chat.
Barry?
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, he's lost members on almost every occasion. So I think that Prime Minister Motley's challenge now is managing this large majority a second time, and it creates political problems. Last time around, we saw a fairly large cabinet, and that was a management technique. I am inclined to think that this time around, she's probably not going to go back with a large cabinet. And I think that she's going to wing it, quite frankly. And she's going to say that the chips will have to fall where they may. If people decide that they're going to get fed up and cross the floor for more attractive salary, then so be it. But I do feel that there is less of an appetite now for a cabinet the size of the one that she had before, that was there largely for purposes of managing the significantly large majority. The other thing is that a number of the older people who were close to retirement that could have been potentially problematic in terms of crossing the floor are no longer there. People like Cynthia Ford is not going to do that, and I don't believe that that's a concern. But I think that the real loyalists are there now in terms of the older group, and I don't believe she would need to worry if she has to produce a small cabinet and essentially have a decent sized backbench on this occasion.
Peter, I'm still making the point, if I may, David.
Hello?
You were giving way to me. I was going back. You would ask a question earlier, David, and we were interrupted as we.
My apologies.
We had to stop for results coming in. St. George, I'm told, is being called, so we're being closed again. So.
Lord have mercy. We gotta get this contract, man.
Good evening, everyone.
I want to apologize for this
Here
coverage,
at St. George Secondary School. We are about to hear from Mr. Eswick, the returning officer for St. George North. Please go ahead, Mr. Eswick.
Yeah, I see you, girl, St. George. Did you girl here?
There's 20 more.
There was 69, Moore 177, Nichols 8, 2. The F2, F to N, 1 spot, Airwood 74, Moore 168, Nichols 13, 2. The F2, N to Z, 0 spot, Airwood 64, Moore 178, Nichols 8, 1. GG1, 8, 2 spot, Airwood 41, Moore 122, Nichols 7, 0. GG1, 8 Z, Airwood 38, Moore 107, Nichols 6, 2. GG2, 8 F, Airwood 40, Moore 174, Nichols 7, 1. GG2, G to N, 2 sport, Airwood 47, Moore 190, 13, 3. GG2, N to Z, 2 sport, Airwood 51, Moore 157, Nichols 6, 3. GG3, N to H, 3 sport, Airwood 44, Moore 194, Nichols 13, 2. GG3, I to Z, Airwood 35, Moore 144, Nichols 20, 5. GH1, A to D, Airwood 71, Moore 165.
Thanks for staying with us, Trisha.
Yeah, thanks, Trish.
0.
Thanks a lot.
GH1, HZ 1 spoil, Haywood 70, Moore 191, Nichols 13, Tate 5, GH2, A to G, Haywood 35, Moore 105.
It's true though. Why they don't call the name of the party the body in when they call out the numbers? They just assume you know.
HZ 2 spoil, 42.
Because they're still catering to a local audience, you see.
Moore, Nichols 7, Tate 0. Final results, 19 spoiled, Haywood 1,169, Moore 3,295, Nichols 196, Tate 44. The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. George North is as follows. Mr. Haywood received 1,159 votes. Ms. Moore received 3,295 votes. Mr. Nichols received 196 votes. The state received 44 votes. There were 9 false. The total number of votes for all candidates. I therefore declare Ms. Tony Moore to be elected and to be duly
Oh my days.
More and more.
Okay, can you come to us?
The thing that we're in the midst of a pandemic.
Listen, COVID gonna burst right after this year. Here.
You don't know.
It doesn't look like any school this term.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a pretty conclusive result. I'll get you the details as we
129. Mark Laurent, the Democratic Labour Party, 722. Donald Leacock, 148. And Buddy Lara, 79. Spoiled votes there were 18. So that's Ralph Thorne retaining. Cynthia Ford has been re-elected. We're waiting the final count. So Michael South Central, Marsha Cattle has been re-elected. We are waiting the final count.
Vote for Celia and
Adrian
Breve.
Ford
Gone.
has also been re-elected. The final count there reads
Last breath.
2,673 votes to Adrian Medic Ford, Dumont 695, Belgrave 184, and Lewis 64. So there you have it. We're going to go back to you, David, and we're going to continue to get.
I just went to hear St. Philip.
South. Let's go to Mark Yearwood. This is the first update we're getting from St. Philip South with Indar
St.
Ware,
Philip
Bruce
South?
Hedis.
That box came late.
Mark,
Indar
are you
Ware,
there?
Indar,
Can you
man.
tell us what's the latest?
Yes, I am. Good night,
These
welcome
used to sing.
Yeah.
I'm here at the New Faith New Testament Church of God.
Miracle, so I'm saying so.
As we update you on St. Philip South, I just want to let you know that we have heard nothing as yet. We can see the counting going on, but there is definitely no results as yet. Apparently, they would have had some challenges with one of the boxes. I think they said it was a diplomatic box or something before they could start the count. And at 17 minutes to 1 o'clock, we're still here without any word.
Could they ever see Michael South is a very small,
That is where we are at here.
a very small constituency. See what's going on up there.
New Faith New Testament Church, St. Philip South.
I'm also informed, Barry, if you could hear me.
Sorry,
that,
David.
Right. I'm also informed that in the St. Peter box, Colin Jordan is well ahead as well. I'm told that there are three more boxes to go in that particular constituency. So as it stands right now, it does look very much as though we're heading towards another 30 love. Is there anything to suggest otherwise?
The results are St. Philip South and St.
Naughty.
Philip West. Other than that, all the other seats have been washed away.
Nah, we should
to
have
tell
met
the
you
truth.
on graphics. Yeah,
And
we would do a better
like you
job at
correctly
this.
said earlier, we haven't gotten the final result yet, but it seems that Nero has indeed maintained his seat there in St. Michael Northwest.
Even met
where
Barry
we have
laugh,
so much
man.
hope for Ryan Walters, but it seems that he has been badly defeated as well. We're still awaiting those breakdowns. but those seats have already been called again for the Barbados Labour Party. St. Philip South and West now are the ones that we turn our attention to as we look to see how the others have fared. St. James
Support that
South
fella
is
in the
also
marshal
going at
and
the
not the
moment
only bar in the
in
seat for the
favor
Democrat Labour
of Sandra
Party.
Husband.
St. James South declared.
Confirmed
No.
numbers as yet, but she's led
Somebody asking.
the last 5 boxes.
She's
that
led the
have come
last
in,
5 boxes.
and we're waiting to get the final result. So there you have it, David. You can continue your analysis
Not
as we
yet,
continue
as
to
far
get
as I know.
our reporters to send in those individual results as fast as possible.
Lisa Cummins, you were saying.
I think, well, first of all, let me start by saying that this is the result that we're obviously very happy with the Barbados Labour Party candidates coming home. We're very happy to see the results, and congratulations to all of the candidates whose boxes have already been called and have been declared duly elected representatives for their respective constituencies. As it relates to the government's priorities now, I think you started out by raising the issue of COVID and the surging numbers and so on. And I think that is, of course, a concern for the administration and has been from the onset of COVID. I think everyone is aware, and we've spoken in great detail about the number of initiatives that have been introduced.
Andrew and Mark, thank you for having me.
No, not a problem at all. Thanks for joining, Lisa.
Okay, no problem.
It's been fabulous, man.
It's
Thank
been
you
great.
so much.
Thanks a lot. Have a good
You're
one.
welcome. You too.
Enjoy the celebrations.
Definitely.
She going down by Constituency House now with she placard in her red shirt.
Indeed not. Indeed not.
Oh, go and get your red shirt and go and join it.
All right, see. Bye-bye.
See you later,
man.
Lisa.
Thanks a lot, Lisa.
Have a
Take
good
care.
one.
Bye-bye.
That's Lisa joining us from Barbados, who just stopped by to have a chat.
Yeah,
Angela,
man.
Eunice, Knight, you want to come by too? Let us know. You should stop by and say hello, man.
When these last couple call, like, that's it. Although this is over.
Oh, but it's done. We just
Long
here,
time.
so no. We just here now. Kind of just waiting for the official. And even if you got butter with that, to be honest with you.
It's done, man. I just want to see if David Eswick can win this seat and Flip Westcott. I think it would be very ironic.
David Eswick came in this seat, man. This year
Well,
gone. I
look,
tell
we
you.
kept- Well, that's St. Philip South and St. Philip West are the only two, and St. Philip and St. James South.
St.
Ronnie.
James South ain't declared yet.
Not yet.
I don't think Ronnie gonna win. I think he can nearly get there.
Mhm.
But it can be interesting to see what all these young people do, because
Careless of bitches. Carla girl, that is very true. When the dumb here.
cheese on bread. You know the thing, girl.
That's it.
Oops, I just see Pedricus's St. James South call to Sandra.
Mhm.
He was nearly there. He was the closest thing, boy. But the machinery. He's the
Yeah.
machinery, man.
That's it.
You gotta build the machinery. And the problem is, if you're busy in fighting, you can't build the machinery.
22 vote margin. Wow.
And you know that F. Sinclair writing them letters, but he ain't letting you he machinery.
Mm-mm.
You know what I mean? These are this thing gone on long time ago. One thing I heard through that Peter Wickham has said is that, for years the Barbados Labour Party run their elections kind of like presidential elections. It's always about the leader.
Mm-hmm.
Always about the leader and the strong leader. The thing that I am curious to see is the Democratic Labour Party attracting the talent. And who knows, maybe the good thing for the Dems now is that they hold another drubbing. And I'm talking about as a party. Forget elections for a second. I'm talking about as a party. It could be as a drubbing, because it might wake up some other talented people that say, you see this here? They're saying we gotta watch what's going on here now. And who knows, they might join the Democratic Labour Party. But they might join under the condition that all of them will first gotta go.
Yeah, and
you know what I mean?
I think this is a good, interesting point as we've rolled down through, because are you looking at this now through the lens of Martley not fighting the next election? Who is it likely to be? So,
But do you believe she's not gonna fight the next election? I know what she's saying.
I, I'm not sure. I'm not sure she will be. She will be there for the next one. I think there are a lot of unknowns as to the way of this particular election, and I think the return that she has given to the party provides a fairly solid basis to govern very strongly for the next 5 years if they want to. And I'm sure there will be a point at which she will start looking to transition into other things because as a lot of people in Barbados would say, she does have very huge ambitions for elsewhere. But I think how she transitioned, you got to assume that it will be a smooth transition because it usually is with the Barbados Labour Party. But following Mayor Motley is going to be extremely difficult. And that is the challenge in the Barbados Labour Party at the next election. And of course, we're going into a period of very difficult decisions to be made. And the economic hardship is going to get even tougher for people. The squeeze will be on. So this is a bumpy ride now in this next parliament with lots of decisions to be taken that people are already complaining about. So a smart Democratic Labour Party reforms and reshapes itself, try and put to bed all this nonsense about who leads or who's president, and try and determine what is the right way to move forward and what is the right way to position themselves back into the psyche of Barbadians. What we're seeing from this result is, as Carla just rightfully said, we want to do that's what this result is actually saying. The womb is still too raw, and people haven't had enough time to heal. And I do wonder whether that emergence of Frendel Straw on the platform in this election, it was the critical moment that people say, you see winner learn a lesson. So I have for this.
I firmly believe so. I believe Ferndale emerging, and and again, it speaks to the fragmented nature to the Democrat Labour Party. I refuse to believe that Ferndale emerging like a thief in the night down in St. Michael, because it wasn't on a national platform. They were standing up by some truck or something, so talking, or some little stage.
Ridiculous, man.
I do not believe that was a planned emergence. I have a feeling that whoever, because it seems to keep the Democratic Labour Party, I don't know, so I'm just speaking about what I see, so nobody don't quote me and tell me I ain't know. But I get the feeling that the Democratic Labour Party, the way how the party is run, it runs in little pockets, almost too much democracy, so to speak. Too much, what is the word? Too much autonomy.
They don't have a coherent center.
Yeah.
That is the problem.
That would never happen within the Barbados Labour Party. And I feel because when he come out like a thief in the night, that message, there's no way that message that he gave could have been a message that was approved by the strategists of the Democratic Labour Party. There's no way. Absolutely not. But he turned up on a thing on a platform in the middle of the night, poorly lit, because you notice it wasn't streamed
on the Nissan Street. On the Nissan Street,
it was like on the Nissan Street, like with the flies flying about and all that kind of thing, and that kind of stuff. And that's what he was doing, until it was captured on I think it was on somebody's cell phone. That's how it first get out. And I think that's a huge problem for the Democratic Labour Party. I said to someone early in the thing, I said, this is too fragmented.
Yeah.
And the response come back was, but no, this is the way how it is run. You got the center and then you got the thing. I'm like, no.
But clearly,
you in 1961.
Yeah, clearly Bajans, the Barbadian voter is a very sophisticated voter, and I don't think the Democratic Labour Party has cottoned on to that yet. People are very sophisticated in how they are raising their level of understanding about the issues. And there's a base of voters in Barbados now that are not interested in gutter politics and all that nonsense that you're hearing coming back to the stage from those who come from a slightly different generation. People are not interested in that anymore. No. And what as we talk about the Barbados Labour Party and how they roll through the next parliamentary period and what happens to Motley and who transitions into leadership, the immediate aftermath of this election is going to be very important for the Democratic Labour Party because there's going to be a scrapping. Right? And that scrapping needs to happen, but it needs to happen quickly because they cannot go through another 2.5, 3 years seeking to adjust in the public eye and not defining themselves around a leader, a strategy, and a long-term target of getting back a seat. Because actually, this is not even about getting back government. This is about getting back a seat, right? And you got to choose very carefully where you're going to then deploy the resources. As you rightfully said, Ronnie is a very strong candidate, and how they deal with those first time candidates who will be now caught up in that wash of the loss and all of the ill will and bad feeling and things that will come out is going to be really important. So I think it's essential now for them to have that conversation early, get themselves together, dust themselves down, and roll forward quickly. But they got to do it in some coherent manner that the population understands.
Yeah, I agree. And I think what needs to happen is early, I would say, Verla need to, in my opinion, she should resign. But not resign as a bowing out with disgrace. It is, to your point, let the party restart early.
Yeah.
Build it early. Build it quick. And then set about rebuilding. Do not... There was too much distractions in this last 3.5 years for the Democratic Party to mount any meaningful battle. They were never going to win this election. I never thought they would win another 3 elections. They were out for 15 years. You don't lose 30-0 and come back even after 10 years. You're out. Because you can only... this election come a little bit sooner. So from a political strategist perspective, it was perfect. But at the same time, you were never going to get back any seats in this next election. You building for the next election after 10 years, to me. And that's when you're going to know win back seats. And then potentially you hoping that the next 5 years, which is the 15-year block, that you might be able to mount some kind of challenge because you've been in the house. So it is one of them things. They need to rebuild quick. They need to do it fast. They need to do it internally, lick the wounds, go away, and regroup. The one thing that they could feel good about is that people were listening.
Yeah, and there's something to build. There's something to build off of from this campaign.
Yeah, they got something to build on.
Absolutely. What they can't do, I feel, is almost like the guy effect, and particularly with the new cohort of young candidates, who many of whom I felt, that question you asked earlier about connection. Many of them I felt got a connection. They can't let those candidates do a guy in. I am in, clear off, never hear from again. You've got to keep those young candidates now visible, and there has to be a plan for who is going to be the core of this party. One of the things that is quite bothersome, I think, is the fact and the ease with which people like Seeley and Lowe and Lashley and
slide back in.
Yeah, that's it. The ease with which they were able to slide back in tells you that there's a real problem around how the management how the management of this party works. Because if a young leader comes in here now, he has no authority, because you almost feel as though it can be snatched from you at any point, because the old guard can slide themselves in and kind of take control and start wrestling things in a direction you don't want. So there's some real constitutional reforms that need to happen around the Dems to solidify the party.
And that's what I was saying earlier. The way how they seem to be set up constitutionally and structurally is to have this autonomous silos within constituencies around the country. And they only come to the center every now and then for whatever, to meet down in George Street and have a little drink up. But that has to change.
Yeah, absolutely.
This cannot work. And I started from the very beginning, and as I spoke to people about that whole fragmentation of the way how the campaign started and the way how they were campaigning. Again, as I said, as much as I like Ronnie, one of the first things I think I told you, and I was like, but he wearing a shirt and he actually don't have any DLP logo.
Yes, Vera. Yeah. And that was, I thought that was sad, but it was a glimpse into what was already taking root with all these multiple different parties within a party trying to win an election. It doesn't work. And I think the parallel that I would draw is when Tony Blair came to power in 1997 under the banner of New Labour. Sometimes you have to unpick a party. You have to change identity. You have to shift. You have to get newness. You have to re-examine who you are at the core. Hold on to the principles that are absolutely critical and valuable to you as an institution, because the Democratic Labour Party, let's face it, I don't think anybody would disagree, is an institution in our political landscape and across the Caribbean region. But you can exhaust a particular path, and you got to kind of unpick that. Get the right minds to unpick it and re-stitch it back together.
Even going back to Blair in 97, he had New Labour, but a lot of his old stalwarts were still there. They were just in the back seat.
Yeah.
And they kept quiet. Why? Because the party needed to rebuild. Here was the guy to do it. It's no longer us to take preeminence. But a lot of the old Labour were still there, and they were winning their seats too, but they were in the back. And they, for the sake of the party, they shut up. And I think the way how you don't hear nothing from Lashley, Seeley, Eswit, nor Lowe for 3.5 years until you hear an election call. What would I honestly think was going to happen?
Yeah, and perhaps the other thing that may happen as we roll down through the next decade in Barbados, there's been there has been an emergence of new parties on the landscape that are sticking. This is not 91 when the NDP emerged and you never heard about them again after Richie Haynes departed. There seemed to be something happening around these new parties that are emerging and sticking. And I do feel with the appetite that people have for engaging in fresh politics, the Democratic Labour Party can be a loser in that space over the next decade because they've lost the people's trust. They got this internal thing that they can't seem to work out and people don't understand it. And therefore, this is politics. People will always look for an alignment of philosophy, an alignment of what is taking our country forward that we feel is right for us. And I think that the Dems, again, can come out as a loser as you run down through the decade if they don't try and identify who they have become, because people don't understand who they are right now.
No, people don't understand who they are. And I think if it's one of the younger ones who's going to take over, they will require, they will demand that those structural changes be made, and rightfully so. They need to change. It's
going to take a strong young candidate, and you know, it's almost like a caretaker again, because who is going to put their hand up to lead this party at this point? Because this is just a lot of mess to sort out. This is not about winning a general election. This is structural change, right? That's a lot of hard work.
This is root and branch stuff
that is a lot of hard. So who's going to do it? You know, so it feels as though there's a long road.
Who's going to do it and who's going to be allowed to do it? This has always been the issue with the Democratic Labour Party, and they can't seem to stop getting in the way of themselves.
No,
they win the election in 2013 by default, because that was Alpha and he mini coup and all that nonsense that was happening there. They just happened to win that by default, and I think it was 2 nights before when Alpha made some silly comment.
And I'll come back to you as we try to get Philip West an update, because that's where the real interest.
You putting that up?
No, I just want to hear what I'm saying. Go ahead.
You know, and then all of a sudden that was gone. You know, but Verla, I mean, look. At the end of the day, I know people were saying she deserves her seat and stuff. I don't think that anything is deserved. You gotta earn it.
It's politics.
you gotta earn it.
Work hard and graph and demonstrate to people that you're competent and you deserve the vote. You know.
I would say the thing that voter deserved was respect.
I absolutely agree with that. I think, and as I said earlier, she has grown for me. I didn't even know who Verla de Pisa was as a politician until really this campaign started to more, and you started to hear what she's saying, and you started to see, okay, there's a lot of substance there, but clearly that hasn't cut through. you know, and she is probably suffering on the back of the tail of 2018 piece. So that is going to be a really, really hard recovery. And that's my fear for these young candidates who have lost in their
No.
first election. That look, you got to have the stomach for this thing to really ride through the storm that is ahead. And it's going to be hard and tough.
But what you needed is at least, but again, this is where you need to be smart. This is where you need to act as a party. The key is that win at least one seat and throw all them young guns in the Senate. So what they can do, they can cut the teeth because they got to speak.
Mm-hmm.
They can get the information. They can cut the teeth on that kind of stuff. And then they can make themselves household names. You know? Like Caswell, I gotta admit, I know people know who Caswell was, but you never know who Caswell was really until he went in Senate. He's just a name that you hear in the periphery, but until he went in Senate. So that would have had to be in the strategy. Maybe it was, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that the party is in, as we would say, dire straits.
Yeah, man.
It need a root and branch clean out.
Root
and branch.
This is no longer crossroads as people would have said back in 2018. This is now terminal.
Oh yeah. Oh
right?
yeah.
This terminal. There is so much work to do around this party and trying to look at all the opportunists who keep coming up with work to feel like it is their moment to lead. You know, I don't know how they're going to find the way back, but they will have to find some way to do it because it is a depressing state for Democratic Labour Party voters who would have gone today and cast the vote and only to see, wow, made absolutely no difference.
No.
And there was a lot of optimism. You know, I felt going into this election that there was a lot of optimism, and you know there could be some seats that might be reclaimed, but not. It ain't happening. I guess it would be interesting to look at the numbers properly once all that is published, just to see how this defeat compares. Even though they're saying it's a low turnout, but it will be interesting to see where the votes. And I still ain't hear about my St. George Sophia either.
That is true though. I ain't heard nobody talking about St. George. But I assume it get called. I Angela, tell me about St. George South.
Dwight Sutherland and Don Marie. We're taking a little bit more of the commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Serve me. You need to either be on a BLP ticket or a DLP ticket. Perhaps they need to listen.
Peter, what is the turnout looking like based on the figure?
I have absolutely no idea. Reason because the electoral office, up until when we went on there, I couldn't get the details from them regarding what the registered number of voters were in each constituency. So I'm flying blind. We understand it was low, but the electoral office has not been forthcoming regarding information on what numbers were registered. So I can't answer that.
It would be interesting to get a sense of.
David?
Hi.
Yeah, I'd like to get in on a point here.
Yes.
And that point, the point relates to a discussion that we had very early in terms of the role of, let's call it, the ones who came back to run. In other words, we're talking about Eswick and Lashley. We're talking about Seeley, Verla, and Lowe. Can we see from the results here that they did worse than the other candidates? Were they rejected more than the other candidates? Assuming also that you can raise a discussion that it is their performance that brought down the performance of the other candidates who did not run in the previous election. And I'm talking about giving me the empirical evidence for this, because it does not seem to me that these persons who ran again did worse than those who were coming for the first time. So that's the empiric. So I want to hear somebody discuss. But secondly, I go back to my point and I maintain it. What we see developing in Barbados, as we saw developing in Grenada and those others, is the question of the maximum leader. And what has happened here is that Mia Motley has impressed upon the Barbadian population that she is the maximum leader of choice. In order to do that, what she did, of course, was to create a coalition between herself and all the other major groups in Barbados, civil society, the trade unions, everybody else. So when you are in a competition against that, a notion that individuals, and I hear a lot about personalities tonight, that is what I've been hearing all the time about whether you have a strong leader, whether it is going to be this person who is in St. James, Ronnie Yearwood, or somebody else. Somebody's still looking for this one person who will do it. But that I'm not sure that's the right way for the country to develop, quite frankly,
Northwest.
because in doing that, many times you're looking at what you consider the positives of the leader, and you're not looking at the negatives. And I don't think that is a good thing for a country, because we can see huge negatives in some of the leadership styles that we have within the Caribbean. But the whole issue is that this notion that these persons...
Bobby, I have to give you the final result, as Neil Rowe, of course, has been declared the duly elected representative for St. Michael Northwest. Rowe has polled 1,914 votes to Ryan Walters' 1,072. There were some 24 spoiled votes in St. Michael Northwest. So Neil Rowe continues to maintain his seat there in St. Michael Northwest. Update in Christchurch East. These are boxes. These are not final overall results. Christchurch East XA3, Wilfred Abrams 159, Dennis Lowe 56, Victor Knight 2, Brian Talma 9. XAZ, XB2 A to Z, Wilfred Abrams 282, Dr. Dennis Lowe 76, Pauline Corbin 10, Brian Talma some 2 votes. That's the updated there for the Christchurch East. Update, St. Michael Central, Arthur Holder about to be declared the, of course, he's the incumbent, he's about to be declared there the MP for St. Michael Central, waiting on his tally. And Corey Lane, the grand total of City Bridgetown, Corey Lane, final there with a vote tally of 2,089 to Kemar Stewart's 459, Marvel Lashley Todd 79, and Fallon Best 69. Congratulations there to Corey Lane, representative for the City of Bridgetown. So we'll get those other results and get back to you. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas in down there Robert Street at the BLP headquarters. Kashi, DJ Kashi, he's also got something for us. Let's go to DJ Kashi and see what he has. DJ Kashi, come in.
Everywhere you go. DJ Kashi in there.
DJ Kashi.
All right, before we get to DJ Kashi, let's go to Barry Aline. Barry, are you there in St. Lucie? Is there a final result?
Unfortunately, there's not a final result. We just got our penultimate result from the presiding officer, Dr. Commonback. He said that the next time he comes to us, he would give us the final 4 boxes for the constituency of St. Lucie. But I do have the latest update from the last 4 boxes that came in. I'm going to start with LC2.
Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Michael.
We have the
Thanks for
incumbent
hanging in there with us.
from the Barbados Labour Party.
Have a good night,
he got
buddy.
133 votes. His opponent, Verla de Pisa from the DLP, she got 72 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith from the APP, he got 1 vote, and there was 1 spoiled vote. In LD1,
Didi, always our mother. Always mothering us, man. Thank you.
Mr.
I just
received
stretched just now.
62 votes. Mr. Griffith received 5 votes. There were 3 spoiled votes in that box. In LD1 H to Z, we had Mr. Phillips getting 128, Mr. Pisa getting 68, Mr. Griffith getting 8, and there was 1 spoiled vote in that box. In LD2 A to Z, Mr. Phillips got 158, Mr. Pisa got 52, Mr. Griffith got 6. In LD3 A to G, Mr. Phillips got 96, Mr. Pisa got 108. That was the first box she's actually won tonight. Mr. Griffith did not get any votes in that box. And in LD3 A to Z, Mr. Phillips, he got 82 votes, Mr. Pisa got 67, and the APP's Mr. Griffith, he got 8. There was 1 spoiled vote. Barry, I did some maths while we were listening to the other panelists, and I can tell you that right now,
Oh, Sonia Brown
Mr.
confirmed.
Phillips has 2,171 votes. to Mr. Peasley's
Sonia, bro?
1167. So at the moment, he's galloping away with St. Lucie.
Honestly,
he has a lead of
I don't know who Sonia
1,004
Brown is.
votes. And I'm not sure if you guys just heard, but there is some noise happening outside at the gate of the Darrell Jordan Secondary School now. Horns are blaring. You can hear them now. I'm assuming Mr. Phillips is around the corner. So the next time I come
Thanks
back,
for stopping in, Carla.
I will
Have a
have
good
the
one.
final result for the constituency of St. Lucie here at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School. That's it from me for now.
Thank you.
They are being brought on. Let's go to St. Philip South. Mark Yearwood is the man in St. Philip South. Mark, go ahead. Before we get to Mark, DJ Kashi is also there. DJ Kashi is in the line. DJ Kashi, go ahead.
Okay.
You.
We are live here at the St. Matthias Church Hall, and we have the returning officer, Mr. Michael
These people
Seal,
met Barbados,
and he has
Barbados.
the final results for the constituency of Christchurch West.
I thought he is, Michael.
He even know part he is here.
We've come to the end of a long evening, and now it's going to be a question of the final result. Here is the returning officer, Mr. Michael Seal.
The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of Christchurch West is as follows. Mr. Andrew Cave polled 633 votes. Dr. William Duguid polled 2,473 votes.
Do good, and good will come to you.
The number of the votes polled for the candidate were 3,100.
Yo, I hate to hear the master, so you know it sounds so sleazy. You know what I always say? Do good, and good will come to you.
To be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of Christchurch West to serve in the House of Assembly of the island.
And you have it live from the counting station here. And I have...
We're not doing hot mic. This is just how we do it.
This is how we do it.
We know we like, man.
Should be a
To
comedian.
his supporters who have gathered outside of the counting station. So as soon as he is through being embraced
Thanks
by
for the
his
plug there,
supporters,
Didi.
we'll get a chat with Dr. Duguid.
I don't want to hear Dr. Duguid.
Well, I like to thank my fans coming out. Goodness gracious me, man.
DJ Kashi, well done. St. Philip South, let's see if we can get Mark Harewood there to give us some introspection as to what's happening with that seat. Now, we haven't heard any of the counts. I know that counting got underway very, very late. The numbers for us as yet.
There's some rejoicing going on. I don't know if you can go ahead and speak in the midst of all the noise. Right here in the St. Philip South, we have results from the first 5 boxes. Box PF1, A to C, Hennis 9, Ware 213, Marshall 89, and Lord 11. From D to, is that D to L? Yes, right, D to L, 223. Right, that was, it's 223 for in Delaware. Right, D to L, 12, Hennis, 254. But that's 204, sorry. Right in. 204, Ware, 88, Marshall, 5, Lord. There was 1 spoiled vote. From M to Z, Hennis 15, Ware 195, Marshall 90, and Lord 9. Box PF2, A to G, 11 Hennis, 194 Ware, 67 Marshall, 1 Lord, and well, 1 for Lord, not that there's 1 Lord. H to Z, Hennis 13, Ware 170, Marshall 53, and Lord 4. In terms of the totals, Ware 986, Marshall 387, Hennis 60, and Lord 30. That is where we are at the present. Thank you.
Soon. David is back to you because we're still trying to get these results coming in from St. Philip West and the other remaining results from St. James South as well. So David, take it away for the meantime.
We are now at what, 1:20 in the morning.
Again in St. Philip West. Let's go back to St. Philip West then. Hello.
Okay.
Good evening. This is Stephen Callender from St. Philip North.
Hey,
are you hearing me?
You think we should go? You think we should go for your contract for this? Yeah.
Final results.
Every sense, man. We can do a better job than this.
Primary school, the final results of the elections here, where we have Wayne Beckles, 39 votes, Dr. Sonia Brown, 2,393 votes, Michael Ashley, 2,158 votes, Nigel Newton, 88 votes, independent, and Omar Smith, independent, 64 votes. So that's the final count right here at Hilleskeen Primary School, St. Philip North, whereby Dr. Sonia Brown has declared the winner of the constituency. This has been the latest update from Hilleskeen Primary School. I'm Stephen Callender, reporting on the Barbados election results 2022.
Thank you very much there, Stephen Callender. Wow. I just asked the panel straight away because this, out of most of the results that we've had so far, shows that the candidates running for the other parties that are independent have certainly spoiled either votes for Sonia Brown or Michael Ashley. Had those votes perhaps gone for Michael Ashley, he would have won. How do you see that, Peter? How do you see that, Dr. Hines? And even perspective from the BLP representative and the DLP representative as we wait for St. Philip West to come in?
It's consistent with what I have always argued, that the third parties are essentially spoilers. My research tells me that they normally take votes away from the weaker alternative. So in this instance, they would have hurt Michael Ashley. And I guess Dr. Brown would be offering them free medical care from this point onward because they have essentially helped to get back into Parliament. The third parties, generally speaking, are spoilers for the weaker alternative. It's not because they came from the Barbados Labour Party that it works that way. Generally speaking, people who want to vote against the government have all these choices, and therein lies the problem. What I find is fascinating, though, about the North is the extent to which Michael Ashley was able to deliver a fairly healthy 10% swing in his favor, and it's going against the grain of a lot of his other colleagues in the race.
Lastly, wants to say he's the lead party. You don't know?
He's the most popular.
Seem to be two of the fighters. I mean, Richard Seeley a little bit less, but they seem to be doing better than a lot of the newcomers. And I thought that was particularly interesting. In Lashley's case, however, his seat is one that's historically a DLP area, so I would think that he had a bit of a head start. Just quickly, David, I did some background checking, and the two of the constituencies that have been returned. Well, this one, St. Philip North, the voter turnout was 42%, 43%. Prime Minister Motley's constituency, the voter turnout was 45%. So if those two are an example of what the others are likely to be, you're looking at a voter turnout in the vicinity of 40% or so.
That is significantly lower.
Probably like a 25% decline over last year, because most of them last year were in the 50s, mid to high 50s.
2018 election with a 60% turnout.
And what does that? Yeah, yes, Bobby.
Pete, that was part of the strategy of calling the election at this time. We understand that
It
very
was.
clearly. But as I said, I wanted to go back, not projections in terms of whether industrial or any other kind of action, political
All right, you
action,
pause
strike
this here,
action,
man.
um, uprisings are the way to go in the future. I would want to say that that's
All right, people. I don't know. Yes, St. James South was declared, I believe. Was it not? I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah. St. James South's gone to Sandra Husbands.
You understand your husband. So the only one I ain't hear you, Garrett Domery. What happening in St. Jar South?
I hear St. Jar South.
I ain't here. Well, look, we can be wrapping up pretty soon.
Yeah.
10 or 15 minutes, guys.
Bring it home, man.
I don't think they got anything close. I fairly safe to call it, you think? I think so. I think it's fairly safe to call it. Oh, it get called for Dwight?
Oh, okay.
No, Pedrica
I wonder how close that was.
Was it close, Pedrica?
Angela, you got them numbers for St. Jar South?
Angela's got them all, man. Yeah, we can soon go to bed, but look.
Good night, Didi. We can get off here soon.
So many of you from right around the region decided to stay with us, and
yep.
Thank you for that. It's been good fun. We thought it would be just a fun way to kind of just observe what's going on in Barbados with the elections in a kind of different way than you guys probably would have been used to if you're watching it straight from CBC or anything like that. So, thank you guys for staying with us. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you had fun. Thanks for sharing it. If you haven't already and you're watching us on Facebook, follow us on our Facebook page, please. And what's not. And you'll see all the stuff that we put out there on Sundays at 3 o'clock. We have our show called The Living Room. Philip usually joins us and we just talk Caribbean stuff. And you'll be able to see that as well. We do it exactly the same way. A bit lighthearted, but even as we're dealing with serious topics as well. So, Corbin, your surprise did not come.
Man, it came, but in a different form.
I tell you, the only surprise that I could have got here tonight was if the Democratic Party win this thing. I thought it could have been a 30-0. I told some people so, and everybody tell me, man, no, people want opposition. I was like, I get it, but are they gonna turn out to vote for one? And
yeah,
they didn't turn out.
It's been fascinating. It's been a real damaging election for the Democratic Labour Party. As I said earlier, it's terminal. So where they go from here is where I think all of the reflection that that the four who came back were talking about doing in the last 3 years. Well, there's some deep reflections that need to happen from this point forward. I think you have to commend Prime Minister Motley and congratulate her on what turned out to be quite a shrewd and smart campaign. A lot of people didn't understand it. We didn't understand it, but you can only in politics you live and die by the results. It's as simple as that. And I think clearly she got this one right. There will be a lot of challenges if what we just heard from Peter, where the turnout is really, really low, which was kind of expected. But the elections in the last 3 cycles in Barbados have been on a declining turnout. 2018 was on 60%. If this now falls in at 40% or thereabout, that will be quite challenging and something that I'm sure a lot of people will reflect on and probably feel very cheated about as well. So it's not going to be plain sailing, even though we're back with a red wash. This is gonna take some time for people to digest, and I think there might still be a lot of anger in the community in terms of the way that this is played out. But hey, it's what it is.
I agree. Will there be internal battles, Angela? Of course.
Of course. It's politics, man.
It's politics. Look, the thing is, I think one of the things that the Barbados Labour Party has done very smartly from a political strategy perspective, y'all could tell he's getting sleepy, right? From a political strategy perspective is almost to make you think that the things happening in the Democratic Labour Party are not normal after such a defeat at the polls, right? It's normal. It's nothing new. The issue with the Democratic Labour Party is that they always play into the hands of the opposing team by doing their stuff so public.
Yeah.
So Sinclair writing that letter, so public. Guy
Ridiculous.
Hewitt challenging thing, so public. The four guys coming back having said nothing at all for 3.5 years. What? You usurp the leader straight away. You launch your Sealy, who lost bare money in this campaign, because he launched his campaign bigger than the party launched their campaign. You know what I mean? So it's that kind of stuff. They so publicly, it was clear that they were not supporting Verla, and I made that comment over and over and over again. It was clear that this is the issue that the Democratic Labour Party has. They can't seem to get over themselves.
No.
All know, as far as we concerned, the what do you call them? The Defiant 17. What people call them? I can't remember what people call them. But the uppity 17. all know, as far as we concerned, is still just a rumor. Nobody has come out.
There's nothing public, even though people might have been jumping over walls and trying to get out of the place and stuff, but nothing has been said.
Nothing. As much as you, and even and all they did, some of the guys did, was just stay away from the campaign. Up to you to decide what you want, think about that, but none of them said anything.
Yeah.
You know, and George Payne, who people always say is a big fight, he still turned up on the platform with Ramel Springer. Right? And that's the kind of thing. And this is what the DLP can't ever seem to do. It always is some big fight. Always is some. They just can't seem to do it. So if you can't seem to do it, that's the way how you gotta keep doing it. You know?
Well, there's some vacancies there for some political strategists on the Democratic Labour Party side, that's for sure.
If I had time, I would go and do it for them. If I had time, I would do it for them, man. Cause I feel I could do it for them, because this thing is not rocket science. It's political science, and political science is, I say, it's easy, but you know, there's some tried and tested ways that you can go about doing things. And the Democratic Labour Party, as I say, they're still fighting 1961 politics in 2022. You can't, man. Gone long and left you long time, buddy. Long time. Even when you listen to my man, we named there so talking
Bobby Morris.
Bobby Morris. But even when you listen to he talking, Bobby Morris talking like he's 1951.
Coming from a different place, man. Different place.
This thing gone long and left you long, buddy.
Different place. But you see, there is a role for people like Bobby Morris. There is a role for the elders around the Democratic Labour Party.
There's always room for elders.
Yeah, what they have to understand though is what is their role, and
that is what they don't seem to know.
The issue that they don't seem to have recognizes, you get that role wrong, the effect ripples out like a tsunami. And that is what we've seen in this election. You get your role wrong as an elder in a party, or a party trying to recover from a bloodbath in the previous election. You know, this is where you end up, terminal. So
you get your role wrong, you take your eye off the party, you focus on self, your ego get bruised, so no, you can't, I ain't helping you because you won't let me come and do this. And then it's like, come on, man. Come on.
Let me tackle this one here before we roll out. What are the major issues going forward? Even though I think we've been touching on some of them before.
We touched on quite a few of them, actually.
Yeah. I think politically, it's going to be interesting to see. And let's talk about the party. Let's start with the party before we talk country. I think politically, it's going to be interesting to see who forms the new cabinet in Barbados. You know, Miss Motley got criticized very heavily in her first term for an oversized cabinet with a lot of ministers who weren't working hard enough. And this is going to be a shrewd selection, I suspect, now going into this second term. And probably not as big, but it's going to be intriguing to see who lands where in what areas. And I think she's got some good young ministers as well, some good young MPs, coming in to, bring their influence to bear. But of course, the big challenges that we face, the first challenge that we face is how do we get our country moving out of COVID? That is the biggest challenge in front of us. And for me, that was the big disappointment in the BLP manifesto, because there was no COVID plan. And I think beyond all the economic turmoil that we know we have to go through, we are still in the pandemic, and we have to see a very clear strategy from the government about how does Barbados emerge from the pandemic, and how are we going to try and learn to live with this thing and help our population to readjust. How are we going to get our children back into school? We've lost a generation of kids around the poor provision of education during the pandemic. Yes, we've seen the same all over the world, but our Caribbean kids, I think, have been acutely damaged with COVID. So there's a big mountain to overcome when it comes to how the party moves forward with its cabinet, how the country moves forward with COVID, and then you got all of the issues around the IMF with the economic outlook for Barbados. It's in a very depressed state. We're not making any money. We're borrowing a lot of money. We've got to pay back all the money for COVID and all the interventions that we've had around COVID. And the big, huge challenges around the environment will always be with us. And how do we adjust? So the challenges are huge and major.
Yeah, I mean, everything that you said there, to be honest with you, I think, in my opinion, our children have been sacrificed on the altar of tourism. Because, in my opinion, the only reason that our children are not in school is because people want tourism to continue. Because the feeling is that children is going to be spreading and the whole thing is not to hurt tourism. But our children have been suffering, which is why I always say and get cussed all over the internet for saying that Sandy Bradshaw is the worst minister of education.
Yeah.
When was the last time you hear her put forward anything of note in order to get our children back to school?
Lax ideas, man. Lax ideas.
You talk about well-being of families, but the country's, for better phrase, open, but your children at home. So who looking after the children?
Mm-hmm.
The pressure that you put in on single mothers and families to either stay home and work to make sure the children doing their school work, or leave them with someone, a friend, family, or what have you, and you're not sure if they're getting a good quality education, you have to get the children back to school. To me, that's the immediate thing. The first thing out of me mouth is Operation Back to School for our children. It has to happen. It's silly. Again, this is sometimes the points where I get annoyed with Barbados, because we tout ourselves so much, but in some cases we behave so backward. Barbados is one of the only countries in the Caribbean that has not had face-to-face school or some kind of hybrid schooling now for these past 18 months or so.
And nobody held the Minister of Education to account for that during
Nobody
the
is held
campaign.
accountable.
You know what I'm saying?
A few wishy-washy questions from some journalists that don't even know what they're talking about. Usually don't even bring a follow-up question. And then when the minister get all she's deferred to the Prime Minister. You don't want the Prime Minister speaking about it and ask them more questions.
Down with that.
And that is the problem. That is one of the problems. But so that's one of the first major issues to me that they gotta resolve. Another major issue is global inflation. Global inflation is gonna be something else over the next few months. Right?
5.4% here, boy, and they're killing me with the energy prices,
that's
man.
Inflation
Gee.
right here in the UK, over 5% at the moment. So you know that's tsunami coming, because that's like an underground volcano. So you know that tsunami coming there now with global inflation and everything else. How we can deal with that? So there's some real pressing issues, and then the IMF stuff. There's beyond all the shenanigans and internal fightings and what's not. The real reason for this election was about to come, and is it gonna Is it gonna be enough time to buffer the blow come the next election? That's really what this is really about.
Yep.
So there's a lot of stuff coming down the pipe, which I'm sure the Prime Minister will explain over the next few weeks, and next few months. So those are the kind of things that are going to be major issues for Barbados, immediate issues going forward. I was mentioning today that in the UK, it seems like the pandemic is over, according to our Prime Minister.
Bar's done with that.
All restrictions are pretty much lifted from next week Friday. So again, with our tourism open and what have you, there's going to be a bit of a ripple effect coming down to the Caribbean just now. So there's a lot of stuff, and yes, the NIS stuff there. So
Yeah,
Angela,
that's a good point.
that's
Pensions. Yeah,
the pension stuff.
that's a huge
There's some
challenge, boy.
huge
Yeah.
issues. And one of the things I always hear the Prime Minister talking about is how we don't have enough people. And I'm
Yeah.
convinced that is the opening argument to some kind of internal immigration, whatever. From where, I don't know, but I believe that that's going to be the next thing as well.
I think that's a good show.
And I don't know how Bajans are going to feel about that. But I just notice it comes up in almost every speech that we don't have enough people. We don't have enough people. We should at least be, I think the last figure she said, we should at least be 100,000 people more or something like that. So there's stuff like that that is going to be pressing in the future. It's not going to be easy for none of the Caribbean islands either. And I still contend that the answer lies in some kind. The Caribbean need to do some stuff together, and a lot more. There needs to be a united front, united strategy, and implementation as a team. And then food security is a big one as well.
And sadly, I think the departure of Prime Minister Motley, whenever she does disappear from the political arena, we would have lost a real moment to try and bring that Caribbean unity to a better place, because it felt as though her tenure was the moment to really try and see how we can salvage some of the Federation back into our own lives during our lifetime, but
well,
we'll have to see.
That is true. I mean, we gotta see. The whole food security thing is a big issue. If it's one of the key learnings that you see coming out of the pandemic as well, is that we gotta fend for ourselves as a region. So that's a big issue. But I always say the food security issue, we approach it in the wrong way, because you can't provide food, you can't supply for demand that is not there, or for demand that is being fed by something else. And our food demand is being fed by imports. And as long as we continue to an open economy in that way, where you're allowed to pretty much import anything you want, then the food aspect of it will never happen. My very simple analogies to that is always, you import Gerber baby food with apricot baby food and apple and this and that and next and the third and banana and stuff. A lot of those are raw materials that coming back that way. To me, get rid of that and produce the crops, and then scale that down, put in the infrastructure and facilitate manufacturing that's going to create internal stuff, baby food and stuff like that. That's a simple example, I know, but you understand where I'm going. And to me, there's a demand because you stop the supply coming from outside, so now you can provide it internally. The food will be grown by the raw materials, and then you create manufacturing and stuff there too. So there's stuff like that needs to happen. Food security is never going to happen because you're allowing it to come from somewhere else. So the demand is being supplied already. So you got to create the demand, and then we can grow the supply.
Yep.
I don't know about the dollar, Angela. I ain't even getting in there.
That's not getting on that path now. You want to keep me here till 10 o'clock this morning?
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But look, it's been you were gonna wrap it just now?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been a fantastic night, man. I wasn't sure how we would sit down here for 5 hours, boy, but
I don't know.
We sitting up for almost 6.
Because at first we say we were going to start, we just give us a few hours and then people are going to log off, and we will log off too at some point in time.
Yeah.
But hey, 164, you still here?
We sit down here and talk for 6 hours.
At one point. So we sat down and we talk. I hope we would talk. What we said was talking, we're making sense. As you can tell, I began to stutter over my words now, so I half sleepy at the moment. But I hope it makes sense. I hope it was interesting, informative, and good fun too. I think that's the entertaining as well.
Yeah, man.
That's always the way how we look to do it. But guys from all over the region and all over the world, actually, I see some comments all over there, especially the guys on YouTube. Thanks for sticking with us. The guys on YouTube, please hit follow and subscribe to our page.
Thank you so much.
Ring the bell so you can get see when our other shows are coming up. If you're on Facebook, follow us on Facebook as well. Hit follow, hit like, and invite 10 friends as well. This is me, Andre, with Mark. I hope y'all enjoyed our coverage. I know you call it coverage. I don't even know if you call it coverage. Really just dogging politics and hopping all over the place.
Yeah.
Of the Barbados elections, because I know it interests so many people across the region as well, and we try to make it relatable in our conversation. So thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. Over and out.
Over and out. Have a good one.
Take care.